Test, test.
Yeah.
The highlight of,
Is that Maria?
you got the highlight. If you wanted to like be show up on the.
Is that Maria's?
That's the right. So he gives. There you go.
Yep. We're all set. She'll make eye contact.
All right, good morning. Good morning, everyone. I think it should be. Are we good? Okay. I could bring it up a little bit. Is that better? Okay, perfect. Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our August 14th, 2025 California Student Aid Commission meeting, also retreat. It is 8:32 a.m. and we will go ahead and start our meeting. For those of you joining via Zoom, I'll turn it over to Maria for a roll call.
Before we get started, if I may, I just want to remind commissioners that the mics are off due to battery conservation. If you need to speak, please turn them on so that we are on the record. Thank you. Chair Cifuentes.
Present.
Commissioner Cardoza. Here. Vice Chair Day.
Present.
Commissioner Doppelmore. Commissioner Gary. Absent. Commissioner Haynes.
Present.
Secretary Maxey.
Present.
Commissioner O'Brien. Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Rodriguez.
Present.
Commissioner Saravia. Absent. Commissioner Valladolid. Absent. Commissioner Vang. Absent. Commissioner Dow.
Here.
Thank you. Quorum is established.
Thank you, Maria. At this time, we'll go ahead and move it on to our next item. If we have any public comment on items not on our agenda at this time. So I'll turn it over to Catalina Missler if there's any public comment on items.
As we open up the meeting, we ask for public comments for items that are not on the agenda. We'll ask for public comments after each agenda item. If we receive public comments prior to the meeting, copies of those comments are shared with all commissioners. Therefore, comments not shared prior to the meeting can be made at this time.
I don't see any here with us in San Diego and Chula Vista. Is there any online? No. Okay.
See no comments.
Thank you. I know it feels like we have to I think lean in a little bit when we're talking. So just hold the mic, get ready. You're going to be rock stars today. All right. Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. So excited for our time today and yesterday today's our meeting, but really a retreat to connect, to discuss what our next steps are as a commission. There's so much that is going on that we want to prioritize, but how are we intentional with our time? I want to first start off with just thanking again this amazing community college that we have agreed to not only host us for 2 days and do all the work that it takes to do a meeting like this, but the care and thought they put into yesterday's tour and time together. For me, I shared with Dr. Gonzalez that I've never felt like I could find a place at a higher ed institution, a community college, because I feel like I'm too loving and I do too much and I go too extra. And I'm like, yeah, no, this is the home here. This is my extra. This campus is phenomenal. words that you can use to describe. I said they truly put community back in community college. Community back in community college with wraparound services. It looks like a K-12 setting for me. Like as I was walking, it's the little things I paid attention to. Like there's snacks and water in other counseling offices because the students probably come in thirsty and hungry, right? There's signs everywhere. If you look everywhere, do you need help? We got you. Do you need clothes? Do you need shoes? As when you're walking around, go to the restroom. You'll see even everywhere. Are you not sure how to buy your books? Nothing, just come to the financial aid office, but like, we got you. We'll take care of you. There's somebody in here that'll help you. And sometimes you can tell. I do a lot of visits at schools and campuses, and you can tell when it's a show and when it's authentic. You can easily. And I went to different parts on purpose to, hey, I'm sorry, Southwestern, I did. I stopped a little different parts and no, it was authentic. It was, how can I help you? Do you want a granola bar? Do you need anything? They were just phenomenal at providing tiered systems of support for students. It was like they have their own PBIS model here of what they're doing for all students and doing the little extras for others. I also want to share that to me, they really take the term of like, we're going to grow where we're planted. You didn't hear excuses about funding or reasons why they couldn't do something. Yes, they would love more funding. Yes, the funding is needed, but they are going to grow as a campus where they're planted and where they're at. And they're going to they're very resourceful, very creative, and very going above and beyond for their students. And I just thought like students must leave here knowing that, hey, someone cared about me. Someone was willing to help me. I have to obviously own that. And I think sometimes in higher ed, we forget that, especially when they're just graduating high school, not a lot has changed over the summer. You've heard me say like a broken record. And one of the representatives and one of the, when we went to go visit the Basic Needs Center, students, the first week of classes, where do I put my code in to get my lunch? You know, because that's what happens in K-12. They would put codes in, they would to get their lunch or to get their breakfast in the morning. And so that's what we've been doing. And I kept thinking, we invested 12, 13 years into these students, and then there's just a drop off that we don't do for them in higher ed. And I think, how do we do that? And it's not what do we do? How do we measure that return on investment that they're doing for these students to show? They also wrapped up and they gave us some marching orders. I know not all commissioners could join yesterday, but you'll get a copy today of their recommendations, their policy recommendations. And as I was looking at them, some of them, Dr. Gonzalez, they're systems. They're things that we can control. Does it really need a policy? Does it really need a law? Are there things that we can look at and control, not only as a commission, but as a state? So just so grateful to them and their hosting us, and then also to our CSAC team. I know it's not easy to take us on the road and to do all these things, from mics to where we're going to go eat and where we're staying. So I just want to say thank you to the CSAC team for all they do. But I'll give a few minutes if Dr. Gonzalez wants to say anything about the campus before I'll jump into our agenda.
Yes, is this on? All right, we're all going to have to do this. You heard that difference so that they can hear us on Zoom. I too just want to say thank you to President Mark Sanchez. You heard loud and clear from their Chief of Staff, Zanita, who said this is a region that has been under-resourced, and we lead innovation and partnerships out of necessity. Like, they literally have no other option because of their regional impact and the population that they serve. She reminded me this morning, she said, there's one more data point I want to make sure you mention today. So I want to mention it to all of you. She said, remind everyone that SB 91, which is Assemblymember Alvarez, who is here with us, that bill allowed families to continue to have in-state tuition, up to 150 of them in this region. And that those are families that live on the other side of the border, but they are served by this campus. She said 90% of those students are U.S. citizens. So these are students that otherwise would not pursue their education if it weren't for innovation and policy and us as a campus wanting to do something for them. 90% of them are United States citizens. So we carry that with us this morning. I also want to say thank you to all of the Southwestern team. They all woke up really, really early in the morning to make sure that we could be set up. Maria Ramos, Zaina Queen Jose, who traveled here and have been setting up everything over the last 2 days, and our entire executive team and other colleagues from the CSAC team who are here and on Zoom, who have been prepping for months, along with all of you. And so I just want to say thank you. We were very intentional in not setting up technology for you today. Everything that you need is in here and in the binders that we gave you. Why? Because together with Commissioner Doppelmoore and Dow, you have a brief specifically written and related to equity for all students and trying to ask that big question. We've all made a commitment to equity, but what does that mean? And what does that mean for our design? And then very, very important for us here, the work that was done by Commissioner O'Brien and Saravia for our CADAA applicants as that population is shifting. You'll find that in the binder. Everything is in the order in which we'll hear things today. And then you also have a brief on adult learners. That brief was covered by Commissioner Haynes and Commissioner Rodriguez, and they will be covering that work. So thank you for those early meetings with the team, the feedback that you gave us, and the work that you're going to lead us through today. We couldn't do this without you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gonzalez. And I'm, like I said, if we can just give a huge round of applause for Southwestern College so they can hear us. Just say, just thank you again for your relentless commitment to student success. And I mentioned earlier, I know students leave here knowing that there was plenty of help and there was family and there was community. All right, so with that, we'll go ahead and get started on our retreats. I know we're going to pull up our PowerPoint and kick off our time together today. I know we started a little bit earlier than usual. I said I almost felt like, should I be hey, we're 8:30, not at 9. But a lot of it is to get going because we, catching flights and getting out of here. I didn't realize, just even a few miles in San Diego, it could take some time. So just thank you to Dr. Gonzalez for thinking of that ahead. So excited to get started. I want to go ahead and start off. If we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. All right, just a kind of level setting, and Dr. Gonzalez is going to go more in depth into this, but just our student success blueprint, our goals. Like I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of ideas, but how do we go the greatest impact with what we're working on? And obviously our focus on equitable access, support, and success. How do we ensure we're addressing roadblocks for access for students? Is it systemic? Is it legislature? What are those roadblocks? What supports can we put into place for our students? Removing some of those financial aid barriers. We heard some yesterday when we visited the financial aid office of things they've done internally to remove some of those barriers for equitable support. One of the things that I thought, and I was like, oh, I got to talk to Commissioner Rodriguez when we go home. We got to see how to do this, is they cross-train multiple departments besides the financial aid office on financial aid. It's like everyone understands tier 1 of financial aid. So you don't have to just go to that office with 5 counselors. Like other offices can help and answer basic level questions. Now, if it's a little bit higher tiered of a question for a mixed family or something, you got to, you have to talk to someone that does that every day. But they spend the time of cross training to the point where they do job-alike shadowing. So a financial aid officer will come and sit with an admissions counseling person and watch how they talk about financial aid to make sure that so it's like encompasses a goal. So that is like equitable support. Like how do we scale something like that? Then you think of equitable success and ensuring our students are, successful in maximizing and receiving their awards. And I always think about, degree completion and the time it takes, and how do we look at that as well as a commission? And so really, how do we partner with all of our segment partners for the future workforce, the future needs? There's plenty of students that I always think about when we celebrate 60% or 55% of my county of our students at the FAFSA. I'm proud of our county, but then I think about the 45 that didn't even submit. They didn't even come to the party. We're not even talking about them. We don't have their information. We don't know what happened. And so I think that is truly what will be our definition of success and how we'll move towards that. Then if we go ahead into our next slide, please. Thank you. Just our objectives, number 1, strengthening relationships with each other and the communities we serve. I think being here today is part of that, knowing, we're a huge state and our communities are so diverse and our needs are so diverse, but how do we strengthen those and understand and look for greatest drivers that will have impact in multiple communities? And then number 2, addressing key issues through focused discussions, deep dives in order to prepare us for strategic plan review and revisions in January 2026. So we will have to work on our strategic plan and review and revisions next year, but addressing those key issues. And Dr. Gonzalez, I have to just say thank you. She's put so much time and thought into this retreat. And like we said, we don't need technology. It's a lot of discussion, a lot of writing and reflecting. but it's really our opportunity to organize ourselves. And we've always been student-centered since I've been on this commission, and I'm very, very proud and just honored to sit with all of you. And I think I'm going almost 10 years, right? I think Commissioner Maxey has me beat with the longest standing, right? And Commissioner, but I hear that a lot from other people, that you all are on the same page. Like we don't have these after parking lot conversations, or that we're not supposed to, by the way, no more, two or more, but we don't have those because our core here when we come is students first. What is the best decisions? We all leave our affiliations, our segments, our roles, and what's the best decision we make for California students? And so that's why I asked today, as we navigate these conversations, is we keep that at the forefront, is students first. So with that, like I said, I want to thank Dr. Gonzalez and the team for the careful agenda, and all the commissioners who are taking a lead today in today's planning and the meetings and the pre-meetings you had to have in order to get us to this point, to be intentional. But she really wanted to make sure retreat wasn't just admiring more of the problem, but we were going to come to some action items and hopefully solutions for our students. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Gonzalez.
I know it's going to be a little strange being on a Bagley Keene meeting, which means we're all being televised, trying to stay focused with each other, looking at each other, and trying to do the retreat work. But I promise you, it's possible. And it has to feel different than what one of our regular meetings would feel like. And that's exactly the message that I shared with our team and the presenters who will be joining us today. We will be keeping track of time because we have presenters coming in and out today. They are key experts. So yesterday, for those of you who were here, we called that day and the next presenters that will join us for different deep dives. There are promising practice partners. That means they're doing something really well, very unique in their community. They're scaling it. They've developed systems. It's not just a one-off or an ad buy. They have actually created systems like creating student success specialists, which is what they call their cross-training here at Southwestern. And that's something that we can learn from, really take it in and see how we could do it. Not because CSAC can do it alone, but because we might be able to lead from the statewide level a partnership. We heard a lot yesterday about CalFresh. You heard them mention CalKids. I know Zanita and President Mark Sanchez mentioned even unemployment. So there's definitely a role for CSAC, and that is what we're here to find. We're here to find what is our common understanding of an issue. For example, when we say equity for all, common understanding for how we're going to ensure CADAA student success, especially because it's a shifting target. Thank you, Commissioner Day, for sharing newspapers this morning. Seeing another state who is going in the opposite direction of what our state is doing for our undocumented students is a really good way to ground ourselves, right, in who we are and our values. What I can tell you about today and the speakers that are joining us, just like CSAC, and the reason why I join and why I continue to serve students and alongside all of you, it's the commitment to equity, the commitment to student success. And not only that, for these three speakers who you will meet today, you'll get to meet Dr. Keith Curry. I know Commissioner Doppelmoor knows him really closely. He's the president of Compton College. I think of him as a systems linker. He thinks so big and he can link systems in service of his students. So he's doing something really unique and special there. And he's solely focused on solving it there. But he's a systems linker that's teaching the rest of the state how they can do that through policy work. And so from him, I hope today that is one of the takeaways and that you get to ask him, but how do we do that? And what is CSAC's role? From someone like Dr. Elizabeth Gonzalez, who works at College Futures, she gets to fund and seed this innovation. She provides leaders an opportunity in a landscape to innovate without fear of failure. And so she has done this nationally and in the state of California. She does it in higher ed and K through 12. She's someone that has seen the landscape for economic development and what it means to serve adult learners at scale. And she holds knowledge of where we are headed, both with AI, but more importantly, with workforce development. From her, I call her a transformational change leader, which is very different from a systems thinker. She sees, she pollinates, and she moves around and hopes that together as a whole state and as a whole country, we can head in that direction. And then you have Vincent Rasso, and you also have a student, She was a student in our Student Advisory Council. As you know, the UCSA has been a leader in supporting undocumented students. They're here to, one, share what they have done, what they plan on doing, and more importantly, what they need from CSAC as they are doing that work across all of our student associations. They are the epitome of being a student-centered leader. They are an organization that serves students, for students, by students. And I think we have a lot to learn from them about what it means to lead, not for students, but students next to us, right? Students in front of us. And so I'm really excited to welcome them today. I want to move on to the next slide because I want to keep us on time and I want to get us started. But we have talked a lot about this document and you now have it in front of you. This is now in print, our student success blueprint. I want to thank Maria and Sina Queen who did a lot of the heavy lifting to get us this copy here today. But if you could turn to page 10, I think it's page 10. As we ground ourselves today and before we enter the deep dives and get to hear from our partners, we made really big commitments and goals, but a part of that was that we needed to shift culture. And it wasn't because CSAC's not student-centered, it's because we needed to play a bigger role in how we help change the culture across the state of California. So how do we bring along those student success partners in a campus? How do we talk to different populations, not just financial aid experts? How do we engage presidents as a part of wanting to help us complete not just a financial aid application, but go throughout the whole journey of helping that student with basic needs, right? What is our role? So on page 10, you see our student success commitments. The heading is actually on page 9, but we made 5 of them. The first one is to always design and act with dignity and compassion for students. That we wanted to foster the use of actionable data, inquiry, and evidence. So meaning not having the data was not going to ever be a good excuse for doing this work. We wanted to take ownership of goals and performance. Yes, even if we don't do enrollment or graduation, we see a very critical role for financial aid and CSAC. So we own them as a part of a bigger ecosystem. We wanted to actively lead as student-centered intersegmental partners. Why? Because the systems that we serve are so diverse, from for-profits to public universities to K through 12. And we wanted to enable action and thoughtful innovation. So as we look at these goals and we look at the day ahead, one of the questions that we actively use as we're changing culture at CSAC internally to live up to these 5 commitments is we ask, which one actually speaks to you the most? Not all of them will serve us in every meeting or at every journey of a problem we're solving. So we wanted to start our day here. We're going to do a lot of sitting, but we actually wanted to do some standing. So I wanted to just pick one partner. It could be the person next to you, across from you. Just make eye contact right now. We're going to get up. And with your partner, you're going to discuss question 1. Team behind me, that applies to you too. Question 1 is with your partner. Question 2 is on page 10. So you're going to pick one and discuss it with your partner. And then when we all come back, we're just going to name it. And then I'll tell you why we named it. Does that make sense? So eye contact. Did you eye contact? Okay. All right, eye contact. And we're going to do 5 minutes on the clock. Let's do it.
We can stay on.
If you'd like. It's not a retreat if we don't.
Yeah, exactly.
We're gonna do a trust fund. I've been here yesterday, but
Yeah.
I do like what Chris was talking about us training. We started doing that, but if they haven't consistently doing that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's so. For me, it was, I wish I could remember the exact thing, but they basically said, yesterday, they talked about how they coordinate with.
I think-
Down on campus here, and they were like, and when we do it, we bring them over, make sure they have all the information that they need. Like, it's not on hand off, it's a, I forget the phrase they use, right? But it was this idea that like, we're not just sending students someplace, we're actually helping to get there. Following up.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, that really sort of gave me a lot of hope.
Be part of it.
And our
No.
board, like,
Just single.
Single plus district, yeah.
and they were able
Like that's something like that, okay.
Yeah, one board of trustees for the entire college.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we,
Yeah.
Shouldn't be saying this.
Yeah, so for me, the one that resonates the most.
Yeah,
like,
and
they
it-
got their-
it's not as easy as you might think. Bridge that.
I do like
Right.
it.
Policies, procedures, shared governance, where you just say like,
Right.
oh, well, I'm the district, we're gonna, you
Now,
know, because they're going through the right now, in those videos. Telling me like, they recently centralized all of the mission directors. Level.
Yes.
Rios.
I'm just trying to see
The photos?
Yeah.
I'm sure that was.
The problem.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. There
Yeah.
are reasons to want to.
Yeah.
do this, absolutely, but
It's a care.
it just points out the complexity of
Well, I mean.
changing, you know, ability or.
We've had instances where just get a response.
Yeah.
Get a better one if you do, and then.
Oh, no, they play them off.
Yeah, they do, and then so then we have to. Bring it
That's really awful.
And, yeah, yeah, I would say.
I think for me, it's probably where you take ownership of. You know, where it's just, I just think that if we're asking students to like, you know, take personal responsibility and be held accountable, and asking colleges, take responsibility, be held accountable for students. You know, agencies like CSAC should too,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
How do you do that? How do you ensure?
Yeah, well, I think part of it is through things like. Through the legislative process, there is some new data, you know, that they'll. Require all the segments to share, student level data. With CSAC.
Oh.
For evaluation purposes on the calendar. That's actually data that we think we already send them. I think our college all them. They guard that data, but now they have some, it's through privilege.
I was gonna ask, is
Yeah.
it?
Through privilege, but, I think looking at that, right?
Mhm.
The website to evaluate.
Yeah.
Okay, is the student parent.
Student.
help, Right, or like which programs need. Five, modernize. Which you-
They have all.
Daisy wants to do a big, review. And it's effective, especially now that we work well.
Yeah.
So we are,
Right.
like the only good thing that's happened so far in this.
Yeah, I know.
Administration
Yeah,
is
yeah.
getting workforce pal, and so we'll be able to provide a lot more financial aid. to Students and.
As one of our financial. Finds her a LinkedIn page. And her, I think I had to announce it. They graduated high school, they were told that they should transfer. They're not, you know, when they designed their education and. Counselor that they want. Rather than doing a CTE course, so then the counselor goes and puts them.
Yeah, sure.
Not see,
Yeah,
and so that's what we're doing.
that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah.
Because if they change their mind or something, or if they decide, you know, yeah,
Yeah.
most people by default say like, yeah, I want to transfer
Yeah,
and graduate from Stanford or Berkeley, whatever, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's what we all say, but
But I think it's at that level.
it's at that level, yeah.
But I guess I don't know, maybe. we haven't seen this, if it's CCC applied, then. You want to transfer.
It does, it asks you. Yeah, it asks you for your educational goal. Gives the option of saying, I think it gives the option of saying transfer workforce. So I think, but there's probably a lot of students who click transfer.
Right.
Yeah.
I think for me, I like number 4. I think
Radical.
maybe it's some department, because I think there's a lot that we can do. That I like, because
Yeah.
it's like a no brainer.
My third year. Still learning.
Yeah, I know.
At the age where.
The dream of every campus having like a so.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, single app, yeah. Or even the North Star dream. John, that's idea with just no app. And just automatically awards.
Yeah.
I basically like use the IRS data. Yeah,
I don't know.
to say like, based on your income tax returns, you qualify for financial aid. Do you want it? Yes or no?
Right. As we do, with, you know.
Exactly.
Sound like they're filing the file.
Yeah. We could, there's realistically, there is a way to do financial aid.
About.
Maybe one day even college or like community college without requiring state.
Right.
Right.
Are actually the.
How do we do this?
Yeah.
Not
Years
Another
in-
category.
yeah, right, yeah, well,
percent that we get. They're not all. of them.
Some
Oh,
perspective.
yeah, the main.
yeah, well, yeah, okay, sure, yes, because they like the idea, yeah, anybody in a team town is gonna like the idea.
Like, oh my God.
Cost
Like,
control.
gorgeous.
And then I imagine a lot of institutions like, they're, you know, the whole issue with simplifying the FAFSA for years was, you know, the Department of Education would get together and say like, okay, you all want to streamline the FAFSA, but Tennessee, you insist on keeping this.
That's good at all.
Yeah. Other data. And I think it's probably something similar.
Yeah,
We're like-
but yeah, that's it.
Would say like, oh, no, we can't get rid of.
Wow, I didn't.
It's
That's that big.
The question becomes, okay, how do we get that?
When I, once I
or whatever.
applied and did all the research, right, I did, but like when I.
Ability,
first-
Yeah, without.
How
adding
much is toffee?
to-
I'm confused.
Yeah, That is a big,
Yeah,
it's
that
a
makes
big
sense.
struggle, but it is doable.
I,
Yeah.
we have
I
30,
hear CSAC
but I think that's
some-
faculty and.
Yeah, there's a work group, there's a work group checking right now, so look at that. I know.
Is that promising?
Yeah, I mean-
I mean, it's, the
I like-
thing is, it is a year's
You're
long
gonna-
process.
Yeah, but I like-
Shared governance.
Yes, yeah.
And that is the only way to get anything done. People complain about like, well. You know, back in the day, we used to government projects, used to be quick and get things correct. It's like, yeah, because somebody steamrolled everybody.
Right.
The final output, right? The real, you know, it's when things take a long time to get done, but if you do them right,
I lost my
you know.
name is.
all stakeholders, staging, like,
In your bag. No, thought I put it back.
How did it go? How did it go?
Good.
All right, let's do some debrief. I'm wondering if we can get 2 volunteers to just uplift the student story that either you or your partner shared. And you'll have to grab the mic. Oh, Commissioner Haynes. All right, Commissioner Maxey.
You. And the story that I wanted to highlight from yesterday, and it was a great day here at Southwestern College. And we had a tour of the basic needs area, and there was a student there who shared his story. There were actually 2 students there who shared their stories. One of them had been homeless and helped by the basic needs unit, and now they have a 4.0 GPA. There was another student who also had a similar story. He's also working at the basic needs office. He was an adult learner returning to college, and 4.0 as well, and alluded to the fact that he's transferring next year to San Diego State University. So to me, those were 2 very inspirational stories, and I know others in our group also heard that and felt the same way.
Hello? Okay. Yes, I also echo that same story, but the one that really hit me was a surprise when I ran into one of my former students in the men of color area. He is, I was his counselor in high school, and he is an adjunct counselor here and works in that program. And he did a double take, like, oh my goodness, no, she isn't following me, because he was not the best high school student, behavior wise, and he was constantly in my office. But the work that he's doing here, he's so excited about. And our executive director shared with me how she has hired his team, that the team that he works with, to go around and speak at various conferences over the years. You know, you see your students every now and then. I saw him on State's campus because he was partying and parked in my driveway one night. I called the police on him and recognized him out the window. So our paths have crossed, and I didn't know where he had landed. You know, I call him Kobe because that was his nickname. He thought he was Kobe Bryant in high school. But his name is Mohammed Musi. Yes. And so he was like, oh my goodness, she is around. So I'm going to make a connection. He wants to go back to the high school to share what he does and encourage others. Because I asked him yesterday, have you gone back to Crawford High School to encourage others to come because of the support that I realized is here at this campus? And he says, I have to be invited and I don't know anybody there. So I've already contacted the administrator there because I still stay in touch with everyone on campus, and he's going to come to the school. I hope to make that connection in the next day or two. I have an appointment to go up there tomorrow to meet with them and let them know. He's really changed. He has a lot to offer, especially our students that are still on that campus. I bet he still has relatives there because our families were always very large, 10, 12 students in one family. And so I'd like to have him make that connection. And one other gentleman in the financial aid department is a graduate of Crawford from '88, he said. And I turned and asked, are you a part of alumni? He said, no. I said, you need to be. So hopefully we'll get that connection going too.
This side, we didn't get participation on this side.
There we go. Well, good morning, everyone. I wasn't here yesterday, but I will do my homework right now. You know, one of the things that captures me, and Dr. Catalina Cifuentes had mentioned, is about how this place very much resembles a K-12 institution in the best sense of the term. Where in K-12, we take care of our students. We wrap our hands around them. And so it's really gratifying to hear that they have cross-training for financial aid, that they train their other departments so that there is no wrong door. So for me, I'm grounded in the idea that that when we think about a student who may be going hungry at the K-12 system, that they don't stop being a free or reduced lunch student when they go to a community college. And so I would say that for me, and I was sharing with Commissioner O'Brien, that I love what we're doing around goal number 4, which is actively leading as student-centered intersegmental partners, sharing those resources, making it easier for students to apply for financial aid, basic needs, so that they don't have to struggle and fill out all these multiple forms when we know that they need help.
Yeah, if I may, since the microphone's literally in my hand. No, I mean, speaking of goals, and sorry, Dr. Gonzalez, if we got ahead of ourselves on our agenda here, but the one that the commitment that resonated the most with me and that I'm excited, I think we can talk about through our retreat today and more through our, update to our strategic plan is around number 3, taking ownership of goals and performance, because we ask our students to be accountable for things. And I think that's fine. I think that they're adults and students should be treated like adults. We ask our institutions to be held accountable through all sorts of data metrics and reporting, right, that folks know about. And in return, we as CSAC and as the state of California should hold ourselves accountable. And it makes me think of the fact, and apologies for being in like legislative language mode, I kind of always am, but it makes me think about the fact that we did successfully get language around data sharing in our budget this year, and we're going to see more, segmental data sharing with CSAC and Cradle to Career, and we're going to be able to go to the legislature and state leaders in the next few years and point to what's working and be very honest about what needs improvement, what needs overhaul, thinking about Cal Grant C, et cetera, right? But holding ourselves accountable for our program's success and our students and our systems, is so critical. So I'm grateful for that here today.
Commissioners. I love that it's already feeling not like a regular meeting. So for the second question, and I see our distinguished guests, welcome, Dr. Scott. For this second part, let's just, to answer question 2, we'll only raise your hand. So the question was, which of the student-centered financial aid commitments resonates with you the most? So team in the back also participate. If 1 resonates with you the most, raise your hand. So let's look around. Okay. What about 2, foster the use of actionable data, inquiry, and evidence? Okay. 3, take ownership of goals and performance. Interesting. 4, actively lead as student-centered intersegmental partners. Well, 4 is very popular. And 5, enable action and thoughtful innovation. Interesting. No one in the team. Okay. I asked. So I put this question in here and the chair and I discussed it, right? We asked that question because we have to know how to interact with each other. We can all be aligned and say, we're committed to this, we're committed to our goals. But as we go throughout our day, we have to know how to communicate with each other. As you saw, sometimes a story works. For some of you, it's data. For others, it's never been done before. Let's head in that direction. And for others of you who have been doing this work historically across systems, across segments, you know that there is a huge gap there. And so your talent is much needed. So now you saw some of the conversations and also by raising your hands, how we interact with each other today. But I'm hoping that's one thing we carry for all of our meetings. Because I think for me, that's the value of CSAC, that you are bringing cross-segmental leaders, individuals with different expertise, K through 12, higher ed, philanthropy, everything, right? From every segment, including statewide service, to solve one problem. And that is student success at scale, and very clearly, what is the role of financial aid? So we'll carry that forward because today is a day of yes and. So that's how I want us to think about the problems that we're solving. They are big historical problems. I don't like the word no. If it can't be done, that just makes me want to go and do it more. And it makes me bring 10 new partners and friends along with me. So it's a yes and kind of day. Yes, we will diagnose, but more importantly, we need to assess. And that's what our partners are here to help us understand. The commissioners that have been prepping ahead of time, our team, they have been diagnosing the problem. They have been able to tell us, where have we been? Where are we currently? And where might we head next? And then your role comes in. It's a yes, we should head in that direction, and yes, and. So I want you to hold on to that and ask the team to go to the next slide. Why am I saying this? Because you've done tremendous work in a really short amount of time. I came in July 15th. By September, you all adopted a living document. That was your student success blueprint. That's this document. We're less than a year into implementation, and now you're having a retreat. We are having this retreat very intentionally because our landscape is shifting in real time. We are on a campus like Southwestern because we have much to learn from a region that is doing this work across segments out of necessity. And because in January, we will need to go back and review your strategic plan. That's what it means to have a living document. I'm hoping, unless something else happens, right? We will always act in real time, but January becomes our review of all of our goals. Where are we in our data? Did we make any progress? Why or not? Why or why not? What enabled that progress? What can we do to accelerate? So today is like that appetizer. How are we going to get there to January? And what's the work that needs to happen between, what is this, August 14th and your January meeting? Next slide, please. We can't start the conversation without language in front of us. So you have this slide deck in front of you. I am a sociologist, so I can go on forever. I can be in front of thousands of students teaching sociological terms. I will not do that today. But there are 6 key words that we're going to hear a lot of today and that we need to get grounded on together. And there are many, many different definitions for them. What we tried to do in this slide is to put him into the context of financial aid, right? The context of higher education. So you have educational equity gaps. I think we're clear on that. Okay, I won't read it, but you have this in front of you. Equity. And in this case, we try to simplify the term, so I'll just read it out loud. equity is an approach to the distribution of resources that account for systemic and other forms of inequality and attempts to ameliorate the effects of inequality by supporting those who are most in need of assistance. So yes, it's about changing structures. Yes, it's about changing resources. And why? For the students that we're leaving behind. You have the word low income, very much defined within state and federal law, and a historical context of poverty and the history of this country as it relates to housing and food and health inequality. You have the word culture change, which very importantly for us, you're going to hear the team mention that word, and it goes hand in hand with structural change. Why? Because you heard yesterday, Southwestern said the word, maybe I was trying to count it like 7 times, systemic change, systemic change. You can't have systemic change without culture change and structural change. I'm sure some of you have seen those little emojis that say culture eats structures for breakfast. It's true, because cultural change is actually about the people, the human contact, right? It's about the behaviors. It's about the beliefs that people hold on to. So when we think of culture, yes, it goes hand in hand, but it's really about reorienting our responsibilities, how we view things. The structural component comes in when we're thinking about policies, practices, and the resource allocation. That's really more how have we designed systems so that we can have a fail switch. And Commissioner Vang and I were just talking about how do we do systemic change without losing the personalized ability to help someone that doesn't fit within those systems. And then student success within financial aid, which really brings us back to a key definition around both, yes, academic and career potential, but being able to address someone's basic needs, which is really important to this commission. Next slide, please. You also know that we got here in a really fast pace because everything was changing around us. The transformational change was happening in higher education. Many of you have been leading that in your own professional capacities. You're doing that work in your own campuses with your own students. But you see here adult learners, the increasing cost of higher education. You see food and housing insecurity, the instability that has been created for some of our students. And then that innovation, right? That connection back to a state master plan for career education, dual enrollment, and even a big interest in California to better educate and create on-ramps for incarcerated individuals. Next slide. I'm grounding us here because today you're going to hear about 3 deep dives, right? 3 key populations that we talk a lot about, but because things are shifting so quickly, we as a commission need to really sit down and understand where we're headed next, so that we can really build the future for California. But this is our definition of student success, right? When you look at it at a landscape for financial aid offices, right? Our hope is that we are also worried and making the connections and the on-ramps to basic needs. You saw a beautiful example here at Southwestern yesterday. The support network, so think of the Men of Color group that they went and showed us, the new program that they launched. That's about support networks. I heard loud and clear from that team, the interconnections that they make back to Next Up, EOPS, right? So while they're there to be the family, the culture, they then connect the students to some of the other resources at the campus. And then the physical and mental well-being. You heard that in the Basic Needs Center. They all had handouts. I know we would ask the question around like mental health and how do we help those students and how is this program funded? We asked those questions because this is what we know it would take for a student to succeed. We are that greenish, I don't know, what color is that? Aqua? We are a really big part of the financial aid stability component because of our role in the state, right, in operating financial aid. But what I want us to really think about is the yes, and we play a critical role in connecting with student success professionals and campuses like our basic needs centers, like our Aid to Mend and our Men of Color groups, like our mental health resources, including legal services. Not because we're asking them to go and run financial aid, but because they're a key part of the recipe for student success. Next slide, please. So today you'll hear and you'll see across all of our presentations with the team, we've been doing this work internally. How do we make a mind shift, right? So how do we, if we're going to change culture, what are the things that we need to change? We have gotten very comfortable in higher education, not just in financial aid, in especially in hard years, where we're really focused on how a program runs because that's all the money that we have, or we can only serve that set of students. So the mind shift for us at CSAC, and that I want us to really think about today as you do your yes and, is when we look at a problem, does it have a limited impact or will it give us a maximum impact, right? We want maximum impact because we're a state agency. We want to serve students at scale. Are we building disconnected efforts or are we actually integrating our efforts? For example, we get a brand new program like Cal HBCU or Golden State Teacher Grant Program. How have we built an on-ramp to other resources that we have? How are we jointly advertising and connecting with that same population, especially if a program goes away or it has one-time funding? Are we being program implementers? We could be very good at implementing a program, or are we being program innovators? Because program innovators can still be effective, but they're innovating because they're going back to review their data. They're innovating by going back and saying, we need more resources, or you have become so exclusive that these populations are being left behind. And that's what a program innovator does, right? We're not just implemented what we have been handed. Are we implementing a one-time funded program or is it an on-ramp to aid? And it could be all forms of aid. It doesn't just have to be CSAC funding. And then lastly, are we being institution-centered or student-centered? We are asking those questions internally for ourselves. And so I want to invite you today, as you're having your conversations, as you're seeing my team present, ask that question. So is that student-centered, or what makes it so hard about the problem that we're solving that we can't be student-centered? What are the barriers? That's a really important question to ask, because it's not that it can't be done, it's that we haven't done the work to bring our partners along, to give them the resources to want to join us to be student-centered. Next slide. And as you all know, there's always the carrot and the stick. We can lecture, do all kinds of conversations, and change is just really, really hard. But I know that as we do this implementation and this work for the team and I, it comes down to three major things. And it could be anything, but this is our implementation framework, which we presented to you when we adopted this work. We then walked through a whole presentation in January of this year of how we would implement. But ultimately, to help people change, we need to provide them the resources to want to do this work, to be able to do this work, the invitation to be our partners, and then to make it sustainable, the policy change that is needed to help them be successful. And that applies to us as well. So as we do this work today, we share our commitments on the right side, which we've said that we are committed to. On the left side is how we do it for ourselves and how we can help others join us along for the ride. I want to ask the team to go to our next slide. We're doing really good on time, and I'm really excited because when we talk about partners, there are all kinds of partnerships. And one of the most important partnerships that CSAC has is actually with our counselors. And every year, as you all know, there is an award. It's called the Marmaduke High School Counselor Award. And this award is really special. I came in to learn about our process, to learn about our statewide reach, and all of the nominations that were coming in. This year, you had 150 nominations for this award. I want to thank Commissioner Doppelmoore for volunteering and helping us get this to the finish line. She will be presenting shortly. I'll also be joined by our chair, who will also be presenting as a part of this award. But I want to share a little bit about why this year was so unique and special. Number one, we're doing it here at one of our commissioner meetings. And that is already very different from what we have done as an agency in the past. We're doing it in a campus, which is also very different. And we're doing it at a time where this work has gotten a lot harder. So today, here with us is our winner for 2025. I will ask her to join us up here as a presenter, and your guest, or you're going to take pictures. Okay. Okay. And I want us all to please congratulate, a round of applause to Dr. Scott. Welcome, Dr. Scott. Dr. Scott is joining us from LA, and I want to share just a little bit about the award and then, of course, about her, and I'll hand it over to Chair Cifuentes shortly. This award is not just because of the impact that Dr. Scott has had, but it is an award that you all created for many, many years because you wanted to award someone that could build the relationships and the trust with students and families. And that is what Dr. Scott lives and breathes. Trust with families and students. That is already hard work. It's also an award that is given to someone that can create buy-in, that can change the culture on a campus, bring colleagues, staff, administrators along, as hard as that work may be. She knows that to make the work sustainable, she needs those partnerships on her sites with her families and her students so that it's not just one person making the difference. We saw that in her application. And then third, a really strong determination for student success. We saw that through the nomination process, from students, through interviews. There was nothing that Dr. Scott would not do for her students, which is an inspiration. And that determination is why we're all here and why we're so excited to give you this award today. It is an award that's been sponsored by the Haas Junior Fund as a part of the California Student Aid Commission. And I want to share a few more words about your application that stood out for us. And so, commissioners, if you'll allow me. Dr. Scott's career has been marked by her dedication to education equity, college access, and student advocacy. She has a deep commitment to serving low-income, underrepresented, and first-generation college students. She is instrumental in helping students navigate the college application and financial aid application processes. She led the innovation and the work needed for programs such as Senior Day workshops for underclassmen who needed help completing their FAFSA and CADAA, many of them transferring and enrolling at UC and CSU campuses. She also helped them with their common application, and yes, of course, applications to California's community colleges. She also leads regional workshops and campus workshops for more students to get involved, to ensure that she's building the relationships with her families and all of the school site faculty and teachers. She brings in the community wide to create a culture of readiness. That's one of the things she's really committed to. How does she start that relationship earlier with the families? Dr. Scott fosters strong partnership with the University of California, Los Angeles, and relationships with organizations like UCLA Collaborative and UCLA Destination, College Advisors Corps, and Upper Bound, organizations that all work to increase college-going rates for underrepresented communities. Her innovation doesn't stop there. She is passionate towards her students. She leads monthly college readiness communications, COCO and college, and counseling, which has helped her increase parent engagement. Dr. Scott knows how the transformative power of having a community that supports every student is imperative for every member of her community. So she not only does that at her school site, she lives and breathes it for her community in LA. Her impact is acknowledged by her colleagues and students alike, and she will be sharing a few words, but first I wanted to ask, I think there's a video of one of her students introducing her, and so I want to hand it over to the student leader, one of Dr. Scott's students.
Greetings, my name is Charles Simon, and today I have the absolute pleasure and honor of introducing a tremendous woman. Someone who's been unbelievably generous with her time and effort since the day I first met her, as she's helped me and countless other students at Venice High School learn about and apply for colleges. That tremendous woman is Dr. Scott. At Venice, we have 2 college counselors for over 2,000 students. And despite there being so many of us kids to manage, Dr. Scott finds a way to help each and every one of us. In my case, Dr. Scott wasn't my assigned college counselor, yet she still found the time to help me through essays, applications, scholarship recommendations, while teaching me and the other students at Venice High about the financial aid process. What makes Dr. Scott so special is not just her work inside the office, but her connections with students all across campus. Whenever I see her in the halls, she's a smiling, familiar face that I always want to go and talk to. Someone who, when you share your scholarship or college successes, will wholeheartedly congratulate you and be just as excited or even more excited than you are. With their support, I have been accepted to USC and won various scholarships, including becoming a Milken Scholar. Dr. Scott is not just a counselor at Venice. She is a mentor, a motivator, and a one-of-a-kind friend to all the students she has helped over the years. On behalf of the Venice High student body, I wholeheartedly would like to thank you, Dr. Scott, for giving us the tools and time to achieve the goals we never thought were possible. It has been an absolute pleasure learning from you, and there is nobody more deserving of this award.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know how you guys want me to talk after that. But
We'll give you a few minutes to get yourself, to collect yourself. No worries. So you have time to think. I get the honor of presenting you with this amazing award, Dr. Scott. And I think hearing when we read about your application and read about your work, I'm a former school counselor myself, and just hearing your students say, you know, even though she wasn't my counselor, she still helped. She still knew I needed that. I know sometimes in order to make those relentless commitments to students, we don't always make friends. It's not always perfect, and we're not always operating in the box that we want us to. But your application was loud and clear that you are relentless for students, and your core is, I didn't come here to make friends. I came here to help kids. And I think students, and I think that's what stood out the most about your application. And I think, you know, never allow people to dim that light that you have, and that brightness and that commitment to students. And, you know, you have over, 20 years of experience, 20 years of counseling experience. I mean, your resume is just amazing and strong, but you choose to stay with students that need to see representation, that need to see someone that cares, that need to see that there's other hopes and possibilities. And your student couldn't have said it better. But I think what stood out to me when Dr. Gonzalez said about he wasn't even on your caseload, right? But they know that, okay, that's someone I can go to. That's someone I can reach and get help. And I just want to say thank you for your commitment to our students and to continue the advocacy. And I know that those roads aren't always easy, and sometimes you have to rock the boat to make change. We're not going to make change if we keep doing the same thing for students. And you understand, financial aid access to higher ed will change their lives. His life will be different because he's a Trojan now. His experience, his friendships, his community that he's going into now will forever be changed, because you opened that door for him and you told him that he belonged. And so please, I know to get to this spot right here, to beat out over 150 other counselors was not easy. Don't let them dim your light. Don't let that happen. So on behalf of the California Student Aid Commission, I want to award you the Arthur S. Marmaduke High School Counselor Award for this 2025 year. And commissioners, we will do a formal picture, but I wanted to give you that award, and I want to give you a hug too. Okay, I'm going to turn over to Commissioner Doppelmore now, who's going to give you money. And this is your money, not to spend money on students, because I know you're going to probably spend at least 100 of it on kids. This is yours, okay? All right. Okay.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Miss Dr. Rainisha Scott. It was an honor and an absolute pleasure reading over your application. Everything that has been shared so far today, the innovation, the creativity, it just absolutely jumped off the page. What your application demonstrated was what has said earlier, not just your engagement inside the classroom, on the campus, outside of the campus, but to say something different too that was in your application is that you also give it forward. You're not a gatekeeper on your innovation and your creativity. You have passed that baton forward, and you have encouraged other practitioners, which is very important. I think that what the student mentioned is that there's just 2 students servicing the body of Venice High School. So we need more. And what you have done is you have not been a gatekeeper. You have encouraged and also motivated other people in the counseling space to take on that role. So again, on the behalf of the Student Aid Commission and our sponsors, it is a pleasure, in addition to the award, is to present you with the Haas Junior Fund Foundation Award of the Arthur Marmaduke Award. This fund is based in San Francisco. They are dedicated to advancing equity, justice, and the opportunities so that every person has the chance to thrive and achieve. Their support has been instrumental in promoting college access and affordability across the country. So again, with that, I would like to present you with this monetary donation of $1,500 on the behalf of the Haas Junior Foundation. And again, congratulations.
I'm going to try to say it without tears. I think I want to, first of all, thank God, because without him, none of this is possible. I want to thank my family because they have partnered with me. They've walked alongside me. And as a mother in this work right now with a recent college graduate and two more coming behind, I'm right in the thick of the work at home as well. And when I think about the journeys that each of them are taking and how I at least have the information, I know how many students do not. And so they have the privilege of some of my presentations they probably know by heart by now. They can quote a lot of things out of them, especially having lived through it during the pandemic right alongside me. But also as I was a first generation college student and having to attend, so it's full circle because I went to San Diego State right here in this community, and being from a low income background, a lot of my why is I didn't plan to go to college to be an educator. I went to college, I thought, for law school, and worked at a high school here locally, helping students bring their test scores up. And I just fell in love. The work that meant for my heart to help those students to get to the next level was really kind of the beginning of how I fell into this work. And along the way, realized that I had something that I could share. And while I may have seemed like I came from a deficit because I didn't have that, that was what helped me all the more to be able to understand the journeys of the students. So I have been privileged to be partners with them, to be a part of their journey, to them giving me the privilege to hold space for them, to advocate for them, to fight with them, to be on a discovery journey with them. And all of that has been more my privilege, I believe, than theirs. So to just watch them achieve things they thought they never could do has been inspirational. It's my why. It's why I continue to do the work every day. And I hope that as I continue to do the work and I mentor other counselors and I take on interns, it's my hope that I leave the profession better than when I came. So that's what I desire to do. I love you all's change words that you put up, because I was like, yes, yes, yes. That's what it is that I strive for every day. Like, how do we change the culture? How do we shift it? How do we dig deeper? How do we do something different to be able to help get kids across the bridge? And so I like to say I'm just a bridge builder. I just like to help, like, how do we help you get across? So I thank you all for recognizing the work. I thank the commission for all you do. I think all of us in this work together, especially these last 2 years, has not been an easy feat, but being able to have partners and people that support the work is important. For recognizing the work, you don't do it for that. So when it's done, you're appreciative that someone sees and understands, you know, what it takes and supports it. So I thank the commission, I thank the foundation, and I thank each of you for the work that you guys do to help make education accessible for students. So thank you guys. Oh, and I think I turn it back over to Dr. Gonzalez. Thank you.
We're great on time, so I'm wondering if anyone would like to say a few words, and then we can take a break for photos.
Oh, okay. I see myself, my younger self in you. I appreciate you. And I hope that the counselors that you mentor will keep that torch burning bright, and they will pass it on too, because all students need very dedicated counselors, and we are far and few between. As the young man said, 2 counselors for 2,400. That's a heck of a caseload.
For that, it was just.
Yeah, say, and they're expecting you to do the academic work, not the extra. It's just make sure they have the English, the math, the social studies, and they forget that it's a whole person. It's not just your schedule and all of the things that you bring as a mom. You bring your own luggage, and then you get more luggage when you get to the job. And to hold up at a high school, we are the beginning of what CSAC is all about, financial aid. You don't need financial aid to go to high school, but you need to know about it in high school. You need to know about it before high school so that you can be prepared. And a lot of families and students don't get that for various reasons. And even though it's 2025, they're still, I'm the first generation in my family to go. And we need more of you. Can we clone you? Because we need more, because we need to some kind of way cut down that percentage of first generation. Don't stop. Don't stop. You've done it for 20 years. You got 20 more in you. Hang in there. I did it 44 years. So.
Lou. Okay, I just want to say thank you so much for the work that you do. I'm going into my senior year at CSUN, and so it hasn't been that long since I left high school, but I've heard so many amazing things of Venice High School. I'm also from LA. I went to Fairfax. So we were kind of rival schools, but I've heard so many amazing things about Venice, and the one thing that I always took away from the community in the high schools of LA is that there's not a lot of help that you can find. And being a first generation student, my counselors could only give me so much because our school was also big and they had maybe 3 counselors serving a population of 1,800. So it's hard. It's hard finding that help, and it's hard being able to navigate the world when you don't have anyone else to navigate it with you, especially when you're like an older sibling or an only child. It's really hard to navigate it. And I just want to say thank you for everything that you do. You have changed so many lives, and you will continue to change so many lives. And I'm sure every single one of your students will leave that campus remembering you and thanking you and giving a lot of credit to where they will be headed because of you. So thank you so much.
And we'll go ahead and I think this screen is probably so we can fit all in. We'll probably good. Or you think outside? Okay, we're gonna go outside and take a good picture with everybody. I want to echo Dr. Gonzalez shared that we normally we don't always get to go to do these awards, and it's like 1 or 2 of us gets to go, and so it was just important with everything happening. That when you said those 2 years, I knew exactly what you meant. It was this, that application was something. It's still right, but it was important for all of us to be here for you. We all wanted to be here for you to celebrate you, and we know has not been easy. So we just want to say thank you again for your commitment. We just look forward to hearing more about the amazing work you're doing. And I do want to make sure sometimes we forget, thank you to your husband and your family. Please make sure you thank your children, yes. Because you, when you're a counselor, you carry that work home. You can't, you carry it home. And I'm sure he's had to hear about the stories and how long you stayed on the hotline with federal student aid and just like, can you believe this one? I know he's heard it and he had to be your rock. And during those tough times when sometimes you couldn't solve it and graduation was coming, and just want to say thank you as well to the family. Okay. All right. We'll take a 10-minute break and we're going to head outside to take a group picture. Thank you. All right, commissioners, we're going to come back together in just a moment. We're waiting for two more commissioners to join us.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, welcome back. Thank you so much for those of you online and allowing us to do our quick break so we can take a picture to continue to celebrate Dr. Scott and her tremendous work on her financial aid efforts with our students. So we're going to go ahead and move on to our next item on the agenda. This is item number 6, our Student Success Blueprint, defining student success for all students with a focus on equity. And this is our deep dive. And commissioners, I'm going to ask you in your folder, you have a handout. If you could go ahead and take that one out, the title at the top says Students with a Focus on Equity. And so these are some of the guiding questions we're going to ask you to just jot down some notes on as we're going through the next portion of this item. So question number 1, is this in alignment with CSAC's Student Success Blueprint? Number 2, what CSAC Student Success Blueprint goal will this help us advance? And 3, what partners, resources, or policy changes will enable progress? So we're asking you to definitely take down notes for this next session, your thoughts and ideas. And then I mentioned earlier, and I want to say thank you again to our commissioners who we divided up our time together, and I'm excited to turn it over to Commissioner Dow and Commissioner Doppelmoore for our item number 6 to talk about the focus on equity and taking a deep dive.
Hello. Yes, again, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am very excited to introduce this item along with my fellow commissioner, Audrey Dow. Worked very closely with Tay Kang, Catalina Missler. And again, thank you, Chair, Dr. Daisy Gonzalez, Chair Cifuentes, and Vice Chair Day for the opportunity for us to break into smaller sessions and kind of have a deeper discussion. So today, CSAC Student Success Blueprint, Student Success for all students with a focus on equity. I would just like to open a little bit and to say, to understand the diversity of students and how to address equity within California. California is the most populated state with just shy of 40 million people, 39.4. We must look at this, take a regional gap approach and look at and design a pathway for the success of historically students that have been underrepresented. This is not the first time that the California Student Aid Commission has sought to address equities. Over the years, the Commission has launched efforts such as the African American Student Initiative. We've convened with listening sessions and we've held roundtable discussions with our Black educators and advocates within the space. We've also recently, we did a PSA with the National Basketball Association. These initiatives reflect a genuine commitment to engagement. However, there remains a critical opportunity to move beyond just the dialogue and deliver measurable, lasting impact for Black student success. The pathway forward demands intentionality, intentionally strategic, sustainable investments, accountability to ensure that our efforts truly meet the needs and success of our students. Just some background, California, we have the largest number of segments serving our students here in the state of California, with our UCs, 10 campuses. Our CSUs, we have 22 campuses. And for our community college, there is 116 campuses that are servicing the large, diverse population that we have. 77% of the students at the K-12 population identify as students of color. Systemic and economic barriers have contributed to the persistent achievement gaps in higher education. The student group most impacted by this are Black, Latino, low-income, and first-generation students. California, the college going rate is the lowest for African Americans and Latino students, according to the Public Policy Institute of California. These statistics reveal that underrepresented students continue to face many barriers, and they persist as they pursue a post-secondary education. Those barriers that they are presented with are poverty or overrepresentation in our foster care system. We have a high number of students that are incarcerated. A through G completion, the awareness and support for a college going culture, and also a college affordability, which is the main barrier, the highest barrier. And also we are looking at transfer pathways for these students, for our student population. Half of the first-time college students earn a bachelor's degree within 4 years. While overwhelming, the college completion rates have shown progress. Equity gaps in higher education for historically underrepresented students continue to exist, with a 6-year graduation trend, 83% of Asian students, 75% of white students, 64% for Latino students, and 52% of Black students population. When we look at the largest disparity, racial disparity, this is at our UC system, where 71.5% of Asian students graduate within 6 years, 71.7% of white students, 53.6% of Latin students, and 42.2% for Black students. When we look at persistence, nearly half of Black students who attend college left with a degree. Nearly 2/3 of those Black students who attend a higher education institute begin their post-secondary journey at a community college. Out of those, 63% of Black community college students do not earn a degree or certificate or transfer to a 4-year within 6 years. 93% of Black for-profit college students do not complete a degree within 6 years. Looking at transfer, California Community College transfer, only 83% of Black students within 2 years, and out of that, only 35% transfer within 6 years. Looking at non-traditional students, in 2016, there were 385,000 Black students within the age range of 25 to 64 years, attending some of them and earning no degree obtainment. Therefore, to address the equity, we must design a pathway of success to overcome the barriers, ongoing challenges, and systemic issues affecting higher education outcome of underrepresented students in our state. This means that designing a pathway for the success of African American Black students who we are leaving behind. A report by in 2019 by the Campaign for College Opportunity states, I quote, "Addressing persistence and growing problems throughout the educational pipeline is essential to advancing Black educational success and achieving true educational opportunities and equity for all." An equity-minded financial aid approach, using that as a front door to higher education in California, continues to lead the way in providing state financial aid entitlement programs to qualified students at eligible participating institutions. The Cal Grant Entitlement Program offers high school graduating seniors, community college students, and students transferring to a 4-year institution with aid to cover tuition fees. A Cal Grant Access Award of up to $1,600 covers living expenses for low-income students, while the passage of AB 469, which was written by Assemblywoman Eloise Reyes in 2023 to 2024, requires that all public high school seniors are required to complete their financial aid application unless they opt out. This policy's aim was to increase the access to financial aid and support for all students and families, from underrepresented high school students, where many of them are underrepresented. A lot of the unrepresented students attend these high schools. Numerous reports and articles indicate that poverty and income issues play a significant role in the challenges faced by our unrepresented students in high school. The contributions of graduation rates compared to other gaps. In 2026, approximately 15% of Black California families lived in poverty. This is disproportionately a higher rate representing the general population here in the state of California. We also know that Black students are more likely to be overcrowded, segregated, fewer college preparations and resources. There's a higher school to prison pipeline than a school to college pipeline. This was a report done by the Campaign for College Opportunities in 2019. Therefore, college affordability is a major obstacle that needs to be solved with higher education, K through 12, government, as well as social services and our partners and allies. The comparison of unmet financial need among racial and ethnic groups reveal significant disparities. The gap between college costs and affordability is substantial. Black students face an average of $9,000 of unmet need. American Indian, African American, Asian, Latinx, and Hispanics and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander students have an average of approximately $6,000 in unmet need. This is in a stark contrast to white students who often are able to cover college with grant and financial contributions, and at the end, there is an approximate $300 surplus for these students. Many financial aid programs only cover tuition and fees, leaving students to fund the financial aid cost and the full cost of tuition on their living expenses on their own. And when this happens, many of the students facing unmet need are unable to continue their college-going journey, and many of them drop out due to unbearable expenses beyond their reach. This often necessitates taking on higher student loan debt, which can create additional stress and make the persistent graduate even more difficult. And what was shared today, we also, from our president yesterday here at Southwest College, what was shared is that of course, we all know this, there is that a number of students are also financing their education on their credit card, which imposes an additional debt and with high interest rates as well. So current financial aid programs for underrepresented students, FAFSA provides a pathway for California students with financial needs to be considered for financial aid, such as the Pell Grant and federal loans. The state-based financial aid programs administered by the California Student Aid Commission that serves these students include Cal Grant, middle class scholarships, the Chafee, and the Cal HBCU transfer program. The California HBCU program awards approximately $5,000 to participating students who transfer from a California community college to an eligible partnering historically Black college and university. This program has a cap of approximately 80 students per year, and eligibility also depending on the number of the participating HBCU institutions that meet the requirements of an associate's for transfer, an ADT, with California Community College's Chancellor's Office. With refinement of this program, this may expand the financial aid eligibility and resources for underrepresented students in the California that transfer by participating in additional funding for students with dependents, California Black serving institutions. Eligibility requirement may incentivize college enrollments and the persistence rate. And with that, what I'll do is I will turn it over to my fellow commissioner, Audrey Dow, who will cover the ecosystems.
Is this on? Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner Doppelmoore. And again, thank you to the commission leadership for including this vital discussion. Where I want to start before introducing our guest speaker again is to say that college still matters. Whether or not you are listening or watching television or TikToks or whatever, and this this question about the value proposition of post-secondary education is being posited. The reality is that a post-secondary credential matters. It is still the entry-level requirement to a good job, a career, to having health insurance, to having retirement, to having all of those things that make life good and stable, that makes people economically mobile. And the reality is, as Commissioner Doppelmoor shared, there are real gaps. There are real gaps in access. There are real gaps in completion. There are real gaps in attainment. There are real gaps in workforce participation by race and ethnicity, by income, and by region. And this false idea that we can ignore equity, that we can ignore race, that we should be afraid to talk about race, that we should be afraid to talk about these gaps that exist is, I think, abdicating our responsibility as student aid commissioners, as stewards of education in the state of California. The reality is, if we don't look at data and we don't call out the disparities, we will never design the interventions that are needed to close those gaps. And that's why I am so thrilled that we have Dr. Keith Curry with us today, because he has been unabashed, along with his board of trustees, unabashed in saying, where are our gaps? What do our students need? And how do we buck all of the rules? How do we think differently? How do we partner where we've never partnered before to design systems that work for our students? Because that's what it means to be student-centered, right? It's not what the institution needs to preserve itself. It's not how we've always done things. It's not what our bylaws necessarily allow for. It's what do our students need to be successful? And they are more than just people who are learning English and math and their subjects. They are people who need housing. There are people who need food, transportation, childcare, healthcare. They need all of those things. And our institutions of higher education can be those things in partnership with others if they're serious about student success. So the invitation to all of you for this discussion is to, I think, in particular, focus on question 3 as we're listening and learning from Dr. Curry, which is what partners, resources, or policy changes are going to enable progress for us. From where we stand at the Student Aid Commission, what is possible for us to do if we think differently, if we act differently, to address some of these challenges systemically? And I think keeping in mind the structural change on the next page, mindset shift, being student-centered, being innovators, thinking about integrating reforms. I think that is what is going to allow us to be the catalysts we need to be at this moment, that is shutting down equity, that is really putting in the minds of students right now, you don't need to go to college. And we know exactly who they're talking to, right? We know exactly who that narrative is being painted for. It is for those students who have been underinvested in. And so with that, again, I want to turn it over to Dr. Curry, Dr. Keith Curry, who is the president and CEO of Compton College. I hope he doesn't mind, but I call him a friend, who has been, the head of Equity Avengers, who has led so many efforts up and down the state and in the country, really modeling what it means to be a servant leader, what it means to be unapologetically race forward, and has had not just the language and the platform to talk about these things, but also the success and the results. It is amazing. And I hope soon we can get onto his campus to see the work that he's doing, building housing, building stadiums and centers and health centers. It's just amazing what he's doing. So I'm thrilled. We're here to learn from you. And we're also here, Dr. Curry, to be challenged by you. And I hope you have a list of things for us to do that we can get to.
Yeah, my staff does have a list. The last 3 slides. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for this opportunity. when Dr. Gonzalez reached out to me in regards to this, I didn't know what it's going to look like or what was going to unfold. But my over the last year and a half, my mindset has changed regards to student success and how do we work with our students. I'm really focused on how do we organize our institutions and hold individuals accountable for this work, but also utilizing existing laws to our advantage. I think one of the issues we have in the state of California, and I'm being critical, is that systems, policies, and structures, right? Our systems don't talk to each other, not only from the segments, but then also within our own campuses, right? What the systems look like regards to supporting student success. What does the policy look like from statewide, but then also on our local campuses as well, do they support student success? And then the structure, right? And when I look at higher education, especially community colleges, we have silos within our organizations, and we have different houses within our different rooms within a house, within the organization that don't even talk to each other. And then we say we want to support student success, and then we start to look at the data, we're like, what's going on? But everyone's pointing a finger at each other, right? That has to stop. And in order for that to stop, we have to look at ourselves critically, but then also we have to support leaders. And leaders have to be unapologetic and have to push the agenda to be able to support student success. At the end of the day, it's about outcomes. At the end of the day, it's about outcomes. So how do we get there? So I want to just spend some time. I thought it might be. Okay, next slide. We got it. We would make this work. Teamwork makes the dream works. The first, I just want to talk a little bit about some policies. I think it's very important as leaders within California and also as commissioners. You know, since 2011, there's been several bills that have been passed to support student success, especially in California community colleges. I have in my slide deck, I usually have all 12 pages of it, and I was like, I don't have enough time for that today. But I think it's very important to think about a couple of them. One that I'm always focused on is AB 1705 and 705 as it relates to transfer level English and math completion. That is our biggest problem right now, especially for Black students. Can we get students through transfer level English and math at California community colleges? If they're not getting through transfer English and math, they're not transferring, period. We talk about all these other initiatives. We talk about all this other stuff, but they're not getting through transfer level English and math. That's a problem. But also, too, the social degree for transfer. Look, we create so many different majors within higher education, and we want students to get in those different majors. And then how many of those students actually are going to get jobs with livable wages in those majors? But there's a lot of majors that are being created in California community colleges and also in higher education. There's an article that was written last year in Inside Higher Ed. It talked about the number of majors that was created outside of STEM. So why is STEM not creating more majors? Because biology, chemistry really doesn't change that much. But we're creating majors in other areas and expecting students to get jobs in those areas, but do they really get jobs in those areas that they have livable wages? So when we think about California and what's happening, how do we utilize the current laws that have been passed and signed by the governor to our advantage, but also how do we operationalize those laws? Every year as California community colleges, we get that email in January that says, oh, these are different laws that are passed and they got to implement those. So how do you operationalize those laws? And we're still, at most of our colleges, trying to operationalize AB 705, AB 1705, right? Trying to figure out ways to support students in transfer level English and math. But also, we're trying to figure out ways to support the ADTs, and what does that look like when students transfer to a four-year college and university? And those two I'm going to outline a lot during this conversation today. Next slide. At Compton College, we just redid our strategic master plan. And I talk about this a lot with individuals because I look at strategic master plan as your vehicle to support student success. It includes your facilities plan, includes your education plan, includes your staffing plan, includes your technology plan, and also includes your strategic enrollment management plan. And also for us, it includes our equity plan as well. But we have one goal, that's it, which is to accelerate student completion with advancing equity and success. I don't want to talk about nothing else except that. Because if students are not completing their program and are and transferring or getting a job with livable wages, we failed. So what does that look like as an institution to be focused on one goal for the next 10 years as it relates to student success? So what does that look like? Next slide. So we organize ourselves around the completion by design model. This was around the Gates Foundation's research of completion. You know, before the Guided Pathways movement happened, before even what we're working on now has happened. You know, we had research from completion by design. And when you look at higher education, there's always a new initiative people want to implement or a new design. My philosophy is let's stick to what works and let's build off of that, because we cannot continue to pivot regards to what is the new research that we need to do versus saying, how do we create a new structure within our organization? So at Compton College, we're organized around the completion by design framework. And in Compton College 2035, it looks at connection. How do we connect with our students? That's where the dual enrollment happens. And also that when you do your outreach services, how you connect with students on their initial application to enroll at your institution. What does entry look like when students enter your campus? That's transfer level English and math. And what does that look like? What does progress look like? That's looking at 75% of the degree program and seeing where students are at and how you support those students in that work. And then completion and then transition. But we organize ourselves around this work, and you organize your programs and services around this work as well. So that means everyone's on board with what does completion by design look like within our areas, and then also what does the work look like within our areas as we move forward. And when you think about guided pathways is a component of completion by design. It's focused on how the students enter your campus as it relates to transfer level English and math, but it also looks at how the students progress, right? And how you follow up with those students. At Compton College, our campus is organized around guided pathways. So when you talk about meta majors and the guided pathways research, that is our academic divisions. It's not an initiative. It's not a program. We restructured our entire campus in 2019 as a part of guided pathways, where we have guided pathways divisions. So STEM is a division, and the meta majors are the majors of that division. So we took the research from Columbia, from Teachers College, and applied that to our structure. And so when we think about our degrees, we only offer 43 degrees and 42 certificates. And we're offering all the ADT degrees we can offer. And we're pushing ADTs. Why is ADTs important? Think about it from this perspective. Our campus and our students, Black students on our campus, number of units they take for ADT is 96. Our goal is 67. We won't know that unless we start to look at the data. We have Black students taking more courses than they need. What is the impact? Mr. Day, we have a student going to Cal State LA. This student completed 105 units. She has a degree in child development from Compton College. She has exhausted her financial aid. We failed that student. How do we know that? Because there we look at the data. And we're capturing that data, but it's ADT data. So we have to be very mindful of what program and service we offer, but also be able to break down the data disaggregated by race, age, and also gender to be able to have conversations about that. Next slide. But you also have to take into account the ROI, and that was research from the College Future Foundation last week, was look at the ROI for students in completion. And at Compton College, it was 13 years for somebody to recoup their funding they paid for school. Back, you gotta go back one more. I'm not done yet. You have to go. So when you start thinking about completion and ADT completion, and also your program where students are going into the workforce, 13 years. And the student example I just gave you, you know why. That student had $14,000 in loans. When they go to Cal State LA, they're going to be looking at taking out loans in order to complete. So what's going to be return on investment? But it's not that student's fault. It's our fault based off of waiver structure, because the financial aid should have contacted that student, right? Their academic counselor should have contacted that student. Who had that conversation with that student? The real conversation. But when you talk about guided pathways and being connected to the student, that means you have a connection with the student. You know the student. Obviously, we didn't have that connection. But when you look at this guided pathways work and also completion by design, you have to also look at the money part of it as well. So when you think about the different houses, the fiscal house at community colleges, they might not be thinking about how does the completion by design framework impact them. So in meetings, they might not be paying attention. And they might not be paying attention because saying, I'm all worried about is the revenue, and I'm worried about expenses. I'm not worried about how the money's coming in based off of the student-centered funding formula. So what we did at Compton College, we mapped this out. We mapped out where you can make investments as it relates to our students. So why we focus on social security transfers? We make more money because of that. Mm-hmm. But also it makes sense. We also focus on students completing 9 units. Right? Why do students in CTE, career technical education, take less? They take the 9 units and they go get a job. So why we're not creating programs to support them as adults to be able to complete the program after they get those 9 units, but really making those investments, but really organizing yourselves around that. But also too, when you think about dual enrollment and why dual enrollment is so important, You get funded at the full-time equivalent FTS at California Community College for dual enrollment students. It is actually a benefit for us to be working with dual enrollment students. I saw a study last night, one of my researchers posted on LinkedIn. This is pretty cool, where the researchers posted stuff on LinkedIn. For ninth grade students, we had 36. It was a ranking in California Community Colleges, and we were ranked second with the number of ninth graders who are taking dual enrollment. Think about those students when they complete and what could happen with them as relates to affordability, right? That's a benefit not only to them, but also to their families, because they don't have to pay. They'll be able to go, when they go to the four-year college university, they might only be there for 2 years, or they might be there for 3, but they're saving money. So think about those types of benefits. But we have to look at our completion by design framework, but also understanding where do you make investments financially, and think about that transfer level English and math, and getting students through transfer level English and math. Next slide. But then you also think about the ROI and the return on investment. This just came out last week, and I spoke on the panel for the College Futures Foundation. But when I looked at this data, and most people are like, oh, Dr. Kerr, are you upset? No, I'm not actually. I actually learned something in this process. I learned, one, that our students the general studies major is popular on our campus, and they're not moving into ADTs. That's on us. 1,300 students since 2019 were in a general studies degree. That's on us, right? We have to be able to look at that. We also have to look at the number of students who are taking, the number of units they're taking, right? And really start to break down what units are they taking and when are they seeing intervention from counseling to ensure that those students are getting on the right path early on instead of missing out on wasting units. So it's very important we look at due data, but also look at the return on investment, that this is what everyone's going to be talking about. It is not just a California conversation. I've seen reports in Virginia, Texas, and also Florida regards to the return on investment. So what does that look like? Because when we start to talk about return on investment, think about the amount of aid we're giving out to students. What's that return on investment? Think about the amount of aid that you're giving out from the California Student Aid Commission on students, and what is our return on investment in regards to those funds? Next slide. So when I think about the work that we're doing at Compton College and how we organize ourselves around completion by design, we have created our institutional set goals through 2035. I wrote an article for a trustee magazine that's coming out in September/October, where I talked about outcomes. We're going to be the first community college that not only that we have institutional set goals that the Board of Trustees approved in June of this past year, but they also approved that we're setting these institutional set goals at the program and academic department level. Think about that for a second. You're talking about categorical programs, but also academic programs have to be able to respond to why are students in your program not completing transfer level English and math. And the data will be disaggregated by race. It will be available tomorrow at our managers meeting, where the managers are going to be the first ones to see it. At the program level, we're going to redesign our program review, our program plans, our annual plans, and our planning process to include these goals for the next 10 years. You can't talk about institutional change where the only individuals who are talking about the institutional set goals is the Board of Trustees and the college president. I don't teach transfer level English and math. Let that sit for a second. So how do we organize ourselves around these institutional set goals with managers in different programs and departments? And I use this example of EOPS and CARE, which is Extended Opportunity Program and Services. I had a conversation with my staff about this. If we're giving all these benefits to our students, and I have Black students not taking transfer level English and math in that program until the second year, we failed. And that's what the data showed. So as we revised in our program maps for our programs at our campus this summer, what we required was that transfer level English and math has to be on the program maps in the first semester. If it can't be in the first semester for that particular program, it has to be during the first year, period. No discussion. Because at the end of the day, if students are not taking transfer level English and math in the first year, and Black students are waiting until the second year, what's going to happen? When they fail that class, because some students are failing the class, they're not going to transfer after they got admitted. That's problematic. That's on us, right? Then we have students who have to stay the extra year, and guess what? They're taking more units because they need to survive, and they're taking out loans. That's problematic. So you have to be able to have institutional set goals, not just for the institution, but also at the program and department level. And then you have to be able to create structures to hold individuals accountable as you move forward. Next slide. So I wanted to share a little bit of data for you. I think this was kind of cool. My staff loved this. This shows our institutional set goals through 2024, 2025. Our successful enrollments increased by 34%. Our dual enrollment, we killed it. We killed it in dual enrollment. If you go to our graduation, you participate in our graduation, our board of trustee members, I never thought about this before, ever, right? Because our board of trustee members, usually they just go take pictures, everything's set up. Now we gotta be more organized because they want to take pictures with the high school students from their district. That was never a conversation before. And now we have to organize ourselves around that because we had over 120 students receive a degree from our K-12 high schools, and they participate in the programs. But also, too, you have to understand our basic needs services, which I'm not here to talk about today, but we're doing pretty well. But the high school students benefit. They come on our campus to get the 1 meal per day. They come to our farmers market where they get $20 to be able to participate in our farmers market every Wednesday from 3 to 7. They benefit in those services. But they also participate in graduation where their principals are on the stage. But look at the numbers. Look at the numbers of students who are completing transfer level English and math. That's still poor. There's still more work that needs to be done, but we saw an increase in those areas. But there's still more work that needs to be done. Look at the program course completion and what's happening at our institution. And then also look at the number of degrees conferred. We don't have the data for the number of degrees conferred because we're still verifying from commencement, but we still see the numbers have been increasing over the number of years. But how do we continue to look at this data and say, okay, how do we do better within these areas? And that's where the institutional set goals are there. And what we did, we created a formula for our institutional set goals. We looked at the last 5 years, did an average, and that became our new goal for the next year. So now we look at the programs and academic programs and student support services as we create those goals. They don't create their numbers. The formula was approved through our conversations with constituent groups. It's not them who set the goals. It's the methodology that we already applied. And the board approved the methodology last June. Next slide. So this is where the conversation comes in for you to start to think about. And I was asked to push, so I'm gonna push. It's to start to look at some of these barriers that we have as it relates to completion by design. One is the completion of transfer level English and math. Also, term-to-term persistence, making sure students are coming back. One of my things is how do we incentivize financial aid to make sure first year you might get this amount, but if you come back the second year, that amount increases, right? But also unclear career outcomes or salary expectations. So when you have your program maps at your institutions, make sure students see the linkage to those careers and what those salaries will look like. But then we also better make sure that they get those jobs and those careers at that salary. Because if we don't, they're going to tell people in their community that, you know what, they told me this could happen, but it did not happen. That means you have to have a real conversation with industry and have those partnerships with industry to make sure our students are getting jobs within the community. If not, they're going to leave the state. Not following their program maps. We have to make sure that our counseling and also support services individuals are ensuring students are following their program maps. So one of the things that we're doing with our data analyst people, we're doing a lot of different reports every single week regards to where our students are at and giving it to the practitioners. But really looking at the program maps to say, are the students on track to where they need to be? But then also looking at some of the systemic and external issues, right? What are the local labor market and the mixed match? Our limited ROI, return on investment for certain majors and certain degrees. Look, one of the things that people have to look at is look at some of the degrees that our students have, and are those degrees leading to jobs, right? The jobs where individuals are paying taxes on. And I won't go any further on that one, but just think about that for a second, right? We have to make sure that we offer these programs. If we're not offering the programs that are leading to jobs and students are making money, that's on us. The transfer bottleneck, I have served on the California State University System Strategic Enrollment Management Committee for the last year and a half. I have learned a lot about the transfer process. And at Compton College, we're focused on a 50-mile radius transfer. I've met with every single CSU partner within a 50-mile radius of our institution. And we're having conversations about what it looks like to transfer. And when our students did a focus group for CSU, they made it very clear that they want to make sure that we see the same type of basic needs services at the CSU campuses. But think about it for a second. Our students are staying longer because of the basic needs services. So think about that one student I brought up. So that student has been receiving the basic needs services. So that student have to know that at Cal State LA, these are basic needs services you'll be able to receive. So that makes the next person who follows, we reduce the number of units, but they also know they can receive those services at Cal State University LA. Also, the institutional processes that we need to look at. What is the impact on financial aid? and really being really strategic about that. Our data, one of my data people I met with on staff members I met on Tuesday, I was talking to on Tuesday, she created a new dashboard for our staff to be able to look at number of units, the amount of financial aid they receive, and also the academic program. And the reason why they did that, and we're doing it based off of completion by design, is the big, beautiful bill, right? Students might not be able to get a loan if they're in a program that does not have an ROI. The biggest loan program we have on our campus right now is nursing, but automotive, cosmetology. So what happens if students are in those programs, and majority of students in the programs are Black, are not able to receive that loan, they're not coming to our school. So how do we improve the return on investment for particular programs? And what does that look like? That means financial aid has to be involved in that conversation with the academic programs. And then also underutilizing technology. At Compton College, we have a banner ERP, but we also have Argos reporting. So we got a lot of different data. And what we created was a milestones document that says from week 1 through week 16, what's happened with the students. But also our data analyst people are pulling the data for the people for every single week of how do you follow up. And on our milestone document, not only do we say who's doing it, because there's accountability, but we also talk about what professional development is needed, and then also what data is needed to be able to support you. But it's about how do you organize yourself around that work. Next slide. But here's the opportunities, right? So really looking at career exploration, what does that look like at our institutions, and really supporting career and making sure we bring industry to the table, supporting students as ways to inform decision-making, advising guides, the program maps, making sure students follow it. And, you know, when you look at the program map and program mapper in California community colleges, it's a great tool. But that means you have to continue to update that tool, but make sure that it links to the CSU. We all have all these different tools to support students in academic planning, but these tools, with regards to systems, don't speak to each other. So you ask the student to do a program map at the California Community College, but the CSU uses something different. However, what we've been doing, work with our CSU partners, is that we have been working with their faculty and our faculty. We did it with Cal State Dominguez Hills and also Cal State Long Beach, that on our program mapper, it shows what classes students will need in order to complete that ADT at that four-year college. So if you're a high school student starting to dual enrollment, remember I said ninth graders, that's one of our largest, they can see that program map over 8 years if they were to transfer to Dominguez Hills or Cal State Long Beach. Also, how do we look at institutional improvements? How do we automate some of these processes at our institutions? How do we ensure that we have stackable credentials for students to able to move forward with the ROI? And I look at student aid, the California Student Aid Commission is looking at how can we incentivize some of our financial aid opportunities as ways to stackable and providing more incentives for students to do that. Curriculum review, really looking at our curriculum to make sure they're in line with the data market, and then also workforce development. And then strategic partnerships. How do you work with adult learners? That's going to be a big conversation as we move forward. How do we really work with adult learners? And LARC is our Los Angeles Regional Consortium within LA, linking the regional consortium to adult learners. But the CCHPP is that is our Compton Community Health Partnership that we have with Cal State University, Dominguez Hills, Compton College, Charles Drew University, Compton Unified School District, Kedron Health, Watts Health, and also St. John's Community Health. Those are 3 healthcare providers, and also with the K-12 district. Why I bring this up is we got foundations giving us money, and I'm telling people we don't want no more money. We brought in over $1.9 million in less than a year. And we've been able to hire staff, and now people want to give us more money. We're just trying to figure out what to do with it because we're really focused on building infrastructure to support it. The Keck Foundation gave us $1 million. We're hiring community navigators to help support health disparities within our community. But we've been able to utilize existing sources for funding to support health. And that has to be creative. Also looking at local labor market data. I was on a conversation this morning with some Black leaders in LA County, and we're talking about an article that came out in the LA Times about the LA Police Department trying to hire more regards to hiring Black police officers. And my comment was, what's the data look like? But then also too, how can we create pipelines? I'm not worried about who's in a pipeline right now. I'm worried about what the pipeline looks like in the future. And how can Compton in our area, but also other community colleges within our area be supportive of that? What programs are offered as well? So how do we look at the labor market and creating programs that are opportunities, and then also linking that to financial aid? And then the transfer piece, I've talked about a little bit about really being focused on transfer. And I'm telling you, we do a lot of transfer stuff at our institution, and we do a Northern California tour, but our students are not going to Northern California. So that's $15,000 saved on that tour that we can be able to reinvest in something else, because students are going to colleges within the 50-mile radius. Next slide. So this is the opportunity that I want to talk about. I had to give you all stuff about Compton and the things that we're working on, but this is where I think we can make some inroads as it relates to Student Aid Commission. So one of the things that I've been really focused on is our adult learners within Compton and working with Compton Unified School District, Linwood, and Paramount Unified School District we've been offering non-credit courses at our adult schools. What does it look like to push the students from non-credit to credit? And what laws should be looked at as well? Because I want to be able to see how can those students be able to transfer to a CSU. So we have some barriers, right? We have some students who are undocumented. And what does that look like? We also have loss of income while attending classes or lack of paid training options, right? Creating programs that support these students, that support their schedule. But what does it look like for those undocumented students? How can we utilize AB 540 to our advantage as relates to adult learners? What about the Cal Grant C in regards to non-credit programs and courses are ineligible for funding? What does Cal Grant C revised look like? What does the Dream Service and Incentive Grant look like for our students if that was changed to be able to support students that are in adult education? But also on a local level, what that look like as well? How can we, what can we do in regards to registering students? What can we do in regards to tracking, local tracking base for employment interests? How do we market to students in different languages who are adult learners? And then also mapping the licensing and employment requirement for students based off who might not be able to have a social security number. Next slide. So what are some program reform goals that we could possibly look at? AB 540 in regards to dual enrollment for adults, Cal Grant C, and also the Dream Service and Incentive Grant and what that could potentially look like to support our students. And then locally, how do we really support Senate Bill 554 implementation regards to dual enrollment at the adult schools and really mapping that out? And this connects to completion by design, right? It goes right back to connection, right? And then you're going right through that whole pathway. But you're looking at how you work with students who are non-credit, get them into credit, and then get them to be able to transition. But we're utilizing the current laws and also looking at expansion of laws to support these students. Next slide. But it's not just on you, right? This is a partnership when I look at this type of work as relates to adult learners. This is on us as well at Compton College. And I talked about this a little bit. What about our bilingual marketing materials, right? We could be better in regards to our website and really having more information in different languages to support our students. How do we improve CC Apply, our banner, and also our CRM integration with our adult schools? We already have MOUs, memorandum of understanding, with our K-12 districts. How do we expand that with the adult learners and also looking at that data? What it looks like to track students, right? Enhancing our CRM with adult learner fields to monitor data and to follow up with those students. Just look at our institutional set goals. That's one thing that's a part of it. Employer alignment, how we align whatever programs we have in licensing with our students for employment, especially for undocumented students. And then financial aid. How do we improve Cal Grant C, DSIG promotion, and staff training on SB 554? Our staff have to be aware of what the options are, availability of Cal Grant C, and also DSIG, not just our financial aid staff, right? That means, as I talked earlier about the different houses, everyone needs to be able to understand that. And then at Compton College, we want to make sure that we have alignment with our 2035 plan, right? So economic mobility, the equity components, the pathways, and then also the partnerships. So when I look at what's happening right now, not only state of California, but also federally, this is an opportunity. It's an opportunity to think differently. It's an opportunity for different segments to work together, but also to work with the Student Aid Commission to see how can we make strategic investments to support our students. And I'm here to talk about all students. But at the end of the day, it's about outcomes. If we don't improve outcomes in this state, we have a serious problem. And here's the serious problem, and I know I got a couple of minutes left. When we start to talk about outcomes and return on investment, we're talking about, from my perspective, we're talking about students being able to buy homes within the communities that they're from. If they're not able to buy homes in the communities they're from, they're leaving the state of California. So what do we want the state of California to look like? We want Californians to stay in California, am I correct? So in order for us to be able to do that, that means we have to change the way that we do business. And outcomes have to be our focus as a state. And the segments have to work together. The colleges have to work together. It's not about being competitive. It's about changing the narrative. Hope you understand that last statement. It's not about being competitive. It's about changing the narrative. And the narrative is that our students in California are completing and they're getting jobs with livable wages, where they're able to buy homes within the communities that they're from. If they're able to do that, then they can be able to be a part of the process of changing that community. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. Thank you so much, Dr. Curry, for your words. And I know we have questions from our commissioners, so I'm gonna, if you're okay with a few questions?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, perfect. All right. Do you have any questions from our commissioners? Please, Commissioner Robinson.
Yeah, thank you so much, President. And it's not a question, it's just I want to share my thought. And you talked a lot about the adult learner and everything. So outside my CSAC job, I work for Labor and Workforce Development Agency. It's called LWDA. And we talk a lot about what you shared today. So in Sacramento, our agency managed actually the labor market data, LMDA data. So that is from statewide. And there is a lot of work happening in Sacramento to talk about exactly what you shared today about how can we make our student who is an employer, right? How can we remove the gap between the student and the employer's skill need, and also like a workforce development. That is a huge talk in Sacramento, and also our agency manage Cal jobs. Some of them, about it, right? And the main thing is, what I saw today is a lot of discussion happening in Capital, in Sacramento. You are doing in the regional level. So looks like, based on I'm hearing from the commissioners, that you are the champion. And that is something I felt, we talked about like a systematic change in today's commission. I see there is a huge cultural and structural change you are championing. And that is something hugely aligned with some of the work happening in Sacramento and Capital. And I'm so happy to see the real impact you're making on local level, because sometimes we talk, but we can't see what is happening. But you came and show us a testimony today about the real impact. And the one thing I really looked, actually, the labor market data, actually, it will give the institution the gap, actually, right? What is your region need? So based, like you shared about the police need. So that is important. We actually really create programs that can provide the skills for our students. They can go and get into the workforce. So that's something really impressed with all the work you shared. And there is a lot of work happening. I'm sure there might be a gap, and I'm happy to see all the impact you are creating in this region.
Please, Commissioner Dow.
Thank you again, President Curry, for being here. I had a question for you on the College Futures report around the ROI and your thoughts on what could or where might be the best place for a central analysis of ROI by major. That, I imagine that a lot of schools may start doing their own ROI on their campuses, and a county might do one, and then we've got the CSU might do one. But I am thinking, if there were a centralized place for all California students to be able to navigate ROI by major, where does that live? What does it look like? Or do you think it does need to be regional?
That's a tough question. I think that some people say regional, some people say statewide. I'm from the perspective that at the local level, at the campuses, campuses need to be able to understand the data, and also be able to look at it and disaggregate it by race, gender, and also age. And so we're working right now at Compton College on creating a ROI goal for the next 10 years. And we've been working with HEA, who's worked with the College Future Foundation, and also ESG, which is consulting firm, a national consulting firm, to really figure out how to create a ROI goal that could be included as a part of our institutional set goals, where we can apply it to a program and also to a department. And so we're trying to figure that out of how to do that. And I think that's where we need to go as a state, is where you can be able to look at it as an institution, but be able to also put it at the program. Because if you're not able to have it at the program level at the campuses and have the conversation disaggregated by race, gender, and age, it's a problem. Because right now we just see the data and I'm like, okay, so what do I do next with it? And I need to be able to see, okay, what's happened with individual students as they progress through these programs, and also see what, and be able to have conversations about it at a local level with the data. So my answer would be having conversations statewide is important, but really figuring out how can you operationalize it at the local level to be able to disaggregate the data by race, gender, and age, and be able to have conversations about what can we do to improve our programs. And then also looking at how can you work with the CSU campuses, from my perspective, of what we do with these students who transfer into your programs. We have to make sure that's a seamless transfer, because if it's not, and students are taking more units, as I mentioned about the student that I provided as an example, then the ROI is not going to look good for that Cal State, but also for Compton College. So you have to be able to look at your partners as well as relates to the return on investment. But you have to be able to look at a local level, disaggregated by those categories I mentioned, and be able to have conversations, because it's going to impact students, especially as it relates to the student loan. But my feeling and my gut feeling is that eventually they'll be looking at Pell Grants. And once they start to look at Pell Grants, that's a whole nother conversation, right? So we need to be able to get in front of this as relates to where we're at now, and also the loan program, but also looking at doing some models and simulations of what it would look like for the Pell Grant program as well. And so we pulled the data for our institution. I have it. Right. And we're going to make all this data publicly available as it relates to ROI. And we're just trying to figure out how to do that right now. But on our dashboards, and I will send this as a follow-up, all of our dashboards at Compton are publicly available, disaggregated by race, gender, and age, including at the instructor level. You can be able to go look at how students are doing a particular transfer level English and math class by the instructor. Okay. You can also be able to look at how the basic needs are supporting students on our campus, regards to all the basic needs services disaggregated by race, gender, and age for our institution. And also you can look at it by program. You have to be able to have that data available and have to have it constantly updated so people could be able to have conversations about it instead of asking one person who's the gatekeeper of the data. And so I want to have an ROI dashboard at our institution to be able to look at that data and be able to have those conversations, but it has to be at the student level. And we're trying to figure out how to do that, but that's important, because what's going to happen, and I had a faculty member call me last week and they said, Dr. Kerr, will my program get eliminated? That was the first response because of the data that's coming out. Right. And so we have to be very strategic as it relates to conversations, but being able to have conversations that's not the conversation right now. The conversation is like, how can we improve? Right. But the first reaction was, will I lose my job because the ROI for my program is not good? But there's various reasons why the ROI might not be good. But we need to be able to articulate what's happening with that program so the outsiders can see that, you know what, in this particular program, students might not need to go to community college for that. But if they do come, these are other skills that they have learned at our institution that can improve their ROI. But we have to be able to have those conversations. So hopefully that answered your question.
Question from Commissioner Day.
President, thank you so much for your time and for what you shared with us. I feel like I need to go home and study and then come back and talk to you again. Unfortunately, we'll see you again soon. But again, none of us are surprised that you would come in and do all this. You said something very specific about your completion by design framework. You talked about really aligning the entire institution around that. And you mentioned this idea of then, so you're sitting with the CFO as well as the academic affairs, student service people, and you're making investments. And I'm wondering, can you give examples of some of those investments that the kind of the way, because I heard you saying something that's a little bit different from sort of the run-of-the-mill kind of investments, that we're really being thoughtful about, well, here's what the framework is sharing with us. We got to put some investment of people or dollars in this place or that place, or how should we be thinking about that, maybe is my better question.
So I'll give you two examples. First was we hired a director of Black and Male of Color Success at Compton, which was the first of its kind type of director position. It is not a particular program. What's that? Not the Kente, but the thing at graduation, the Stoll at graduation. And we're all proud of those students who are in those particular programs. But I still got 1,400 Black students who are not being served. Right. So when I look at the investment, the first investment was we were able to get approval to use our American Rescue Plan dollars initially to pay for that position. Then we moved that position to our COVID-19 block grant from the state, where we still have another year to spend on that position. Then that position moves into our 5-year budget for our campus as a full-time position at our campus. So what did that tell you is that we got the money initially, but we also made the commitment that whenever we bring out grants in our 5-year budget, I make sure those positions are paid for. And so that position's paid for, and that's part of Completion by Design. But that person who works for Black and Male of Color is working with the different Guided Pathways divisions and the success teams to support Black students within that Guided Pathways division. Because what happens at institutions when you have programs particularly serving Black students, go over there to see that person that's going to help you. You just lost that student, right? So that was a strategic investment to support that program by having that full-time position and also budget to support it. The next one I give you an example is dual enrollment. We received funding from College Futures Foundation to support our dual enrollment program. We received 3 grants to support dual enrollment. We made significant investments in that as it relates to it. But we hired dual enrollment specialists. So you can't have a large dual enrollment program and have one person who's doing all dual enrollment. And you see a lot of community colleges has ramped up dual enrollment, but they have not created a structure to support dual enrollment. Right? I'm being critical, but I'm just being honest about that, right? Because people are trying to build dual enrollment, but we have 4 staff members that are part of dual enrollment. Common Unified School District pays for 1.5 of those staff members through a contract. Then we're paying through the grant, we pay for those positions. This year, in our budget, we had to move some of those positions to our general fund, but they were already included in our 5-year budget. So we were preparing for that, right? So as we're in contract negotiations and individuals look at our budget and they're having conversations about that, we're making investments in other areas where that impacts negotiations. So I might not be liked on certain conversations because I can't do certain things. I'm trying to keep these programs to be in existence because we know where those investments are made. So we have invested in dual enrollment. And then we also invested in, just a side note, basic needs. Our basic needs services, we provide 1 meal per day for our students. We received over $7 million in our from the employee tax credit from the federal government during COVID. The Board of Trustees delegated $4 million of that to support basic needs. So a lot of colleges had money during COVID to support basic needs. And when the money was gone, they stopped doing it. What does that tell you? What does that tell the community? People are like, oh, we got this, we got that, we got this. And now we don't have it no more. What's going on? Our students yesterday, they were still at the farmer's market receiving their $20, right? And that program is funded for the next 5 years. So those are strategic investments. And those are strategic investments that are included in our 5-year budget for our institution. We create a 5-year budget for our technology and our technology expenses. And we create a 5-year staffing plan for our institution. And that's including our succession folder that we keep on the server. Because at the end of the day, if Keith Curry's not there, somebody needs to go to the succession folder to figure out what needs to be done. And we also have a timeline for our institution that tells you when every report is due, but also when all the follow-up items are due for our institution. And that is on our server as well. And I would say the Board of Trustees forced me to do a succession plan. And they forced me to do a plan regards to what needs to be done because, I had a pulmonary embolism. And people are like, so who's going to do this? Who's going to do that? So I want to make sure everything's documented, and our staff updates that. So we're not going to be late on any report because we didn't know about it. So it goes back to, for your question, it's about completion by design and making those investments, but it's also about succession planning and documenting the work that we're doing as organizations. Because once individuals leave, and we know for community college, we know the terms, right? I'm ranked number 3 in the state for being at the same institution for the number of years. I'm ranked number 8 overall seniority. I'm on year 14, right? So we have
questions for you. So, all right. One is, and maybe if it's too early to say it's working, that's good. That's okay too. But I know my county did the CSU pilot, direct admissions pilot. Now Compton's going to do it. And I was excited to hear that you're highly involved in the conversation with Compton Unified when I connected with them about sharing best practices, what worked, what did not work. One of the things we're going to do this year is really focus on the TSP, on the transfer success path with the CSUs for the students that may be going to the community college but aren't yet a part of that pilot. Tell me, is this TSP Hope? Is that an opportunity to talk about that degree? Students are staying too long, taking credits in classes they don't need. Do you feel like this is something that is hope, brings you hope, or do you feel there's a lot of work, or what do you think about the whole CSU TSP
It's a
piece?
game changer.
It hasn't been. Okay.
So I would say, people say, oh, Dr. Curry, you do a lot of different things. But the only way you learn in this business and understand things, you gotta be at the right place at the right time. And being on the CSU Strategic Enrollment Management Committee, I've learned a whole lot about the CSU system. So the direct admissions, we've been working with one, I learned about it through the enrollment management. We brought in on July 9th, we had a meeting with Common Unified School District, Linwood Unified School District, and Paramount Unified School District. I say that because we're focused on our 3 districts. We brought them to the table, so they're going to do that. But then also, regards to the programs you mentioned, we had our first year experience program participate in that as well, because our first year experience program redesign is about that. And so we saw the model that was done at Pasadena City College as a way to recruitment of students. And the first 2 weeks of school, we're all over that. And that's a part of our milestone document to ensure those students are getting in those pathways as relates to the CSU and that admissions program. No, that's a part of what we're doing, and it's on our milestone document. And so we're going to know those numbers in early fall. In addition to that, I met with Cal Poly Pomona on Tuesday, and we're talking about some of those pathways as it relates to STEM. And they don't have an ADT for engineering, but they're looking at different ways how they can support our students who are pre-engineering and looking at those pathways. So yes, to your question, and we would love to hear more about the best practices as it relates to CSU and direct admissions. But I think that's a game changer for our students to know once they're on our campus and doing that, the admissions program for the transfer, they can know which institution and they can be aligned with that institution, especially within a 50-mile radius. So if you're doing a tour to Cal State LA, you already know what students to invite to that tour, right? You're not just throwing a net saying, oh, we're going to Cal State LA, hopefully people show up. No. We're going to students that have that admissions guarantee to Cal State LA through that program. So we're using that through our first year experience program. We received $1.9 million from the Obama grant, from the Obama Foundation to support our students transfer. And that's one of the ways we're going to be able to do that with our first year experience program. In addition to that, we're going to be updating our program maps. And as I mentioned to the CSU partners, we will pay your faculty. We will pay your faculty to work with our faculty we'll be paying to be able to update the maps so students can be able to see those pathways. And the key to that direct admissions for our students who are from transfer is they can be able to see that pathway early on.
Perfect. No, and I think that's something we're hopeful because it was positive for the students that made it on that list. I got the postcard, but then we felt a little bit like, what are we going to do for the others? And how do we say, okay, I know you don't meet the A through G, but there's still possibilities for you to go to Cal State San Marcos for us, I'm in Riverside. So that's great to hear. Part 2 of the question, and I asked yesterday the team from Southwestern, is for me, and it blew me away as I got to spend more time in higher ed conversations about how creating student-driven master schedules doesn't always happen. And you got in that conversations with academic senates, and I'm thinking, how do we not build a master schedule for higher ed or for our institution without looking at what students need? And so Southwestern shared with me, they're in those conversations now. One of the activities they're going to do upcoming is about, here's a case scenario, here's Catalina, here's what she needs to finish. Here's her personal life. How is she going to navigate with the current schedule we offer to finish her degree? So I'd love to hear what you're doing with your camp, because when I think of the adult learners, you can't talk about bringing adult learners back to campus if you're not going to talk about what you're offering in your master schedule and what time of day and what day of the week and how you're going to do it. And sometimes online just doesn't work for especially some adult learners that haven't been in school for 10, 15 years. I'd love to hear any emerging conversations or what you're doing there with your campus. Because I know having the grades public, I can't wait to see it. I was like, I'm not allowed to open my computer right now, otherwise I would have already. But that's real. That's just real. That needs to be out there. So I'd love to hear what your thoughts.
So I like to take it from a 2-pronged approach. I like to talk about it from a dual enrollment approach, and then I like to talk about it from our current students who are non-dual enrollment. Because I want to be clear about that. I think dual enrollment students are our students, and I always have to go back and check myself on that, but also remind faculty and staff about that as well. So when I look at dual enrollment and dual enrollment pathways, our pathways for dual enrollment at our institution are all based off of ADT pathways, right? So students are able to see that pathway and then follow that pathway. But the way we offer those courses and plug those students in is automatic setup, regards to that with our K-12 districts as we move forward. So the dual enrollment is a little bit easier regards to the time and setting up for students. So that's easy. When you look at the regular students on our campus, is that the district has a right of assignment. And I'm very clear about that. And I'm very clear about how many classes will be offered online and also be offered in person, and really being making those investments. So when we look at adult learners, especially adult schools, those classes are offered at that site. And my goal, regards to the pathways at the last 3 slides that I mentioned that were there, is offering those classes on site for those adult learners, but then also offering adult learner programs that are online strictly for students that want it online. But when you offer the classes on site at those schools where they already have that connection, all they're going to think about is, you know what, I got to go to school today. They're not going to be thinking about online versus in person. They're going to be thinking about their pathway. But being very strategic as relates to conversations around the schedule, ensuring that you know what's in your contract regards to your scheduling, but making sure that you're building a schedule for the students, not for anyone else. And that's one of our problems in higher education. We have to build a schedule for the students. And people don't want to do that because some people might like those conversations, but I'm okay with that. Because at the end of the day, if students are not able to get those classes at a CSU or at a community college or at a UC, they're not going to stay at our institutions. So we have to make sure that we're building a schedule that meets the needs of students at the times that they want. But that also means you have to look at your schedule to make sure there's no overlap. So our Vice President of Academic Affairs, she's really on top of this regards to the overlapping of classes as related to these pathways. And the overlap could be a 5 or even a 10-minute overlap. But that means you're looking at your master schedule as you build that schedule, not after the fact. So before you go out to who gets the assignment, the schedule's already built. All you're doing is basically picking your class for what time based off your seniority. But you have to make sure up front that you're building a schedule to meet the needs of the students. But also you have to be flexible as well. And one of the things that we've been very flexible with was the online classes. We know if we have to move a class from in-person to online, we could do that very quickly. But we're making sure that at the beginning of the semester, when we offer these classes that's in our schedule, we're making sure that they stay in person. And I close with this. One of these that I've learned about our adult learners, there's a Latina woman from Paramount Unified School District. And I saw her on campus walking to the cafeteria, and spoke very limited English. And I walked her to the cafeteria. She gets her lunch. She goes every single day. She goes from Paramount Adult School to our campus to get her lunch. And so I told her, I was like, you know, on Fridays, when we have food left over, you should come back. That next Friday, she came back. She started telling everybody else about what we do. So later in the semester, she comes up and she said, Professor, I was like, okay. So she gives me a hug all the time. But what she's doing is she's advocating and telling other students to come on our campus, speak very little English. But she know how to talk about food, right? She know how to tell people to come follow her to see what they're doing, but they're driving 10 minutes from that adult school to get those services. What does that tell you? They'll drive 10 minutes from that adult school to take class on our campus, right? So when you start to think about pathways and you start saying, oh, they won't come. Oh, yes, they would. But we have to make sure that we build a schedule that fits their needs, but also for that student, if she's to continue to go to adult school, we have to make sure whatever time that class was offered, we make sure that it's offered 10 minutes later on our campus so that person can be able to make it at that time, right? So we have to think differently as it relates to those pathways, but the schedule has to be built by the Vice President of Academic Affairs, and then make sure you follow your process regards to allocation, but the schedule has to be built to meet the needs of the students.
Thank you so much, Dr. Curry. And you're hearing that. I know, glad that's recorded because I'm going to send this recording to a few of the campuses that I'm struggling with, that it's like they're not continuing. And it's like when we do focus groups, students focus groups, it's the availability. It's not a student-driven master schedule. So thank you so much for being here. I'm going to turn over to Dr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Dr. Curry. I know you took time to drive here. Thank you. I love working with you. I wrote down 10 different possibilities. And I think that's what you call them, possibilities. I'm really excited to see that there's so much alignment. I want to make sure that together, though, we're keeping in mind the question that Dr. Curry has asked us, right? Throughout his slides, he's mentioned his work where we can be helpful. And I think for us and the team at CSAC, he asked a really important question. How do we use financial aid as an incentive or as a catalyst for completion by design? And he gave us really key examples. The 10 possibilities are within that framework. Everything from how are we doing student-centered completion by design in our own professional development across the campus, not just working with financial aid staff. On the other side is that innovation side, which I hope we can work with you on Cal Grant C reform. I love this idea of how we might connect our transfer level math and English statewide initiative, because it really is an on-ramp and connected back to financial aid. So I look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, cool. I'm trying to share the protocol.
Commissioner, so that was our first deep dive where you had incredible partners, promising practice partners. I know Dr. Curry has a full day. He's a campus president. You also have the CSAC team. What was different about this part of your deep dive is how do we go from learning from someone like Dr. Curry, carry what he came here to share with us and challenge us on, and then how do we implement it? We do that by reflecting. So we did the learning part, reflecting on where we've been and thinking about the possibilities into the future. I know we are over time, but I want to be respectful of Tay and Catalina, who have been very nervous and prepping for a number of weeks. So team, we'll have to make up some time. We can skip through some of the data pieces, the first few slides. So let's just get into it. Thank you.
Thank you. I know you're probably going to hear again what we've been talking about these last 2 days and, incorporating just all of the innovation here on this campus. But it's really taking a look at what is our role? What is CSAC's role? What is all your roles? Where do we fit in and when do we come in? And this is what just in taking a look at what you've heard today, what you've actually witnessed on the ground with students and administrators. As you reflect on this presentation, as well as the piece of information that should inform our design and discussion, what is that one piece of information that should inform our design?
I wasn't sure if that was a question. I think the one thing that I took away from not even just this presentation, but the tour yesterday is that all the resources are very staggered. So no student that comes to this campus, if they don't receive the exact same resources from this campus at a CSU or the nearest UC, they're not going to go to those universities. They're going to go to the one that can give them exactly what they get at this campus, exactly what they are offered at this campus. There's too many differences at all of the universities, and they can only offer so much. So students are less likely to transfer from a community college to a CSU or a UC that cannot offer them the exact same academic advisement or the exact same resources or those basic needs resources. All of those things, if they can't get them the moment they step foot on campus, they will not be transferring to that university. And that's the one thing that I realized, and I actually got on the phone with my student leaders and told them exactly that. Like, if CSUN does not have any of these resources, how are we supposed to convince community college students from like Santa Monica Community College or LACC, Pierce, Valley College to come to our campus if we can't offer them everything that they've been offered already at that community college? And the same thing, if they're not offered any of those at a local school, they're going to stay at that community college, and that's going to drive up their financial aid and any loans that they might have to take up, and it'll extend the time that they are in higher education. So I think the one thing that we should kind of think about is, are there specific resources that we see amongst all of the CSUs and all of the UCs and community colleges, or are there certain UCs and community colleges and CSUs that offer specific things that need to be at every single campus to ensure that our students do not go without food or do not go without academic advisement or a guarantee that they can get a job after they leave. So I think that's the biggest thing that I would like us to keep in mind.
Thank you. So it's gone. Oh,
that Dr. Curry, and I also sit on the CSU enrollment management team with him, and so I've heard him talk about this as well. But how do we keep track and ensure that our students know their financial aid eligibility? When I was at Sac State, we created it was like a gauge, right, that showed how many, how much aid was left, and so how many, when you're taking so many units, this is how much aid it's going to eat up, right? And so that we aren't, so that our students understand when they transfer how much aid they will have left, right? For like, and we don't face situations like Dr. Curry mentioned. So some sort of tracker on the individual students' eligibility would be great.
thank you. So let's take a look at what the presentation objective is. And it's at this point that we're going to put into the context our equity goals with a call to action and to design for the students left behind. We have at the commission, we have implemented many new programs, although we've had the legacy programs of Cal Grants, many other programs that the administration has asked us as a centralized financial aid office to develop and to launch and to get partners involved, and so that it becomes a successful program to the intended students. And I think for, as we talked about how sometimes we get into that, it's the timeline, and we're going to lose out on the funds if we don't launch this program timely. But our concern is always, we don't want those students to lose out on the opportunity of those resources and those funds. But we do end up launching programs without really taking into consideration what we need to be doing here and what our role as CSAC is. And that is to continuously bring in partners, to also bring in the experts, because we're here at CSAC, we're not always just the experts in administrating these programs. We don't know the different students that are served by the campuses. So it's bringing in the partnerships, it's looking for resources. And if it's a program that is just a one-time funded program and we go through a lot of work to launch it, it's like, what policies can be put in place? But as Dr. Curry said, it's all about the outcomes and it's all about the data. And that's what we need to do a better job at, so that we can continue these programs, continue to support them, and continue to advocate for additional resources for these programs. So this is the question that comes is, what is this, the CSAC Student Success Blueprint? It's our what? It's equitable access, equitable support, and equitable success. And what is our how? How do we get there? It's through partnerships, policy changes, and resources. And then why? Why are we doing this? It's about student success. And we've heard many stories about what student success means, and to invest in California's economy and the workplace. So this is why we're here doing the work and the framework that has been built for the CSAC Student Success Blueprint. I'll pass it over to Tay.
So a lot of the data was already provided to you in the brief and also in the Commissioner Dopplemore's introduction of this presentation. So this really this slide, I won't cover too much, but it really just shows the data and the different entry points where students of color, where students are being left behind at the different entry points in K-12 and high school graduation and also in college going rates. And we come to here. We have our 6-year college graduation rates, and you can clearly see that the numbers are not that promising, especially for our students of color. And so as we think about what can we do here at the Student Aid Commission, we have a singular focus to make financial aid timely and predictable and stable, right? Because if financial aid is all of these things, then students can persist. students will have the tools and resources to know that they have financial aid for next year and their costs will be covered. Commissioner Cardoza just talked about, how much, what is that financial aid tracker? How much would that be a benefit for students as they think about this year, but also thinking about next year? So we have to design our financial aid in the student-centered perspective and the student-centered lens that is timely and predictable and stable. Barriers to success. So we talked a lot about this in terms of students that are being left behind. These are some of the barriers, key barriers in terms of college affordability, awareness and support. We recognize Dr. Scott today and all the efforts that she has done. We need more of her. We need more of Commissioner Maxey. Two counselors to fill 2,000 students. That's just not, sustainable. That's not enough. And so are our students of color getting the awareness and support that they need so that they can apply for financial aid? And then obviously poverty. These are students who come from the lowest economic backgrounds. And so definitely these are some of the barriers to their success. And then specifically, I want to just talk about 4 key financial aid barriers. Our Black students are the lowest in terms of FAFSA completion at 48%. So why is that happening? Why are they not necessarily getting the support? Do they have the awareness? Do they have the instruction to have a FAFSA completion? They have the highest unmet need that was talked about earlier. So because they're applying, or maybe they're applying late, they're not maximizing and optimizing the total financial aid available to them. And so there's this huge gap of unmet need, which then leads to taking out student loans. And so they have the highest student loan debt amongst the students. And this slide here, Dr. Gonzalez covered. This will be a slide that really helps us to think in each of our deep dives. How are we, as a commission, how is our mindset shifting from a programmatic change to a structural change as we really think about the cultural change? So here, this slide, you'll see this in each of our deep dive presentations, but Dr. Gonzalez covered this earlier in her introductory remarks.
So goal number 1 is the equitable access. And this is really where I think many of us think about all of the work that in terms of access to students and the connections with the colleges and with the high school, the K-12, and how the partnerships work. But it's how do we get there? How do we get to continue to increase our FAFSA and CADAA numbers for students? One is to require the completion of FAFSA CADAA at California Community College. The entry point for most underrepresented students. This is really key. I think that one thing is that as AB 469 has done and has started already the opportunity for students and families to learn about financial aid and require students to complete the FAFSA or CADAA, but it gives them an option, gives families that do not want to apply or the student doesn't want to apply. We'd like that also to be available at the community colleges where that information is shared with students and some of their programs and services that they already provide to incorporate, as we've heard here, how the different offices share and they cross-pollinate information about each of what their services they provide. So a student can go to a counseling office and learn about financial aid and even get hands-on assistance on financial aid. So that would be an opportunity for the community colleges as well to have a similar program. Advancing the IPA, so the Institutional Participation Agreement. As you all know, the Student Aid Commission has an agreement with all institutions that participate in the Cal Grant program. And in those, there are conditions that and responsibilities, both of the Student Aid Commission and the institution. And we need to be more student-centered. We need to provide more guidance, and we need to ask the institutions also to, as we have commissioners also on the IPA committee work group, is really to bring them in and how do we advance the IPA to open up more of those equity opportunities and advance them to be able to put students first and to be student-centered. And so that's in progress, and we're working on that. Investing in the full implementation of the Cal Grant Equity Framework to remove the age and GPA barriers for underrepresented students. That's still an issue. We still have programs that exist that keep students out of participating in the Cal Grant program. So work together on advancing the Cal Grant equity reform. And then to create expedited pathways to address the basic needs such as CalFresh, emergency housing, and childcare. And I think that's what we're seeing here on the campus. Also our partnerships with the Department of Social Services and providing outreach and information to students, not just about financial aid, but incorporating that additional information so that students that are high school seniors have enough information before they make the transition. Because we already know, even with our communication, it's not enough. So let's give you a status check. And I think I did that. We checked in to see that student IPA or the institutional IPA is in progress. We have Cal Kids, and this is really exciting news with our partnership with Scholarship Investment Board on Cal Kids. And thank you to Commissioner Cifuentes. You were, a lead in this, and the opportunity to be able to get earlier information for students to be able to share information, but also to allow us to build a system where institutions have that information available to them of the students who haven't claimed awards. And so some of these students may have forgotten, they're not aware. And so the best way to do this is bring it into the Office of Financial Aid so that they understand and know who these students are and can help us inform the student of the steps they need to take to claim these awards. So that is happening. And I think Dr. Moldoff will give a more of an update of where we are with that today. And also that, as we mentioned, the Cal Grant Equity Framework, and then the FAFSA-CADAA completion at community colleges to restart those.
Goal number 2, equitable support to remove financial aid barriers for students as they enter and continue their educational pathway. And one of the ways that that can be done is to streamline financial aid award letters to include the estimated amounts for Pell Grant, Cal Grant, and other state financial aid programs at institutions. And so as students are getting their financial aid award letters during that season of student admissions, the letters all look different. And they're having a difficult time understanding what does it really mean if I go to this particular institution or this institution, what is my financial aid that I will receive? Streamlining the Cal Grant renewal process to make awards more predictable and inform recipients earlier in the year. We had a presentation earlier in the year about how we are enhancing the renewal process for Cal Grant students. And so that is underway, and we will share a little bit more about that. And then assessing and auditing the Cal HBCU program after the first year that the program was implemented. And to redesign and establish metrics, including California Black Serving Institutions, to help serve more transfer students qualify for the program resources. So here's our status check. So the Cal Grant renewal process, the work group has been meeting on a monthly basis, and the membership includes staff from different segments, and they have been contributing greatly. And so we have an enhanced Cal Grant renewal process that we will report to you as an informational item at the September commission meeting. And we hope to have that. It's on target to be implemented with the 26-27 renewal process. The Cal HBCU program, I'll talk about a little bit about that in terms of what we learned and in the first year of implementation and some of the ideas and ways to innovate that program for year 2 and beyond. And then streamlining the financial aid award letters. Remember earlier in the year when we had our advocacy day, that was one of our CSAC sponsored priority bills, SB 416. Really streamlining that financial aid award letter across all segments, across all campuses, so that students are receiving these award letters. There's consistent language so that students and families can understand what it means if I go to the different segments or different schools, and where does my financial aid, how does that work? That bill, it didn't make it all the way through, so definitely there's still a lot of opportunity to advocate and support that bill this coming year. And then investment in the Golden State Teachers Grant Program. This program was oversubscribed. This program was supposed to go through 2026, but it ended earlier because there's so many teachers that potential teachers that applied. And so now we have a reinvestment of that this year. For this year, additional $50 million, but we need a continued investment for the years so that we continue to have a teacher pipeline. And then as we talked about the how, right, the partnership policy and resources, one specific area that we have been doing is engaging in different types of partnerships. And under the leadership of our executive director, we've been connected to a broad host of different partnerships that CSAC traditionally have not worked with. But there's still more partnerships, right? You can see here Emoja and Amend and Nandi, the Puente Project, Equity Avengers, and much more. Yesterday, when we had our campus visitation, we saw so many different student groups and student centers specific for the diverse population of students here. And that was amazing to see that there was space for these students where they can come and receive the services. And so for CSAC, as we enter into this equity space with financial aid in mind, what types of partnerships can we forge so that we can continue this financial aid and providing that guidance and partnership with these partnerships that we don't currently have. And so we really look forward to starting and engaging in partnerships that we've not had before. Goal 3, equitable success, is to empower our students to complete their education by increasing the number of receiving financial aid for which they are eligible and creating metrics to inform future state equitable investments. So CSAC to receive the investment data, and that was recently done. And so Dr. Moldoff will be leading that effort to collect that ROI data from the campuses and working with the different segments to get that financial aid data. Evaluating our existing programs, and we have been doing that, looking at our programs and finding opportunities to look at opportunities to have more student-centered opportunities. I'll give a little bit example on the Cal HBCU program, and then lead the nation by adopting a college affordability master plan. So in the Cal HBCU program, year 1, there were 6 students that received the Cal HBCU grant and successfully were able to transfer to an HBCU 6. And you may think, wow, that's only 6 students. But here's what we discovered is that there were only 11 CC students that qualified for the ADT pathway to transfer, and that is a prerequisite for receiving this grant to transfer to an HBCU, that you have to have done it through an ADT pathway. And so there were only 11 students possible to actually receive this grant. 6 of them applied, 6 out of 60. We got 60 applications, but the other 54 did not meet the qualifications because they were not transferring to an HBCU, or the HBCU did not have an MOU with the Community College Chancellor's Office. That HBCU didn't meet the Cal Grant institutional eligibility requirements for cohort default rate or graduation rate. Many of the HBCU institutions didn't meet this Cal Grant requirement. And then many of the students did not fulfill the ADT requirement. So again, 6 out of only 11 possible students, and the other 5 fell out because of these other reasons. So that gives us an opportunity, right, to really think about program innovation. We implemented the program year 1. So we talked about, how we need to have that mindset shift, right? So we implemented the program. We're all happy because we got this program to us, and we had to put it up and running within a short amount of time. And so we implemented the program. Year 1 is completed, and we learned a lot. But now we're thinking about how do we innovate this program for year two? And so all HBCUs establish those MOUs, right? Establish those MOUs with the chancellor's office. Earlier at targeted outreach, we were only able to target students who were already transferring, right? They were already in the community college segment and they're transferring in their second or third year. But how about earlier outreach for students in high school and thinking about, oh, this program exists. I have a pathway from the community college to an HBCU campus. So earlier and targeted outreach, perhaps adding the California Black Serving Institutions as part of the HBCU list. I know that wasn't initially by design, but we have here in California Black Serving institutions. And perhaps we saw that in the applications that many of the applicants did put some of the Black Serving institutions, but because they're not HBCU classified, they were not eligible. And then enhancing the ADT certification process. So that's a very administrative obstacle, right? We had to work with particular campuses to ensure, or the HBCU to ensure that the student indeed completed their ADT. And that was a lot of back and forth communication. So that was a delay. And then as we think more broadly, what about programmatic reform, increasing the funding? So I talked about 6 out of 11, but the maximum amount of students that we could have funded was only 80. And the 80 was funded because of this program is funded through the college access tax credit. And that tax credit on a year-by-year basis, it's unpredictable. It's how much is donated to philanthropy. And so this particular year in the 24-25, there was only funding for 80 students. We didn't reach 80 students, right? We only reached 6 out of 11. But if we think about long-term, 80 students were possible. And, as we think, is that number okay? Do we want a bigger number? So really thinking about the financial funding for this program, and then increasing the transfer criteria. Again, only 11 community college students were eligible because of the ADT pathway requirement.
So in summary, what do we need? We need a college affordability plan for every student. And I think we've heard that several times today, for every student. And Dr. Gonzalez earlier described what it means to get a student to be successful. And it's in each of these categories. And so what does CSAC need to do? We need to support California to create integrated reforms. We need to do that. We need to design for student success by creating on-ramps to aid. We need to do that. We need to continue to do that. And we need to sometimes help to build those bridges. And then we must remain student-centered in everything we do and bring others along to ensure that we maximize impact and innovation, and that we can grow for students with the largest educational equity gaps that we've described here today. So I heard yesterday in the counseling area, I think too, when we look at, do we have enough resources? Because that's the first thing we think about. What about our resources? Well, in collaborative environments, it's much easier because everyone takes a piece of the work and everyone delivers a piece of it. But I think it's important. What I heard yesterday was they're there to organize. They're there to bring people together. They identify who they are. And then they're there to facilitate. But they're there to give a space for those discussions to happen, for the ideas and the innovation and also the buy-in, right? And that's what they do. So when you think about the number of resources, you're bringing in all those partners in. Those are your resources that you're bringing in to help do the work together. So the last one is I think that you've already done a lot of reflection, and these are some questions that we wanted to pose to you. That is this in alignment with the CSAC Student Success Blueprint? What CSAC Student Success Blueprint will this help us in advance, or to help us advance? And what partners, resources, or policy change can accelerate progress?
Thank you so much. I know we've been asking questions throughout the throughout the first part of the session. Is there any additional questions that we want to ask now? Please, Commissioner Bryan.
I do just want to make sure, I mean, I think this is phenomenal, but in alignment with our commitment to continue to hold ourselves accountable for outcomes, I want to just make sure that we're centering somewhere in here a process around a program evaluation, right? Because again, we have new data sharing agreements, those are great. But one of the things, I've learned from working at the community college's chancellor's office is you have to be continuously evaluating your programs, or else they could fall into this sort of bureaucratic stasis where we just have something that we fund year after year. I'm not talking about Cal Grant. I'm talking about anything that we do that is a specialized intervention, that's an innovation, that's a pilot, or anything like that has to include that evaluation component. So I just want to recommend that we keep that, in the back of our minds or somewhere in this.
How are we going to measure success for sure? Okay. Please, Commissioner Saravia.
This was more out of curiosity. How many HBCUs do we have in the state of California?
None. Yeah.
So is this, I feel like what I first initially thought of is that the Cal HBCU would help students in California transfer to an HBCU in Cali. Is this more of like to help them transfer outside of California? Okay.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay.
That was the original intent of the program, was to help students who are transferring from a California community college within the ADT pathway to an HBCU.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, Commissioner Maxine.
Yes, I would like to say, a couple of observations. One, with the HBCU, I live and breathe that. I'm a product of an HBCU, and we don't have them here in California because HBCUs are historical. When they were built when California was Mexico. That's why we don't have any here. So going back to revise those institutions that now include components like Sac State and all, but also what I have done personally is my university is not on that list of about 13 HBCUs that qualify for a student to transfer into them because they don't meet the cohort rate of the default rate and graduation rate. They meet one, but not the other, because last year I happened to be appointed because there is no alumni association in San Diego for my university. So I applied to be on this presidential council, was selected. So I meet with the president once a month via Zoom and go to the campus twice a year to meet with him in this council. And I ask why we were not on the list and how do we get on the list? What do we need to do as a university to get on the list? And so they are still trying to work on that this year. And I encourage students to always look at all of our HBCUs. Yeah, I push mine, but there's so many. And what they offer a student. And I'm very happy that there are a number of California institutions that are focusing more on African-American students and minority students so that they too feel comfortable on these campuses. The other reflection from your discussion has to do with in the beginning when we talked about students knowing how much financial aid is left. Wouldn't it be wonderful to get that picture? I'm a very visual person, just like we give out postcards for everything else. These are the number of units that I'm taking. I'm starting out my college career. Number of units, cost blank, subtracted from my total package. Then I know I have X amount of dollars left. I'm following my dollar. So when I start lagging, I start not taking enough units, I start not doing well in these classes and have to repeat, I know my money is running out. And that will keep me accountable also closer than they'll tell me, because maybe they won't tell you. They just say you have enough for this semester or not. But we would have a visual picture ongoing, not only the units that you need to take to complete your degree or certificate, but you would have the dollars that will help you get there. Just an observation on what we might be able to do.
All right. I know for time, commissioners, we are just letting you know, we're going to, before we wrap up this item, we are going to we have a speaker that they do have another meeting they have to attend. So we are going to go a little bit later to lunch so we can hear from our speaker on our adult learning success deep dive. And then we'll go to lunch, but I'm going to take up some of your lunch time to get us back on track. So I'll go ahead and Commissioner Dow or Robinson. Okay, please go ahead.
I'll make it pretty quick, and I have the question same with KHBCU, and we do see there is an opportunity because it's underutilized funds. So then, is there a plan to share this information with the community college chancellor's office or the community college? That way, we can create the awareness. Especially with the ADT requirement, we saw there is some creative work we can do it. So is there a plan to share this information with community college?
Yes. The program implementation was in partnership with the community college chancellor's office. And so, yeah, we'll continue that partnership to build upon for year 2.
Yeah, just also following up on the Cal HBCU program, as a person, as part of that development of the program, Commissioner Saravia, the idea was that California doesn't have HBCUs. And how do we ensure that students who are looking for that opportunity are Black students that want to take advantage of an HBCU, that have welcoming climates, that have, curriculum and faculty that are trained to best serve Black students in so many different ways, have that opportunity and don't lose their Cal Grant that they're entitled to just because California does not have an HBCU. And so that's why the out of state is so important for this. But I do think that I would like to know if the commission, maybe through one of our subcommittees, through the data committee, can have an opportunity to dig a little bit more deeply into the data that you've collected to really understand where the like what percentage is, what problem is the largest issue with the uptake on this? Is it marketing? Is it the ADT? Is it the default rates? What is it? How do we need to bring together the HBCU partners to ensure they know about this, program and effort? I know HBCUs are always, or often rather, in a place where finances and revenue are fleeting. And so we want to ensure, like, if our students, there's a value proposition for them to go there, how do we ensure that exists? So I'd love to continue to dig deeper on that and utilize, I think, the brain power around this commission to provide some insight and guidance. Just going back for a second to the status check documents or status check slides. I know that, there are a couple of things that are moving, but there was a restart on there on Cal Grant Equity Framework. There was a restart on there on the kind of simplified award letter. And so I don't know if we're going to circle back to those later today or at another day on another commission meeting, but I want to be sure that we're having a discussion around what does a relaunch of Cal Grant Equity Framework look like? Where did this bill on a common award letter get stuck, and how can we again rethink strategy for the coming year? Last but not least, I'm so sorry. I just don't want to lose it. I think that President Curry brought up a really good issue about the vulnerability of Pell Grant under this administration, especially related to ROI. And so thinking, Dr. Gonzalez, about our upcoming coordination with the institutions, how do we think broadly as public higher education and private in the state of California? How do we start thinking about calculating broadly ROI so that if the federal government moves to an ROI-based Pell Grant, we are already prepared so that our students aren't losing out on that? So I think we need to prioritize that as a discussion and start thinking about our role in that.
right, thank you. We'll go one more Commissioner Day and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Just two very quick things. So with the HBCU program, I think we really need to, I'm going to go back to what Commissioner O'Brien said. I think we need to look at the program itself. HBCU enrollment across the country is up. And from what I hear anecdotally, it's up from students from California. So it raises to me questions about, did we even look at the transferability rate before this happened coming out of the community college to HBCU? So what is the problem that we're even trying to solve? Because we ought to know whether or not 6 is not enough, if it's right on target. We ought to know that answer based on a metric. But it goes back to this very question about assessing these very quick programs that happened that may be wonderful, but did we even implement it in the right way? And did we actually deal with the right question? The second thing is, I want to remind us that students are not engaging financial aid simply through the lens of CSAC. This is one of a number of ways they're thinking about financial aid. And that's hard because we list towards having the conversation as if CSAC is the only way that a student is dealing with financial aid. I think we've got to look at the framework through a sort of student or learner-centered design, where you're designing around that student. How many communications do they get from the institution, from other entities, and then from CSAC around financial aid? And then we start to answer the question, how do you streamline? Because I think sort of we could streamline the award letter, and I think that could be a good thing for us to do. But as a singular exercise, I don't think that is what's going to happen. I think we've got to look, and this, you've heard me say this many times before, we've got to look broadly at what students and families are hearing, and then try to assess how do you streamline all of those communications differently, not just sort of how we're sort of making CSAC work. I think this is doable. So this is not pie in the sky, but I think we've got to look at it through a different lens.
Thank you. Please,
I promise. Also, I know we talked about this before, but I think if we proactively look at some of our partners that within the state that are actually doing the work, and we talked about this before, but just for the record here, engaging Dr. Price and her team with the National College Resource Foundation, because they're doing a lot of the heavy lifting and they're doing a lot of the promotion and marketing for California students going to HBCUs. So we have a great opportunity to really partner with, not necessarily to reinvent the wheel, but kind of be part of the conversation with the discussions of those students and families that are already in that mindset.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. I'll close out with, my experience with HBCUs, and I think it's the exciting piece that goes to what you just shared, Commissioner Day, with Cal Kids, is the earlier conversation. Our students won't go to HBCU if we don't start talking about it in middle school. Families need that much time to plan, to go out of state, to travel. The number one barrier, I will say, my experience, is affordability for them to go out of state. It's to go in general. It's the flights home. It's the moving. It's where am I going to put my stuff when I come home for the summer, because I have to pay for a rental space at the HBCU. So there's all those layers to it that, like you said, we got to take a deeper dive. And I think when you talk about they don't know about CSAC, you're right. They don't hear about us until senior year of high school. And so opportunities like Cal Kids, they can start hearing about us, and first grade and the elementary school principals will know they can get their reports from CSAC, and this is a place that's going to help you give state financial aid. So it's our way into that whole K-12 conversation, one way. Okay, thank you so much. I know we went way long in this conversation, but it was a great one. I do want to call for public comment on this item before we move on to the next presenter, and then we will break for lunch. Okay, seeing and hearing none, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Jessica Moldoff and Dr. Ryan Fuller to kick us off, at least for our Student Success Blueprint for Equity and Supporting Adult Learning Success deep dive, so they can introduce our speaker. And thank you so much for being so patient. I know you do have to leave.
I think what we're going to do is we are going to focus on Dr. Gonzalez from College Futures. Welcome, Elizabeth. And then we're going to take a break, and then we'll come back to do our regular deep dive. I want to honor our partner's time and the fact that she has another meeting. So earlier I introduced Dr. Elizabeth Gonzalez, who is the Chief Program and Strategy Officer from College Futures. as a transformational change leader. So you heard me say she has been leading this work for adult learners, for equity, more importantly, return on investment of education at the national level and here in education. She gets to seed innovation in a space that is safe for people to innovate and to be student-centered. And so that is my hope of what we are learning from her, how she does it, what we can borrow, and then, of course, for us to then find what is CSAC's role in this innovation, and more in particular in serving adult learners. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I am going to share my screen for a moment. And what an introduction, Dr. Gonzalez, the other Dr. Gonzalez on in space together. But really, I want to say, I come to this work with just a tremendous amount of humility because of how I grew up. I'm a first generation college student. I'm from Southeast Los Angeles. I went to Bell Gardens High School. I'm a daughter of Mexican immigrants. And I am a sociologist by training, but I've created an interesting career, I'll say today, because of the impact I think philanthropy can have, but also because ultimately what Dr. Gonzalez was speaking to is everything is done in partnership. All of that is through the work of others. And I believe the best role that philanthropic entities like the College Futures Foundation is to actually create the space to create the kind of investment that allows you to have different conversations, answer them differently, think about innovative practices and policies. And that's really our best role, is to make the space for that and to step in front when you need us to, because we aren't a public entity. We're really one who is, like you, centered on a values about what do we need for learners? What does California need? So that this idea and dream about what California has been for many of us remains intact. So I'm going to do my best, because what about being a speaker between you and lunch is a motivating factor here. So what I'll do is just start us off by just sharing with you the journey that we've been on briefly. So I'm just going to move through this really quickly here. Hopefully please let me know that you can see these. Okay. So, at the foundation over the last 2 years, we have and continue to be committed to post-secondary attainment for learners who are underserved. And that is our mission. What we changed is really just continuing to center the learners who are underserved and their aspirations in achieving their educational goal. This is in line with the mission that College Futures has always had. What we did different and passed and our board passed in December of 2023 was envisioning a California where post-secondary education advances racial, social, and economic equity, unlocking upward mobility now and for generations to come. And so, the question around college attainment and college completion has been really one that has been animating many of us, organizing many of us as we think about economic justice and economic equity and the role of post-secondary education and systems in California. We've always thought, completion is really important and it's enough. And it is, but we can't forget that it's in service of a longer term goal around economic mobility and attainment. And so I just wanted to say that because like your, organization, like the commission and like many organizations in the educational equity space, we've taken the time to reinforce the why that we're here. And as part of our new strategic framework, again, continuing to focus on college attainment for economic mobility for all learners, but in particular with the focus of underserved learners, we have 3 areas that focus our work. And Dr. Gonzalez, you were speaking to one of them, which is redefining post-secondary value. And that's really about advancing a new narrative around the value of post-secondary education as a driver for economic mobility. Some of you may have seen and received some of our reports under the Golden Opportunities Initiative. And that's really our effort to be transparent, to advance data that actually shows us where our students getting a value for their credential. And by value at this point in time, we are defining that as the greater wages, improved wages and income for learners in California, and which degrees, which credentials, which programs offer that for learners, in particularly those learners who come from communities impacted by low incomes and low wages. And so redefining post-secondary value is one, and it is the first area of work that we've really leaned into as it relates to the return on investment. And then the second area of work, and it's what brings me here today, and again, thank you to the CSAC team for inviting College Futures to this conversation, is to think about championing learner-centered solutions. This is a work that we've always done, and traditionally what we've done is work with institutions, our public institutions, but we want to actually enter this space a little differently because of many of the things that you have all been talking about. We have an economy that's changing faster than our systems. We have movement of people, leaving California, coming into California, and it's looking different. We hear that often from our partners at the Public Policy Institute of California. And we also have the digital transformation, that it's changing in the ways that we think about learning and work. And so we want to support and invest and elevate innovative leaders, solutions, and cross-sector collaborations aiming to improve affordability, access, learner agency and belonging, and flexible learning environments for learners. And our near-term focus will be on working learners and those with some college but no credential. And that, as you all were talking about in a really robust way, that takes you to what we call adult learners, right? Those that are older than 25. And I think what we all mean is outside of the traditional focus area. And then lastly, our third focus is thinking about how would you transform education if you could start from scratch and think about the ways that we could transform educational experiences for learners given this changing economy. How would we do that? This is very much a nascent area of work for us. Some of you may have seen that Maria Anguiano, our entrepreneur in residence, which we announced back in the spring, is joining us to help us think about what are the kinds of partnerships that we could support to help us think about new systems for equitable upscaling, reskilling, and the reimagining of policies and financing mechanisms, and just holding new models of delivery that our learners are consistently asking for. And so as I was just speaking to this, and again, you all have been having a robust conversation. It's been wonderful to be able to listen in, is that our near-term priority is what we're calling older adults. And for us, it's because of the equity imperative. We have put out to ourselves, to our board, and to the field an ambitious goal of 70% post-secondary attainment for underserved Californians by 2035. It is clearly ambitious. It requires more than College Futures, but we're using it as a rallying cry that says we need attainment and we need accessible, equitable attainment to actually ensure that California continues to be a place of inclusion and transformation for our communities and our families. And so for us, in order to get to that goal, we continue to need to focus on the 18 to 24-year-olds, those recent high school graduates, but it also means that we need to think about that older adult learner. And those are learners who work, who are parents, are caregivers, and some of them who began in college but did not walk away with a credential. So our focus there is really critical for meeting that attainment goal. And again, it's not about replacing 18 to 22-year-olds. We see this as a larger movement of thinking about how do we think about learning over the life course because of those changes in the economy. And then, of course, adult learners are more likely to be from those communities that have been historically excluded from higher education opportunity. And so this continues our continued march toward equity. And so why now? If it's okay with you, you saw a lot of this data right before, so it was a good segue for us, but that nearly half California college, community college students are that older population. They're more likely to be parents, and they are more likely to have had some college but no degree. And then obviously the financial barriers are higher for this adult population that you were speaking to. Also, it's also something that we continue to hear from learners. I mean, many of us do survey, and as part of our new voice in wanting to catalyze this focus on this working population is we've been doing a lot of listening work with our partners at Gallup and adult learn. And what we're here, and you're going to see a report that we're releasing shortly, is that nobody's walking away from the value of education. I know that that's in the media. And in fact, it very much fires us up at College Futures. But as you listen more deeply to learners, it's not that they don't see the value and that they don't have the goal. It's extremely valuable. As you see here, 94% of the Californians in our survey with Gallup believe that having a credential is very, very and extremely valuable. What they're challenging is how hard it is to finish and the risk calculation and bearing the risk and the cost of that. And so, they come to our systems wanting, higher pay, more fulfilling careers, and to be able to be competitive in the job market. And yet the barriers that they continue to face are costs, the inability to integrate school and work in life, so that flexibility that meets them where they're at, and mental health stress. And we mean mental health stress, not just in a clinical way, but I think we all feel it, the ability to actually navigate our lives, wanting to have a credential, but also the realities of having to work and having to take care causes incredible stress to our learners. And we have heard that consistently. So again, that's our purpose. That drives us also to why this learner population of focus for us. And you heard me talk about this briefly. Our workforce is changing faster than our system. So our California workforce is aging. So there's upskilling and reskilling needs to be accelerating. We need to give working learners that opportunity. The tech, the healthcare, and the green economy growth are reshaping credential value. There are different ways that these sectors are thinking about credentialing, what they value. And without intentional design for this learner population, for working adults, for learners from low to moderate income families, those are the families that we're starting to see are leaving the state. And so they're leaving behind opportunity and what we believe makes our state so powerful. And so College Futures, what that means, and we are very early stage. I wanted to join you here when Dr. Gonzalez asked me just to share, what does that mean? College Futures, we've been a longtime partners of you and others in our public system. We continue to be committed to that. And we're also thinking about innovation. Where can we learn and therefore elevate and share with the field different ways to serve this population of learners and all learners in California? And so we've done some early work around different affordability, flexible learning approaches. So we have partnerships on innovative credential pathways with Futuro Health, with folks like the Rivet School who are thinking about working with school districts and thinking about more flexible credentialing pathways for future teachers. We are looking into some promising financing models with third sector. Financial aid clearly continues to play a role, but what are the roles that employers play in thinking about affordability writ large for learners? And the other things that some of our learners own, like 529s, are there different ways for us to think about ways to maximize affordability with a broader view of financing in post-secondary education? And then lastly, and this really speaks to the working learner and some of the promising models that we see that are working, we have a partnership with the California Community College Chancellor's Office in supporting their competency-based education network, which is a different learning modality, and it shows promise with this adult learning population, and as well as credit for prior learning. How do we acknowledge the skills and the knowledge that learners bring, and we recognize that, and that in turn reduces the time to their degree or longer term credential goals. And so I wanted to share this with you just to hopefully this can help in your conversation that you're having, and to share with you, a partner of yours, how we're thinking about the next kind of what this next phase in the work of post-secondary education and equity, given the kinds of changes that we are all experiencing here in California. And so I hope I was able to breeze through that. I know that was a lot, but I want to make sure to give time to the commission to ask me any questions, and I'll do my best to answer them.
Please, Commissioner Dow.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gonzalez, for that presentation. I have a question about the kind of universe of adult learners. So when you think about the 70% goal, I mean, every adult could be an adult learner. Is there an age range? Is there a particular population that you're thinking about when you do the work?
That's a great question, and it's nice to hear your voice, Commissioner Dow. So we think about the population is we start from what's the universe of the learners that are the opportunity, and that's the 6.6, 18 to 55 that started college and stopped out. So they started, but some college, no degree. So that's a very wide universe. We are specifically focused on and from a programmatic where we're seeking to fund. And I say this because I don't mean to sound so technical, but you have choices to make as a funder. But that said, we're focused particularly on the 25 to 55-year-old, partly because of what that means in terms of that's at the height of kind of labor market activity. And it's also the place where we see innovation happening around flexibility and affordability. So the universe is 6.6 million, 18 to 55-year-olds who have stopped out of post-secondary, but we're specifically looking at different models that serve that 25 to 55-year-old. There's always flexibility, Audrey, as you know, but that's where we're focused. Yeah.
Population, the 25 to 55 down from the 6.6.
Yeah.
Oh, how large is that? Sorry.
I want to say it's 4.8, but don't hold me to that. I'm happy to follow up. There's, as you all know, these data points are very interesting and constantly moving.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Other questions from our commissioners? Please, Commissioner Day.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate you very much. Question for you. So I'm at an institution, one of the segments. So I'm wondering, so there's lots of sort of new ideas. We need to serve adult learners and we need to have different kinds of pathways. I'm wondering how College Futures Foundation is thinking about the work from an organizational change perspective. I mean, these are very large organizations that we're sort of ideating around, here's a new thing, and people have the responsibility of sort of moving these ocean liners. I'm wondering how you're thinking about your work relative to the very real decisions that have to get made, contract negotiations, I mean, the kinds of things that keep this from happening, how you're thinking about the organizational change, recommendations, suggestions, modeling that could be helpful for institutions.
That's an excellent question. And I want to say this, we've entered this conversation around, innovation is by starting the conversation. We actually don't know the how. We are coming into this really leveraging the role we have as a philanthropy to say, we all have we remain committed to equity and to learners. We know that it needs to be reimagined given what's happening in the economy. And we want to fund folks who actually want to think about what that redesign around that organizational change and change management perspective. And so we don't know the how. I think many of us know that what's going to be required is happening so fast and furious. Our job as a philanthropy is to actually set a table and see who comes forward and says, I want to do this differently, and this is what I need to do that forward. We see an investment around organizational change and capacity come later in our new strategic framework. So more likely in the coming year, because what we want to do is to see that now that we've put out data on ROI, and we're going to continue to do more of that, we're going to continue to share work on adult learners. We want to see what institutions come forth. We're going to be releasing requests for proposals in the fall, and we'll do another one next year that actually asks what institutions want to come forward so that we can actually learn what is necessary for redesigning institutions in order to do that.
Okay. Please, we have another question for you from Commissioner Cardoso.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Lisa Cardoso, I'm the president of American River College, newest commissioner here, so I'm learning along the way. Really appreciated the information. I have a lot of thoughts and a lot of questions, but I'm going to try to narrow it down to keep us focused here. Can you talk a little bit about the foundation, how you're thinking through career ed and credentials? One of the questions, and it's also a question for the board here, for the commission here, is how are we planning to take advantage of the workforce Pell? And what say should we have? They're currently doing negotiated rulemaking, and I was just curious if Commissioner O'Brien and I have been talking about it a little bit, but just curious what the foundation will, if the foundation plans to have a say, how that will tie into adult learners, because at American River College, 48% of our students are adult learners, right?
Mhm.
And so it is like, it's not an anomaly. It is our students are
Yeah.
adult learners. So just kind of, there were probably multiple questions there, but just kind of thinking through the foundation's priority on career ed.
So the ways in which that we're thinking about it now, and it's a really important question around short-term Pell, the way that we think about our best role is to understand, first of all, what would be the implications, like what would be the numbers, what would that implicate, what would that mean in terms of funding, and thinking about what is the right implementation environment to get the state ready. And so while we're focused less on the kind of details of the policy, that's what we rely on our partners, at this table and others around that. We're actually just putting out more a set of questions about how do we want to understand what does short-term Pell mean? What does that mean in terms of a windfall or not? And who does it implicate the more? So just thinking more about at a higher level. I hope that answers your question, but like sort of the detail, we are not going down that path just because that's not our that's not our best role. We want to actually, hear from our policy partners about what those implications are and sound the alarm when it's going to impact working adult learners in negative ways. But that's what we're thinking about. And I will say one more thing. We want to continue to tie that to value. And what does that mean for return on, for return on investment for learners?
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Gonzalez. Please go ahead, Commissioner Doppelmayr.
Gonzalez, I would just like to add, it's going back to your adult learner where you're saying changing the education in terms of economic growth and opportunity. So the focus primarily when we think of financial aid in the California Student Aid Commission, the primary focus is, or what really comes to mind is the K through 12 segment, and we're focusing on the parents with the getting them to apply. How can we promote and change that shift to that age segment, that 25 to 55, getting them to consider coming back and utilizing the state and the financial aid to basically finish what they've started? I know it's kind of like a mind shift, but do you have any recommendations on how to kind of, change that marketing and kind of promote a little bit different for consideration?
I mean, and I actually think that would be a great, a great partnership for us to do that. Because again, we are an early stage and thinking about who are the best messengers for that. Because I think we would agree that this is going to be as much as kind of thinking about it technically, like how are you thinking about, Cal Grant, the Cal Grant changes. And I know that's why you're all here to talk about that. But we think a lot about just the kind of narrative change and almost public will building that's going to be necessary. That's why we're doing a lot of this work, like with Gallup. We are doing storytelling campaigns and listening to learners and also doing an analysis about where can we find adult learners, who are they listening to, and and where can we deliver those messages. So we're thinking a lot about not so much, we've done some research of it's not necessarily social media. For some part of that population, it is, but does it continue to be to some of the kind of workforce community-based organizations where you need to land? I think what we're landing on, we think it's going to be a little bit of both that we're going to have to do, especially for communities who don't have access to particular things, is we're going to have to think about those kinds of partnerships with community-based organizations that serve, older adults, but also thinking about, we continue to think about kind of the media play and social and the aspects and the segments of the social media that these learners listen to and advancing it there.
I have thank you. And Dr. Gonzalez, I have a question for you. And I know you said you're in early discussions or conversation, just developing and where to go. And I first thing I asked, and it probably hasn't been done, but this is something I think before we even go into it's like almost a root cause analysis. There's a lot of federal and state programs that require in their program, like Head Start, to give parents, adult learners, information about post-secondary enrollment. And I've spent a lot of time with the Head Start program because I was trying to track those students from, from the Head Start on. And in their program requirements, they have to give their parents information about going to college and post-secondary or careers or tech. It's programs. So have you is that part of the plan? I mean, we really need to, because this needs to be more than just a CSAC and higher ed conversation.
Oh,
There's
yeah.
a lot of federal and state programs. But the difference between what happens at a college is it's like, let me help you do your FAFSA. Whereas in a federal program that I've seen, like a Head Start program, here's a flyer, you can go get help. Like,
Yeah.
how are we including all of those other agencies that receive resources to do this work? But for me, it's like, define what you do and I'll define what I do, because it looks very different than getting these
Yeah.
families into college. Have you crosswalked all of those different programs?
We have
federally?
not, and let me say two things. One is also that federal environment of what is happening to those programs is so in flux. We have kind of given ourselves grace to say, let's pull back and see what's happening. That said, that is part of our partnership with Third Sector, who is actually doing that crosswalk, and we will release it.
Awesome.
Because it goes back to, and Third Sector is a partner in particular around public funding, what is left on the table and how can we think about it? So that's part of the work that they're doing with us.
Perfect. No, it's that coordination. So it's not just the same higher ed, K-12, agencies. Okay. We have another question from Commissioner Saravia, and it's thank you so much for being patient with the time.
Oh, not at all. Thank you.
Say thank you so much for coming. I think one of the things that I really did not realize is how much our student parents need and how much help they need from not only our higher education systems but also from the state in general. I know Valley College is noted here as one of the community colleges that offers child services. But that's actually funded by the community college. But for some CSUs, it's actually the student leaders that fund the childcare services that are offered to our student parents that have children between the ages of 18 months to 5 years. So they get proper education at some of the CSUs. But I realized that it's not available to all CSUs, and it's not an option for all students across other segments. So I was just reflecting on that. But I think the one thing that I really think that we would also want to focus on is destigmatizing this idea that adult learners that want to go into higher education, it's only for a traditional career, like going into the English profession or into biology or engineering. Higher education can also mean certifications for fixing air conditioners or a certification to do ultrasounds, stuff like that. Students and adult learners should know that that is still a path in higher education, and even if it's not advertised as higher education, that is still what higher education is. So I think it's talking about destigmatizing what higher education is and how our adult learners identify higher education, because trade school is still higher education.
That's right.
Regardless of what they are being told in high school and what they're being told after high school. So I think it's also starting there and trying to take away that idea that there's only one route in higher education, and that's the traditional route. So
you might have been at our board meeting a couple of years ago, because I think you really eloquently and forcefully pointed out something that I think has gone unassumed, is that we still have the same visual of who a learner is based on our own experiences and what it's done. But when you look at data, the CSU, the average age, I believe, is 23 years old. And for community college, we know that is slightly older. But I think that two things I wanted to say for you all, the crosswalk. So the crosswalk is a big takeaway for me here. But this point about student parents and what they need, we have incredible partners in California, whether it's California Competes, Ed Trust West, the Mickelson Foundation, who's done a lot of work on student parents to actually help elevate that. And then the last thing I wanted to say is that's why the foundation, you've seen us putting out a lot of data, and we're going to continue to do this because that's part of that work. We actually have to change our ideas and conceptions about who learners are and who they're going to be. We are all going to, at some point, be, needing to reskill or upskill or think about the different kinds of things that we will need in a new, in a vastly changing world. But again, we're going to start off by just reminding ourselves who our learners are. And we hope that begins the kind of narrative change that destigmatizes. for learners, because that's not why we're here. We have to have systems that meet them where they're at.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Gonzalez, for being here and for your work. And it's a continued conversation. And thank you for being patient with the timing. And we went a little
Not
over,
at
but
all.
we're so grateful. Thank you for your commitment.
No, thank you for all the work you do. We're the lucky ones that we have partners like you and with the commission, and just really kind of pushing and thinking about what does financial aid mean and be, for our learners in this world right now. And so we're just really grateful for the invitation and for being at this table with you.
All right, thank you. All right, commissioners, it is 12:32. We're going to take our lunch break till 1:10. To grab lunch, we're going to follow Maria to go grab lunch. I know I'm carrying your lunch a little shorter than planned. So we're going to get back on track to finish the long time because traffic and all that, and we have flights to catch. So we'll break for about almost 40 minutes. So it's 12:32. So we'll come back at 1:10 for those of you online. Thank you.
We're set.
All right, commissioners, thank you so much for eating really quick so we can get back on track. We are going to continue the conversation on our student success blueprint for equity and supporting adult learners and our deep dive. So I will turn it over to our commissioners, Commissioner Rodriguez and Haynes, and also to Dr. Jessica Moldoff and Dr. Ryan Fuller from our data team to take us through this item.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you again to our Commissioner Sophomore and Dow for leading us in that equity discussion. We're excited to kind of keep on talking about what we've already been talking about, equity, but also adult learners. We know that the state has placed a lot of emphasis on adult learners, not only here at CSAC, but also with the Career Education Master Plan. And so we won't talk a lot about that, but what we will talk about is about what we're doing, how we can better serve them. I was planning on reading this to you, 4 pages, but I will stop. Should I? But I did want to highlight, and Commissioner Dow had asked a question to Dr. Gonzalez earlier that I was going to bring up, and I will bring it up again since we're back here for this last half of the day. So when we think about adult learners, what does that universe look like? And at the state level, what we are looking at is 6.8 million Californians ages 25 to 54 who have a high school diploma but no college degree. So that's 6.8 million Californians that we can serve. We know, and we're excited to hear from College Futures that they'll be doing some polling. They'll be doing some messaging around the value of higher education. But I think we all know that in this room. We know that college leads to better jobs, higher wages, stability for households. So we know that this is a good thing. So today we're going to hear from our talented CSAC team, Dr. Jessica Moldoff, Dr. Ryan Fuller. We already heard from Dr. Gonzalez, so we will skip over that. But before I go any further, I do want to thank my colleague, Commissioner Haynes, for co-presenting this item.
Thank you, Commissioner Rodriguez, and thank you, Chair Cifuentes, also Vice Chair Day, Dr. Gonzalez, and the staff here at CSAC. We're excited to present on this topic. Much of the ground has already been covered. Thank you, Commissioners Dopplemore, Commissioner Dow, for a great job this morning and really teeing up this conversation regarding adult learner success, which is also rooted in equity. And we had the conversation this morning about equity. I want to echo a few remarks that Commissioner Rodriguez mentioned just to reinforce a few data points that I think really we should all consider when we think in terms of adult learner success. There are 6.8 million adult learners who have a high school degree but no college degree here in the state of California. Think of the economic impact of that cohort and think of what could be transformative if a major percentage of that population returned to school and received a degree. Majority, 54% of the adult learners are enrolled in the community college system. And I know our Commissioner O'Brien is well versed on some of those data points regarding adult learners in the community college system. We know what the financial aid opportunities are for adult learners. They're detailed in your packet, so we won't bore you with those areas or those programs. But we will say that they are very, very important to the success of adult learners in all 3 sectors of our educational system here in the state of California. I also just want to highlight some of the ecosystems of support, again, also detailed in your packet. We will not walk you through each of them, but I think there are several that we wanted to highlight. Pell and Workforce Innovation and Opportunity federal funds accessed by a number of our adult learners. California Adult Education Program also is an example of financial aid for this cohort of students. And we talked yesterday and today about the impact of foster youth, guardian scholars programs. There's an opportunity there as well for adult learners and aid. Educational models to support adult learners. Again, we want to echo some of the comments we've heard earlier. They're detailed out in your packet again, but I don't think we can say enough about the work ongoing at Compton College. We heard from Dr. Curry this morning, and they are one of the leaders throughout the state of California in providing basic needs support. Many of our colleges and universities in all three sectors have student parent programs. But I would put a caveat in that note in the sense that we've done some baseline research and the programs are uneven, quite frankly. And that's part of an issue that I think we'll discuss later when you look at support for adult learners here in the system or the sectors. Basic needs centers funded at all three sectors, community colleges, CSU and the UC, again, uneven by way of the way they play out daily on a college campus. And that is for later in our conversation. So we wanted to tee up the conversation this morning again, or this afternoon. Again, this morning, a lot of the ground was covered. So now we'll turn it over to Jessica and Ryan to lead us through the next phase of this deep dive.
That didn't work. Oh, there it is. Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners. I, of course, yet again have the spot after lunch. But the good news is that today we will not be going through many data tables. We'll be talking a little bit more about the more project focused things rather than just showing numbers. And really what we're going to be showing today is focusing on how we're really making a difference in real time for students. Like these are projects that we're really trying to go all in on to the most extent that we can. There are some projects that are still in their infancy. Some of them are getting a little big, and some of them have a lot more potential, but we probably need to touch base on those partnerships, such as with the College Futures Foundation, to really scale it up and make it what it needs to be in order to serve this very important population, because it is a population that we don't quite have the same system of support. I think we've already mentioned before that traditional students, a lot of things are structured around traditional high school to college students. And we really need to like expand out that same level of support for our adult learners if we can ever hope to actually reach our like the 70% post-secondary attainment goal. Because we don't need to just focus on the new students. We also need to meet adult learners where they are and really help them see that there is still room for them to go to college and improve their lives. Let's see if this works. Yay. Okay. So we're going to zoom through a little bit of this. You already saw our data on our thing. So we want to focus here on the adult learner landscape. So of course, when we talk about adult learners, we talk about the employers that eventually they're looking to work for. The local regional workforce boards, really thinking about what the local labor markets are needing, the collaboration that's needed for different programs to support those labor markets. Also, the higher ed institutions that are feeding into those labor markets.
And while we recognize that those are all here, many of those people who are represented on this board, we of course, as a student aid commission, we exist in the state agency bucket, again, with like the Employment Development Agency, Department of Ed, Department of Social Services. So there's a lot of support out there for adult learners, but of course, like we need to really focus on our piece of the puzzle, as it were, when we start talking about these students. Because again, we're thinking about that mindset shift. So not just focusing on our CSAC lane and what we can do as an independent agency. We really need to be thinking about what sort of partnerships can we leverage, what kind of resources can we bring in onto the table to really create a structural change for all students, and then for this presentation, adult learners.
Yeah, we'll just share mics. So thinking about the mindset change, how does this fit into the goal framework? And we talked about a little bit about this in previous presentation, and goal 1, equitable access. This is a really important piece of the adult learner population. So if you go back to the Student Success Blueprint, Goal 1B is maximizing resources to eliminate eligibility barriers for low-income populations. And as we know, this is a significant piece of that adult learner population here. So investing in the full implementation of the Cal Grant Equity Framework is critical here. Expanding entitlement to adult learners. We know that the GPA and age requirements, especially the age requirement, is a barrier for community college students. And so that's the piece for Goal 1. And then the Goal 1D, supporting segment partners and future learners by collaborating to increase the share of adult learners for impacting short-term career training and credentialing. And Cal Grant C here, I think, is important to focus on. As we know, Cal Grant C has been a underutilized program historically for the Student Aid Commission. And so thinking about modernizing the Cal Grant C program to focus possibly more on short-term stackable CTE credentials, which we know that a lot of these adult learners will be focusing on as they tie in the skills they learned into the workforce. And then finally, increasing access for formerly incarcerated and foster youth, continuing to provide support for, we currently have former foster youth right now with our Chafee program and our other students that get the Enhanced Cal Grant Awards, but continuing to focus on these groups as a portion of this larger adult learner population.
Right. So when we think about what kinds of strategies to implement in order to address this goal, of course, they have to be student-centered, but they aren't necessarily all attempting the same type of strategy for expanding access, because we have basically 2 different paths we can go down. We can reevaluate our current policies. There are certain things that aren't in the statute. They aren't even in the regulations. They're just policies we've adopted over time. It's the way things have always been done. So it's things that we have wiggle room because they are policies or they are interpretation. We can kind of pave our own way. So there's a way to just audit and review our existing programs to evaluate if the policies that we've adopted over time are still matching our student-centered equity lens that we mapped out in the blueprint. One example of this is transfer entitlement. We'll go into more of that on the next slide. On the other side is more that innovative piece, the reimagining programs. So we think about, identify the programs that we have today that aren't working for today's students. And we need to really think about things to do that are big changes. These are ones that will involve changing the statute. It may be quite the long runway as we try to figure out actually how to do it. And Cal Grant C is certainly one of those. Dr. Curry scooped us a little bit on the slide. as we talk about the things we want to do with Cal Grant C, we certainly have been in conversation with Compton College about this, about trying to mirror, to kind of like jump onto the bandwagon, not necessarily bandwagon, but kind of like following the same path as like Workforce Pell, maybe not all the way to Workforce Pell, but definitely seeing how we can make Cal Grant C be more targeted and more actually easier to get, because right now students have to complete a supplemental application. That's a big drop-off point. We send out like hundreds of thousands of them and only get like 20,000 back. So like that alone is a big drop off. So if instead we can do some data exchanges, some really like targeted cohort outreach, then we can really say like, you're a student, you're in this program. Guess what? We have this special financial aid program in partnership with the Student Aid Commission. Again, big dreams. That's still in the infancy. I mentioned some things are in the infancy. This one is very much in its infancy, but it's very exciting. So the things that we're doing now, we are trying to expand access to our existing Cal Grant programs through policy changes, and then also trying to lead those statewide conversations in modernizing Cal Grant C to actually meet CTE students where they are. And like I said, for transfer entitlements, so this is a very specific example, but basically we are getting some clarification in the statute where so right now the transfer entitlement is one of those programs that has an age cap to it as a way to limit the flow basically of students into this program. The age cap is once they turn 28, they're no longer eligible, but there's a little ambiguity in the statute about when exactly they're turning 28. Are they turning 28 when they apply for the program or when they actually matriculate onto campus in their bachelor's degree granting institution? So we are doing the student-centered approach of being more generous. So as a result, we are going to be changing some of our language about this. What does this mean in real time? It means that approximately 554 students are now preliminary awarded for 25-26 that would not have otherwise been preliminarily awarded for this program because they were 27 when they applied, and despite being now 28 once they're actually entering the college. And of course, what we need to do here is do a whole bunch of back room, like updating of our trainings and tools so that we can all streamline this and also clean up the regulations. Okay, so goal 2.
So goal 2, as we bring this back to the Student Success Blueprint, how can we provide equitable support for this adult learner population? And we have goal 2B here. The idea is that we're going to partner with segments and basic needs organizations, state and federal agencies to really expand our data and technology solutions to really try to expand awareness and streamline access to these student basic needs services for a population where this is going to be critical for them. Some of the pieces, the partnerships here, examples are Cal Kids, one that we're actively working on right now to get data. CalWorks, our existing partnerships with Department of Social Services, Employment Development Department, local workforce investment boards. The idea is to be able to coordinate data and technology solutions to really streamline awareness and eligibility for these students that may not receive these basic needs services. Continuing to invest in coordinating data sharing with CSAC to support institutions and tie in financial aid applications to really be able to expand eligibility for these adult learner populations.
All right, and this is where it gets really exciting because this is how we're making data actionable right now. So we recently entered into a data sharing agreement with the Community College Chancellor's Office to get data from the application that students do to attend a community college, the CCC Apply database. We get data seemingly every day on the last 18 months of applicants. So it's a lot. There are 8 million records for those of you who wonder what the volume of it is. So there's a lot we can do with that data because the Chancellor's Office is such a great partner to us in doing these data sharing agreements. Initially at the top is a little hard to tell on the text, but it's basically, it's our community college FAFSA CADAA dashboard. So it's the community college version of our Race Submit dashboard. Currently, it's comparing apples to oranges. We're looking at financial aid applicants and people who are enrolled in a community college, which is not a great comparison. But now that we have the CCC apply data, and we also have some of our own data that we receive from colleges about enrollment numbers, we're hoping to improve the dashboard into having a dial for new students and returning students. So we can say for sure, these are the students that have applied to your college, and this is how many of them have actually applied for financial aid. Eventually, we want to do some specific reports for colleges, but it is, I mean, again, it's in its infancy. So we're still working out exactly the mechanics of doing that, but it's coming. Also, the CCC Apply is great in getting more information about students. We're going to get, of course, race ethnicity from the students. We're getting whether or not they have dependent children, so we can actually do better outreach for our students with dependent children grant. We'll know if they are pursuing a CTE program, so we can actually target them for Cal Grant C outreach. And then just general financial aid outreach. We have all this information for these students, and we can certainly outreach to them in order to make sure that we can get students to apply for financial aid if they may not even know that they might be eligible. Also, fraud monitoring. The Community College Chancellor's Office is doing a lot in terms of fraud monitoring, which we are also trying to do a lot of partnerships on the, basically before it was a little bit more not quite as systematic, trying to identify which of our financial aid applications might be fraudulent. But through the flags that they have, we're hoping to be a little bit more strategic about monitoring that as well. I don't know. I think it's like every 6 months we get some article in EdSource talking about the fraud that's going on. So we're definitely wanting to use that as well. So the impact for students this year, we're trying to increase outreach. We're connecting them to different programs that they're eligible for. Yeah, I mean, it's basically like by having this centralized data source, we're really able to reach students at a much more massive scale than previously we could. And of course, a lot of these students are those adult learners that we're trying to make connections with.
So finally, the last piece of the student success blueprint, goal 3, equitable success. The idea is that we're making student outcome data actionable here by supporting California leaders to increase investment in our financial aid programs with the that reach students with the highest equity gaps. So we kind of touched on this a little bit earlier. We have expanded SB 70 data that we'll be able to look at, among other things, outcomes for adult learners, student parents, to identify how state aid are receiving these students, or in some cases not receiving, for these students not being able to receive aid. Other pieces that we had on critical here is funding a report on CSAC's opportunities to serve adult learners through program innovation and outreach, and then as well as being able to pathway maps to connect financial aid and workforce higher education. President Curry touched on that a little bit, and how that happens at a regional level. And so how can we really kind of make that happen statewide to look at these workforce pathways that are going to be most beneficial for these adult learners who are often cases already working in careers and going back to school.
Measuring student success. This has been a journey. I can't deny it. Trying to get to this state. We are closer than we've ever been, which is exciting because I've been at CSAC since 2017. And I think it was probably within the first 6 months that I realized that we have a lot of data, but we don't have any outcomes data. We cannot say whether our programs are working because we don't know whether students graduate. And that's kind of an important outcome when you talk about return on investment. So right now we split this into two different pieces. One of them is our Cal Grants Outcome Project. This is actually what our strategic data fellow from Harvard is doing. She is looking at individual level persistence and graduation data from private segments and soon community colleges, with a new MOU coming out very soon. And with this, we're going to do a regression discontinuity analysis of the impact of the competitive Cal Grant in particular. The great thing about the competitive program is because it is a scored program, we're able to measure the outcomes of students just below and just above the cutoff because they are arguably the same. So we can really create some very almost causal effects measurement on the Cal Grant program. And then on the other hand, we have kind of what's going to be a little bit more routine, reimagining the SB 70 enhancement that, yes, we've mentioned a couple of times. So in the recent budget bill, it enhances the existing statute. It requires all Cal Grant participating institutions, both public and private, to report enrollment persistence and graduation data disaggregated by program and student demographics. And the student demographics part is very important because there is no equity work without demographics, without disaggregated data. We cannot know who our programs are working for without this level of detail with our outcomes. Specifically, and these are also demographics that we don't necessarily have access to. That's probably the most challenging thing right now for us here at CSAC, is that we have age, but like Dr. Curry mentioned, race, ethnicity, gender, we don't have those. The FAFSA took away gender. We don't even have gender anymore. We only have date of birth. We haven't had race, ethnicity in probably ever. We rely on all of our data sharing agreements in order to cobble that together, like bit by bit, but it's still a huge problem. And it's a big gap in our data. And it's why we do continue to look for additional partnerships in order to get that data in, because, yeah, we cannot really measure the impact we're having from an equity lens if we don't know who our students are, because there's so much obscure by not having that data available. So the impact for students, of course, is the statewide awareness of the return on investment for the programs that benefit adult learners, new opportunities. One of the demographics is whether or not they're an adult learner. There's also about student parents, foster youth. Yeah, we're just trying to see what's going on and whether where the financial aid is really meeting its goals of providing those equitable outcomes for students. So that's what we're doing. But of course, CSAC is, again, in a landscape. So we mentioned briefly the master plan for career education. You've got workforce training, career pathways, the career passport. And of course, for the Student Aid Commission, we're in this accessibility and affordability piece. I love the image from the first slide deck we had today about how admissions is the window, financial aid is the door. Really trying to key in on that piece, because, yeah, there really is no master plan for career education without financial aid, and without outcomes data, we can't really say whether or not the financial aid is doing its job for students. So we'll end on the retreat engagement and reflection slide. And I really want to focus down on question number 3 about what partners, resources, or policy change can accelerate progress. I've already identified, like Cal Grant C, we're going to need policy change for that, because in order to basically the supplemental form we have for Cal Grant C is in the statute. We can't get around that. It's a burden, and we need to change the statute in order to relieve that burden. Resources, partners, again, bringing it back to the College Futures presentation, but of course, we're not limited to College Futures. But definitely thinking about where is it where CSAC's role stops, and where philanthropy could really do a lot to pick up to make sure that our work is scalable. So thank you.
Down your notes and ideas and thoughts. Just amazing. And thanks for pivoting with the morning lunch, before lunch, all that. You both do a great job with pivoting with us. I'm going to start off with Commissioner Rodriguez, please.
Thank you again to the team for all the work and prepping us for this conversation today. And again, really, there's rich information in here, so thank you for highlighting that. I think it's a good compendium of all that we're doing for adult learners. I do want to piggyback on something that's in here in the blueprint. Um, I'm reminded about all the work that still needs to be done on the Cal Grant reform. And I want that to be something that we revisit. I know we've been talking about that we need to revisit that again. So rather than starting a new program, I think there's a new opportunity, maybe this year in 2026 and 2027 to restart those conversations with our policymakers. So I just want to put a pin on that because I hope that this continues to be a conversation, but that we strategize as a commission to continue on Cal Grant reform.
Robinson, please.
Tika and the team for the presentation. I have a few questions. I know you talked about reimagining program. I really like the word. It's the first time, like we are planning to reimagine something Cal Grant C. So also you're talking about a little bit about the evaluation policies. I know it's in the beginning stage, but how far we are, because the reason is only if we do those two work, we know what are the barriers, right? So is there something you can share how far we are, or is there a timeline for those activities?
Far enough that I feel like we need to have internal conversations to figure out exactly what the next step is. Because, I mean, the extent that we can reimagine is really determines, I guess, the runway on it. Because I as a data person, at my core, though I am also now doing specialized programs, so trying to, again, still try to get my hands in a little bit of everything. But I guess we're at kind of the spot where we have a vision, we have a thought of like, we could possibly see what like a pilot could look like. But in the end, like, it's also about balancing. I love financial aid policy because it is so complicated. But I'm not sure to what extent the complications within federal policy are going to be covering us within the state. So there's different levels of reimagination depending on how many classic financial aid rules we want to break, or can be broken. So definitely trying to find time to talk with our new deputy director of PPA, of Policy and Public Affairs, Jessica Deichman over there, who's, yes, now she's on the focus, about what we can do about this program. Because I don't know, I have a crazy idea, but I'm not really sure if it's actually feasible, let alone like actually if there's appetite out there to make those kinds of changes. But even if it's like something that we could legitimately do. So very much in the infancy. Some of these things are already kind of percolating, but this one is one that's like, we're still figuring it out.
Commissioner Robinson, if I may add something though, these are conversations that we started with the blueprint, right? So the blueprint clearly says you reimagine Cal Grant C as a part of the process. We've had the conversations with the state chancellor's office because the majority of the students that would qualify are in the community colleges, as you can see from the data. So we need them as our partners. Compton College has been a key partner in the last few months to reimagine. They're likely to run a bill. And so we have to think of ourselves, right, as we talk in September about our 26-27 priorities. Is CSAC the right space to run a bill, or are we supportive behind the scenes? And is this the right entry point to get at Cal Grant reform? I think the answer is yes, and, right? Because we're in the yes and stage of our work. But a part of the reimagination, we don't have to look too far to think about the reimagination. Community colleges, UCCSU are changing in real time. So it's really about catching up to them and their innovation. And then, yes, recent changes in Pell have taught us 3 major changes, which higher ed had been advocating for many decades. I think Jobs for the Future, College Futures have been funding that type of reform for 10 years. Those are things that we would borrow for Cal Grant C. Where the state is today in terms of fully funding Cal Grant C, for example, right? Since it's been brought up, next year might be challenging, but a pilot, we can call it an acceleration project. You heard Southwestern yesterday say, we would love to be a partner and be a pilot site. We may not have all the statewide data, but what if we could get a district to share all of their data to show proof of concept then you're not completely changing a law. You're actually showing proof of concept, then being able to expand it. And then I want to make sure that we come back to what we're doing in real time, because the team was actually very modest, right? Cal Grant C is our 26-27 priority, right? How and where we lead it, that's our conversation in September. But it has to be a priority from what we heard from all of our presenters from the team. But in real time, you're shifting and reevaluating what we already have, like transfer entitlement. Why did we see it that way? There are so many reasons to diagnose the why, but we've done our assessment and we know there's opportunity for change. But what would it look like to even just run a major tiny change to say, now we want to serve 29-year-olds? Here's how many there are. And here are the sectors that they're in. And here are the regions, legislators that are connected to your special districts. And then new ways with the data that we're going to be collecting from the segments for us to actually run financial aid faster. Why do we have to do applications? As Jessica mentioned, could we use our data to expedite Cal Grant C automatically using the community colleges data? We've tried it. It works. We can continue to do that type of work that doesn't require a bill. So I just wanted to close a loop there because we're going to come back to this in September.
Commissioner Day.
Jessica, thank you. You asked what this question 3. So I would say a serious marketing deep dive. This population and getting them to make the decision to return is going to be more than just access to financial aid. It's going to be a mix of, is there what I want? Is the ROI there? Is it the right financial aid at the right time? And I would say and I heard the starting point because we have our relationship that is really positive with the California community colleges, but we're going to also need to engage in a deeper way, and it's a two-way street with, remind everybody, the CSU is the largest system of public higher education in the country. So there's a lot of data there. That's why I'm saying that. So if we're going to really learn, we're going to have to really think across lots of areas. What are these offerings, and who across our systems are in the best places to be able to produce those kinds of offerings? Because I think this will be a much more selective population that's looking at lots of different ways to consider post-secondary education. So I think before we, or as we are thinking about the provision of aid opportunities, we should also ask and not ask, but really assess, potentially even do research on where are the need points? What exactly is this broad population, or what are the multimodal elements of enrollment desires that these populations have? Because I think that's going to matter in a way that is equally significant as the provision of aid opportunity. So the partnering, in addition to sort of marketing and like discovery kind of marketing, it may be looking at partners who are doing this work, not just in California, but nationwide, looking at adult learners, looking at the array of offerings how adult learners are pursuing higher education, just to answer your question.
Assistance with creating data sharing agreements with CSU from someone on the inside.
Your response. So notice I put in there the two-way street. Absolutely committed to working with you on that.
Questions? Commissioner Saravia.
I was going to say, one of the things that I would really, really like to see is maybe the data on where the most amount of adult learners are, because obviously the community colleges are one of the most accessible ways for them to access higher education. And kind of like we were discussing, it's really important for us to not just get them into higher education, but make sure that we see them through and make sure that they graduate with their careers that they intentionally want to get. So I think maybe identifying which community, if we want to talk about starting a pilot program, maybe identifying which community college has the highest amount of adult learners, and then identifying whether the transfer rate between that community college, where the highest transfer rate for those adult learners might end up being, and then maybe kind of like what Commissioner Day was saying, creating that bridge between not only the community college, but between that university, whether it's the CSU or the UCs, to ensure that they are graduating and to ensure that they do see it through. I would really like to see just where our adult learners really are and whether there's a commonality between that community college and where they end up transferring. Because a lot of community colleges have really, really good relationships with their CSUs or their UCs. So it would be really interesting to see the pilot program then be implemented in that already built relationship. I don't know.
And to clarify, so the pilot would probably be within Cal Grant C. So we are hoping to do something that would be stackable, and that would basically be more of the driving force of identifying those programs that are have stackable credentials with strong employment outcomes. That's already a requirement for Cal Grant C. We work with the Community College Chancellor's Office every like 4 or 5 years on like priority occupations for Cal Grant C defined as high wage, high need fields. So it would really be targeted like that, ideally. Again, whatever we can do under the letter of the law. But the vision is that we would target those high need, high outcome fields. And then that would really be driving the data sharing so that we can know for sure. Because again, one of the data things that we're missing at the commission is we don't necessarily know like what programs the students are in. That's why we rely on the supplemental application for the student to tell us where they are. There's like a breakdown. Again, it's like the more things we don't have, the more we have to ask someone, which is always a barrier because maybe they don't get the email, maybe they like forget about it or what have you. So trying to navigate that. As for the actual transfer numbers, I think I would have to defer to career to career for that kind of information eventually.
Thank you. And Commissioner Dow.
You for the presentation. I just want to echo Commissioner Rodriguez's point about revisiting Cal Grant reform and really looking at it through the lens of adult learners. I hope that in our review of that and revisiting of it, if we can include in that discussion on Cal Grant C, if we can include in that discussion of the limitations of AB 540 for adult learners. So really thinking about adding an adult learner lens to our programs as we, again, revisit this major effort that we've started.
I had one quick question for you now before we wrap up. I mean, I feel we're closer, but you would be a better judge of that now that that data return on investment has always been like the conversation. So now we know, okay, who received a Cal Grant and did they complete? Are we closer to say who completed? Now let's connect that to the Franchise Tax Board and track how much they've paid into California state taxes that they've paid back their Cal Grant and some. Like how much of these Cal Grant recipients, regardless, are paying back into the state. You think we're closer to that with Cradle to Career? What do you think?
I mean, well, I don't think the Franchise Tax Board is part of Cradle to Career. I know that they're getting some of the wage data from EDD and some other ones, but even then, it's not there yet. We're still like we're kind of still building the pieces. It's certainly the next phase where we are further along than we've been before for sure. But it is still going to be kind of limited just on the persistence in graduation. Trying to get the EDD data, I think has a lot of complications. This kind of goes into like the story I can always give for data. It's like, yes, the data exists. Can we get it? Maybe. It's not necessarily up to us of whether or not we can get the data or how clean the data is going to be. I think there's a lot that needs to be done on the EDD side to kind of make the data a little bit cleaner. And I think that's something they do talk about at the Career to Career meeting. When it's there and when we have a clear path to it, then yes. But unfortunately, we're still having to do relative baby steps. And again, that's also part of why there are 2 solutions rather than a single solution on that slide. Baby step.
And I think it goes back to what Commissioner Dow and Commissioner Rodriguez said, if we got to find new ways to talk about Cal Grant reform. And I know if we got there, we can show just how much it's paying. Research nationally has shown that, but it's like, okay, what's the California number say? How are we reinvesting? And I promise you, they're paying $2 to $3 to $4 more for every dollar they receive, is what, they usually say about federal financial aid. So just thinking like that, if we're going to have that conversation, I feel for some, we've exhausted, I don't say exhausted, but we've talked about the why and the more imperative of California, the future of career, but I feel like it's all coming down to money. And so how do we build that case and show that? So that's why I keep thinking, what do we do if we're going to get there? Because it always comes back to the money.
Yeah, I'm hopeful that we can get most of the way there by having graduation. We can say like by giving a student a Cal Grant award, then they're this much more likely to graduate. Graduates have this much more earning potential, this much more in taxes. So it's going to be a little bit of like assumptions, but again, as time goes by, hopefully we'll be relying more on actual data rather than just assumptions. But yeah, I think getting there at all. But yeah, I mean, talking about Cal Grant reform, because it was like a year there where I felt like I was just living and breathing Cal Grant reform all the time. But that is actually a part of why the Cal Grant C piece is so interesting, because that was almost a part of Cal Grant reform that was forgotten. It was not clear how it was going to fit in. We were trying to make it unified, but of course these CTE classes are not like in the typical like Cal Grant reform structure. So that's again why we're really focusing on stackable, because it can be that a student gets Cal Grant C, and then by the time they're ready for the associate's degree, that's where Cal Grant reform can pick them up and bring them to the finish line.
Okay. All right, I'll turn over to Dr. Gonzalez to close this out before we do public comment too.
I was just going to add, because, part of the mind shift that we're having to do, right? It's a yes, the data doesn't exist, and here's one thing we could do. So I see community colleges, CSU just published their ROI reports. I think UC made an announcement that theirs is coming. They all have an ROI report that just got published in the last month. We know, for example, the number of students that get financial aid. You could do a rough estimate. So it's a yes and solution. You also have 75 years of data. This is the 75th anniversary year of 70th of Cal Grant. So what would it look like to go to, franchise tax board and just say, can we just have this specific year or this specific 5 years, right? So instead of doing all the data or the most recent data, we take a look back. And then Chair Cifuentes, in one of our phone calls, you mentioned something really interesting around how we might be able to make and solve for adult learner success and other students, even though we can't have all of Cal Grant. So really thinking about the steps. And your idea was the one about could we build an alumni network, and could alums of Cal Grant help us and get a tax credit incentive? Do you remember that conversation?
We have a lot of those conversations. She listens to all the crazy ideas and we talk, and she probably, you like that one? Oh, so we talked about how, I just kept hearing it's the money, we can't do it. And I thought more than half of us at this table received a Cal Grant award, right? And I think what California doesn't always have in their budget, K-12 higher ed, is a little bit of money for innovation. You don't get, Commissioner Rodriguez, let me give you get $1 million a year to innovate. And I heard the president talk about yesterday how he has a Shark Tank and they get to pitch the best idea. Well, he has to use his own institutional money to find a little bit of money to inspire his team members to dream, right? And so we don't do that. We don't have innovation money, so we have to look outside. So we were talking about if we did this kind of Cal Grant alumni campaign around that, whether we do it through our Cash for College donations, but I'm here now I will make the first pledge to that, to donate, to give back to what was given to me, but owning that piece to help us with that innovation, to continue to do that. And I just think there's no money for that, guys, in K-12 budgets. There's no money in higher ed budgets. We don't get that little bit of extra. We have to get creative. And then it's kind of sad, we celebrate like we did yesterday, the president that finds a way to spark creativity, but it shouldn't be the exception. It should be the rule, but it's just not figured out right now. So we got to make our own money is what I'm saying. So we're going to make our own money. How are we going to celebrate Cal Grant alumni in our state And I don't care if it's $25 or if it's $1,000 or it's something to say, I'm Cal Grant. Thank you, California. Let me put in so we can look at those pieces of, and even if it means it goes to adult learners and it goes to more programs for adult learners so they can have events. Like some of the ideas I wrote down was when we're doing a Cash for College, we always hear that one story, like the mom comes with a student and they're going to community college and they didn't know that they could have did their FAFSA too, but they're paying cash for their classes. And then we end up helping the FAFSA. But why do we wait for those? Why don't we make that part of the presentation? If you're a parent here and you're in school now, we can also help you as well when you're, like including those pieces. But that's kind of what we talked about. We have to find the way to get this money or get creative. But I do think we need to send the message. There's a lot of us in the state. And how do we give back to that? What's been given to us?
Wrap up. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Jessica.
Yes, thank you. Before we go, yes, please. Thank you. Before we go on to our next item, if we can have any public comment for item number 7. I don't see any here in Chula Vista. Is there any online?
No public comment online.
Okay, thank you so much. We will go ahead and go on to our next item, number 8, Student Success Blueprint for our California DREAM Act application success. It's our deep dive. So we're going to turn it over to Jessica Dykeman, and welcome to CSAC. 3 weeks in. And then Dr. Daisy Gonzalez, our executive director, along with our 2 commissioners, Commissioner Saravia, as well, and Commissioner O'Brien.
Good afternoon. I think we're just about in the home stretch here. So thank you all for your attention and for the wonderful discussions we've been having. I think we're all very excited to talk about one of the most important populations we serve and one that's very worthy of talking about, separately as their own sort of distinct part of our student success blueprint, which are our dreamers. And to clarify, when I use the term dreamers in this context, we're talking about students who would be eligible for or are eligible for state aid under the CADAA, the DREAM Act application, because they qualify for AB 540 status. I want to start off by thanking our outstanding executive director, Dr. Gonzalez, as well as Jessica, our deputy director in her 3rd week here, for their hard work on the excellent brief that goes with this item. So do look through that. The facts in the brief speak for themselves, so I won't bother repeating them here. I want to encourage everybody to read that. It's got a very comprehensive list of some of the support services and programs we offer to undocumented and AB 540 students. It's also very candid about the challenges we face with some of those, and lays out a few key facts. So let me just ground us in a few things before we jump in. California is, as the brief notes, home to the largest number of undocumented college and university students in the country, which is estimated at between 80 and 100,000 statewide. These students are here to stay, they're here to learn, and they're here to work, right? That's why they're attending higher education, like all of our students. But we know that our financial aid systems do not serve them equitably. The most notable part, of course, is, as we all know, undocumented students are ineligible to receive pretty much any form of federal financial aid. So no Pell Grants, no federal loans, no work study, no workforce Pell, as excited as we are about it. And if they don't have DACA status, which is important to remember, the overwhelming majority of them do not, right? DACA has not been accepting new admissions for many years. It's only thanks to a few court rulings that they are even accepting renewals these days. So students who don't have DACA status, for the most part, can't even get a work permit, right? So that they could support themselves by earning their own, income legally through a job. And so now, of course, you take all those inequities and you have the student population that is faced with this hostile federal administration that really does seem determined to make daily life as difficult and arduous for our undocumented neighbors as possible. So what can we do about it? Well, the brief does outline some outstanding, promising practices which, you know, to echo President Curry's remarks earlier, we can and should look critically at our programs, right, and at ourselves and continuously seek to evaluate and improve. But few of the things, just to touch on that you can read more about in the brief, we have Dream Resource Centers on nearly all of our campuses, and that's across segments. We have immigration legal services that are no cost to the student or members of the community, which we saw and learned out here yesterday. And we have, it did start with the community colleges, but we do co-host it now with our intersegmental partners and CSAC, our annual undocumented student action every year in October. I just want to highlight, though, the one that I think we're going to spend a little time talking about here and that I know Commissioner Saravia wants to talk about is the Dreamer Service Incentive Grant Program, or DSIG. This is a good example. This is a very well-intentioned program run by some of the sharpest administrators, both at CSAC and at our campuses, in collaboration with the administration through College Corps and others. And yet we still operate under structural inequities that in this case are imposed on us by the federal government, right? That we can't change on our own, absent some future act of Congress and presidential signature. And one of the things that we've been learning about that I think was really hammered home here is, what do we do when we can't change structures and equitable structures? That's where we innovate. Right. And this is a great example of where students can come in. And so I'm really fortunate to be co-presenting with Commissioner Saravia on this, because she has very recent and very real experience as a student leader in supporting our Dreamer students. And so I want to turn it over to her now. So if that's okay, we can hear a little bit about her perspective and her thoughts on this, and then jump back into our deep dive.
Yes, thank you so much. So one of the support systems that we also have on the brief is our student association leadership. So I've been fortunate enough to work alongside a lot of other student leaders at CSUN, our associated students and our university student union. So one of the things that our associated students leadership decided to do this past semester was they created a call to action in support of our undocumented students resolution, where they pledged $20,000 annually to support the fellowships for our dreamers. And this can fund about maybe 2 fellowships, 1 undergrad, 1 graduate. And this was a resolution that was introduced by my now Vice President, Álvaro Geminiano Aragon, and one of our senators, Senator Kimberly Basilio. And it was in collaboration with our university student union. And our university student union had 2 students that worked alongside our associated students to fund, aside from what our organization was going to give to our Dream Center, they found money and they advocated for more funding to their Dream Center. So the co-chairs for our university student union's diversity and inclusion committee, Cesar Rosales and Rudy Ganilio, excuse me, they vouched for their student union to allocate $28,500 a year for the next 5 years. And on top of that, they will be annually adding on $12,000 to the Dream Center. And our Dream Center does have money for their from the DSIG grants, but this is extra money on top of that could end up either creating extra fellowships or add on to what our fellows, add on to what our fellows already make, to make it more of a minimum wage fellowship rather than something that cannot sustain them as they're going through college. So just within this last semester, both our AS and our USU have allocated $412,500 for the next 5 years for our Dream Center. And that'll open up between 9 to 12 fellowships by the end of the 5-year term. And it is a discussion within the next 5 years on making more donations from the USU and our AS to continue to support our undocumented students. So it's something that we recognized, and our student leaders found a way to do it. Cesar Rosales was championed, spearheaded a lot of this, and brought a lot of us together to find a way to continue to support our undocumented students. CSUN is home to one of the largest undocumented student populations in the CSU system. We house about 1,100 undocumented students. Of course, those numbers might not be right. No student ever wants to out themselves as undocumented because you never know where that data could go, and you never know who you could end up telling that information to. So because of that, it really showcases how if a collaboration is sought, a lot of student leaders and a lot of student organizations are willing to do what they can to ensure that their undocumented students can be supported and feel seen and feel recognized on our campus. But that is one example of something that our students associations were able to do. But I'll pass it over to Jessica to continue our deep dive.
Presenters here. So we're catching up, right? Very similar to the order that we had for the first one. We went out of order for the last one, but we have two key presenters here with us from UCSA, the University of California Student Association. And so I want to welcome Vincent. Vincent is the Director of Government Relations for UCSA. And then we have Esther. I'm looking at the little squares. All right. Esther Mejia, recent graduate from UC Santa Barbara. Go Gauchos. Starting her master's degree, and she served in our Student Advisory Council. Very intentional for this specific deep dive, right? We just went on a journey from having Commissioner Doppelmoore and Dow center us in equity, right? Designing for students we're leaving behind. Let's identify them. There are African-American students. That's the work that we just touched a little bit of the iceberg. The problem is so big, right, that we are tackling it from different areas, different issues that led us down the route of having Commissioner Haynes, Commissioner Rodriguez center us in adult learners. And now we're making the jump to undocumented students, but in specifically, who are our CADAA applicants when our target keeps moving, right? When we are having to act in real time. And I couldn't think of better partners than UCSA because they are pivoting in real time. They have been really critical in the last year as we're thinking about this student population. And so I want to hand it over to Vincent and Esther, and thank you for joining us.
Yeah, hi everyone. Thank you all so much for having us. And shout out to, I know y'all are down in San Diego at Southwestern College, so I want to give them a big shout out. Sorry we couldn't be there in person, but Esther and I have quite a busy fall. Esther's actually starting her graduate school program at UCR MPP pretty soon, so go Highlanders. Yeah, just wanted to thank Dr. Gonzalez and the whole CSAC team for all of the remarkable work you all do for our California students. Like Dr. Gonzalez mentioned, my name is Vincent Rosso. I serve as a professional staff member leading the state and federal policy agenda at UCSA. We will represent 230,000 undergraduates across the 9 undergraduate UC campuses. And I am a UC Riverside and a UCSA alum, so it's been really awesome to work with students like Esther, who I'll go ahead and turn over to her so she could introduce herself as well.
Hey y'all, like Vincent mentioned, my name is Esther Mejia. Very lovely to meet y'all and kind of be here and sharing a little bit about my experience as a student leader, especially when it comes to new changes to the FAFSA and my experience with filling out the CADAA. A little bit about me, I actually was born and raised in the Inland Empire, so I'm actually from Riverside, so it's really lovely to be back here again, serve my community, and now go to UCR for my Master's of Public Policy. In my undergrad, I double majored in political science and history of public policy and law, and was very involved in my student association in UCSB. And then I was the government relations chair for the UC Student Association, where I also helped Vincent with putting together our legislative priorities and our budget priorities for the year, and also was kind of overseeing our government relations committee, being in charge of those meetings, and also talking with stakeholders, so nonprofit organizations, our student leaders, and also the legislator, to make sure that we're really bridging that gap between students and the people in power. And so it's really lovely to be here and share a little bit about my experience, and I'll pass it over back to Vincent.
Yeah, so we kind of just wanted to get into, obviously we're here to talk about your student success blueprint and the success of, instituting success for CADAA applicants. Esther and I are really here to talk about foundationally, like what does that mean on the ground for students across the state, especially students, who are trying to go into college, especially in this environment. And so I really wanted to really take a little step back and just preface some of the reasons that we even do some of the work that we've been doing at UCSA. I also hail from the Inland Empire. I was born in Riverside, grew up in San Bernardino, so very IE heavy over here. But I always like to describe to my students, the students across the UC system that I work with, a lot about why I do some of the work that I do. The time that we're facing now, a lot of these challenges at the federal level, these state budget declines, it could be really challenging to work in these types of policy spaces. And so I always tell my students really what are the reasons who are you here fighting for? What communities are you here representing? But if there's one person that you can explain to everyone else, like this person is really the reason I'm here. And I always, testify and tell my students that I have a little baby nephew down in SoCal. His name's Remy. He's just starting second grade. And for me, it was just really exciting seeing my mom and my sister sending me pictures of him starting second grade, sitting down in his classroom, but then thinking about, he has a lot of, enriching academic opportunities ahead of him. But what about every single other student that's sitting at the table with him, those 5-6 students at his table? What are their trajectories going to look like? And what are the chances of students, the 30 students in his classroom, who in that classroom might fall through the cracks if we as student advocates are not challenging and questioning the systems that are allowing them to fall through the cracks. And so I always lead with that. I always say, I'll get up and fight as long as we get one more of those students through the door and to the graduation stage. And so just want to preface with that. And I want to also turn over to Esther, who she, took on this leadership role at a really tumultuous time. And especially with her identities as a Latina, as an Indigenous student, and all of, all of the above. Just want to turn it to Esther and kind of explain a little bit about, as we led over this past year, what are some of the big takeaways, but also what were some of the key challenges that we saw, especially?
Yeah, thank you so much, Vincent. So I love the preface that Vincent gave as to like what really motivates us to be in these spaces. And I think one of the things for me in particular was the lack of representation that I saw in my community growing up. Like Vincent mentioned, I am Indigenous. My parents are Maya-Quiche, and we immigrated here from Guatemala. And, growing up in a very, Chicano culture, I really didn't see a lot of people like me in positions of power. And when I moved to UC Santa Barbara for my undergrad, it was a predominantly white institution, and I saw even less of that. And so what really inspired me was my background, was my mixed status family, was my immigrant parents who sacrificed so much for me to be here. That really, inspired me to get into these positions and really advocate for people like me, but also people like my parents who might not have a voice at the table, and really focusing on bringing more people to the decision-making table so they could advocate for themselves, and really equipping communities that are underserved historically, and also making sure that they have the opportunities and the resources that they need to really advocate for themselves. And so last year, when the new changes to the FAFSA really came out, I was put in a really difficult position as a mixed status student. I wasn't able to fill out my FAFSA until the very last day that it was due. I remember, I believe that the application got extended twice, and it wasn't until that second deadline that I was able to really fill out my FAFSA and submit it. And prior to that, I was having a lot of very difficult conversations with my parents about what my life would be like if I wasn't able to submit the FAFSA on time. And it looked like conversations with me talking to them about possibly dropping out of college for a quarter just to work full time and also get money to pay for my schooling, because my parents, or my family's from a very low income family. And, I knew that asking them for money to continue college wasn't in the cards. And so because of those new changes, I really had to have very hard conversations with my family. And I know that I was not alone in that. A lot of my other friends who were also from a mixed status family had to have these very hard conversations and had to wait on the phone for very long times in those waiting lines for FAFSA. And I think it was because of the CADAA opening up to mixed status students that I was able to get a
breath of fresh air. I was able to relax a little bit more because I was able to submit my CADAA. And I knew that in that submission, maybe I wasn't going to get federal aid, but I at least had some state aid to rely on and continue my college journey. And so I'm really thankful for the work of CSAC and also the state legislator partnering together to opening up the CADAA to those mixed status students. And I really just want to emphasize that mixed status students, continue to be put, mixed status students and undocumented students continue to be put in these really like gray areas and very hard positions where they really like have to reconsider their trajectory, and they might have like the drive, and they might be the perfect candidate to continue going to higher ed, but they might not have the resources to do so. And so, as a student leader, those are one of the things that I was dealing with. And also, another thing that I really want to emphasize is also making sure that resources are being promoted to students, because I had a lot of friends who didn't even know that the CADAA was open to them. And so I think one of the things that we have to prioritize as not only advocates, but also institutions is really making sure that these underserved communities are aware of the resources that are open to them. Because oftentimes these resources are there, but it's a lack of communication and also lack of, really making sure that we're engaging with those communities, that they know the resources that they have to them. And so touching a little bit about some of the work that the UC Student Association did this year in really making sure that we are protecting and advocating for and with our undocumented and mixed status students, has to do with our advocacy work on SB 98, or the SAFE Act, as y'all might be familiar with it. It is authored by Senator Sasha Renee Perez, and this act, or this bill, is basically a ICE notification mandate for public schools. And so it is catered to elementary, middle school, high school, and public higher education. So our CCC, CSUs, and UCs. And it is basically a mandated alert system that will notify students, parents, faculty members, and staff at schools when immigration activity is on campus. And so one of the things that, my community experienced growing up was heavy immigration enforcement and activity around the Inland Empire. And so, like I mentioned, I grew up in Riverside, California, and when I was in elementary, there was ICE agents outside of my elementary one time. They were looking for someone. We don't really know what they were doing, but they were outside my elementary. And I remember in elementary school, even my own parents were scared to take me to elementary. And I was even scared of coming out of school and maybe my parents not being there. And so the presence of immigration enforcement officers in elementary schools was something that our communities have been dealing with. But I think now with this president, our communities are even more vulnerable, and we're seeing more directed attacks to our community members. Schools are or elementary schools and high schools went back to school recently, and we're seeing ICE officers standing outside of these elementary schools and specifically targeting students based on their race. And so this is an issue that, has long persisted, and now we're seeing it highlighted even more than ever. And so what the UC Student Association did, and what I had the honor of doing, was helping write SB 98. I took my experience and created it into a bill, where I then submitted it to legal counsel, and we were able to have Senator Sasha Renee Perez on this bill and really advocate for it. She has experience working in higher education, and she also is the chair of the Senate Education Committee. And so really having her as a spearhead was pivotal, and she's been amazing with working. And we've gotten a lot of positive feedback from students and parents saying that this is a bill that is very necessary to ensure the safety of our students, but also ensure that our schools are being transparent, and also making sure that our schools are really uplifting that community of care and that campus climate safety that they need to. And so another bill that we have the honor of working CSAC with is SB 323, obviously the bill that is going to make sure that that students are able to fill out the CADAA regardless of whether or not they qualify for federal aid. And so again, my experience with filling out the CADAA as a mixed status student was something that really shaped my outlook on life. And so I really just want to emphasize how bills like this are really important to cater to our mixed status students, and also making sure that we're really expanding opportunities. And another thing to go with that is that in the beginning of the year, a lot of our students, both undocumented, mixed status, and non, were really scared about what this administration was going to do with their information. You know, in February, we saw Doge and Elon Musk, this entity that wasn't approved by Congress, kind of go into the Department of Education and get a lot of information of students, finances, and also students' backgrounds. And so after this happened, a lot of our students were scared to even fill out the FAFSA because they didn't know what their information was going to be used for. And a lot of students feared that their information was going to be used for immigration purposes. And so again, I really want to emphasize that SB 323 really creates a cushion for students where they have an option rather than just not filling out an application at all. They have a safety net to fill out an application that will give them that will allow them to have access to state aid. And so those are a couple of efforts that the UC Student Association has done. And then Vincent, if you want to touch on others that maybe I forgot, please feel free to do so.
Yeah, I think, and also just for context, I actually came into this role at UCSA the day before the election. And so a lot of these realities that we're grappling with and just trying to keep up this really fast moving paced policy landscape as it's like ever changing, we immediately have to adapt. But I think a lot of these reactionary, like really full-fledged, we're putting a lot of force behind some of these responsive ideas as students are witnessing on the ground and informing us what is important to them. We also don't want to lose sight of the perfect world that we're trying to build. We, have so many opportunities over the last 5 to 7 years. I was happy as a student leader to engage in conversations on the Cal Grant reform. We've seen really incredible higher education investments that the governor's administration has spearheaded before we saw some budget declines. And so we really don't want to lose sight of that long-term mission of, who are the students that we can still be capturing? What more can we do? And so a lot of what we've been doing in terms of our statewide organizing efforts is partnering with undocumented and mixed status student organizations. For example, we have our UC Undocumented Student-Led Network, which has been championing a really bold idea, which in my opinion is not the craziest idea, but it's to provide for professional paid opportunities for undocumented students at our institutions of higher education. And so we're fully fledged backing that idea as an opportunity for, these students are students that we're allowing to fall through the cracks of an opportunity that every student, who goes to higher education deserves a chance to have. I got a lot of opportunities, as a United States citizen that I didn't really think of, being able to work on campus as, a front desk intern or as, a legislative aide for my student government. So what are the things that we are doing to challenge our institutions to say, what can you do or how can you be innovative to do better for your students? Another issue that that Esther really touched on was the outreach efforts. I serve a lot in the coalition spaces with CSAC, with a lot of our higher ed equity groups. And we led a budget advocacy request, emergency request to the governor on outreach funding for the FAFSA and CADAA, knowing that we were grappling with a really difficult first year rollout of the better FAFSA and an even more challenging precedent that this administration has set on students' college attainment, specific students. And so we weren't quite able to secure that outreach funding, which was, I believe, a really big disservice to our students who could have been walking through the doors of our institutions this fall. But we did co-lead with a lot of our equity partners an emergency aid request to backfill financial aid for mixed status students, and also at the community colleges, really implement a lot more funding for Dream Center liaisons that'll help undocumented students walk through what some of the challenges they might be facing. Like Esther said, when we witnessed what was happening this winter with the administration, in a lot of our focus on we wanted to advance strong messaging and advocacy around data privacy. And so our primary concern in the top of this year was the federal administration, as well as the state budget decline, was focusing on data privacy. How could we make sure that students' data was being, secured, and those commitments either at the institutional or state level, we, had no problem with, but at the federal level, we immediately, as our student leaders, consulted with legal groups, who ended up serving as our counsel in a February lawsuit that we filed against the Department of Education for allowing Elon Musk and his entities to access really sensitive students' financial aid information. And so our response, and this is something that I will attest to as the unwavering support that we had from community partners, from college access organizations across the state and across the country, as well as from students and advocates who understand that students submitting a FAFSA should have that promise that their data is not going to be used in any way against them. And so we were able to successfully force the department to prove to us that their data was not being maliciously used. And we continue, as Esther, turns out, and we have our new student board starting, we'll continue to follow federal potential legal challenges or legislative solutions on a lot of those matters. But I think in terms of, as we're going into the summer, transitioning into this fall, a lot of our priorities are shifting into, a lot of the big reasons students are opting not to pursue a higher education is because of the affordability issues. And a lot of that is, it's not because the money's not there, it's because the money's not being, directly, streamlined to our students who are in the most need. And so in terms of elevating affordability issues, for the 2025-26 priorities, we're aligning really strongly with holistic and equitable solutions, specifically because, as you all might have seen, we're like all hands on deck responding to the threats against our UCLA partners. And we're really trying to double down on our federal advocacy, but we're also, in response to some of the community based immigration raids, we put out campus and community-based resources for students and their families who are facing some of those really alarming immigration raid threats. And then we are also trying to tap into some of the negotiated rulemaking on student loan borrower changes to programs, as well as elevating really strong and profound concerns about staffing financial aid offices with a lot of the gutting of Department of Education staffers. And so just wanted to really just elevate, it's been really awesome and incredible to partner with the CSAC team, especially on SB 323. We were super thrilled to come on as a co-sponsor for that bill and work with the other segments. We've been very strategic to work with members of the legislature who are essential. We have Senator Caballero, who represents UC Merced, Assemblymember Wicks, who represents UC Berkeley. So we're tapping into those networks, and with our community-based partners in the Central Valley, in the Bay, in the Inland Empire, to try to elevate them to advocate and champion a lot of these bold solutions. But I'll pause there. I did want to open up. I don't know how far back in the schedule you all are, if there are any questions before we wrap up. And then Esther, I did want to leave you with some closing remarks. Dr. Gonzalez, I don't know if anyone had questions for us at all. Sorry.
Hi there, Vincent and Esther. Just want to say thank you for your advocacy and for making the Inland Empire so proud. You're really making ripples of change, so really want to thank you. And of course, you can count on CSAC for supporting on these issues. So thank you.
Thank you, Angel.
We have a few more questions. We have one more, Commissioner Haynes as well.
Good afternoon, Vincent. Good afternoon, Esther. Vincent, good to see you. I know, as Commissioner Rodriguez just mentioned, we appreciate the work you're doing statewide, but especially on behalf of the IE and Go UCR.
Thank you, Dr. Haynes.
Any other questions for commissioners? Okay, thank you so much for you both for being here. Very proud of you, our Inland Empire leaders, and just thank you for your work and your commitment and sharing your story and the needs. And I'm sure we're going to be connecting with you both a lot this year. All right, thank you.
Thank you all so much.
Thank y'all.
Pull up the slides. Commissioners, we are at the home stretch, and I'm going to have you stand up. We are going to do some reflection, right? So we are in the Learn, Reflect, Act. You just went from equity and just touching the tip of the iceberg, as I mentioned. That area, right? That area you all have been committed to equity is the reason why I came here. I knew that this board was committed. That work is about scaling it up. So how do we take this to the next level? Or as Commissioner Dow has been raising here today, how do we bring back Cal Grant reform? And what does it look like to scale it up? Adult learners, we're in the reimagining stage, right? We literally have to reimagine the aid that we have in the state of California and how we in financial aid catch up to where higher ed is headed and what the state of California needs. In this area, as we begin, we're thinking about who are CADAA applicants, and that is shifting in real time. You all have been nimble. You have created a financial aid application that is a California solution, an application that is not just accessible to students, but where you have designed it in a way that there's a slide in there that I'll show you really quickly in a minute, but accessible, that is California's solution. That means we can change anything within that application. And then that is nimble enough for us to do it in real time. So this area, our CADAA applicant, is a shifting mark for us. New information coming in, even Commissioner Day sharing new information in the news from this morning. And so I really want us to bring back everything that we just shared today, pick someone next to you or across, but I do want you to get up for this slide. And what is one thing we want to bring into this final conversation that we're about to have? Because CADAA applicants are absolutely about equity, and CADAA applicants also serve adult learners. So this is a presentation where we want to bring together everything that we have been discussing today. So make eye contact. Make eye contact. We're going to get up. All right, 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Like that. Partners, 5 minutes are up. I want to give it a usually get excited.
Hey, I hope you got a mini break to at least stand. Who wants to share with the group something we want to bring back as we start this final conversation?
The things that you and I talked about, Dr. Gonzalez, that's so important. Well, a couple of things, right? But the importance, which we learned, I think, from Commissioner Saravia's experience and what she shared out, the importance of having students when it comes to this specific population, students driving solutions, because that builds trust, right? When students know that they're being listened to, and they're the ones who can come to administrators or CSAC or system offices and say, this is what we need. This is what we need from you. And when we respond positively, that builds trust. And it shows that we're not just going to impose some solution. We're not just going to go run a bill, right? I think we heard that with Vincent and the CSAC example with SB 323 of UCSA, and I believe the other student associations really feeling like this was something where you listened to us and we were part of the table, from the very beginning. So that really stuck with me in terms of whatever informs our design or discussion has to be done through trust and compassion for students. And that starts with just listening to students.
One of the things that I was sharing and reflecting on was the fact that we have, I think, our undocumented students, like all of our students, all of our learners, are looking to higher education as a means to economic security and economic mobility. And Vincent briefly mentioned the discussion about work authorization for undocumented students within the UC system because of this latest lawsuit that was just decided last week. But I think that part of our mindset needs to shift as well. Nowhere in the master plan for career education are undocumented students mentioned, despite our large investment in these students. We invest a lot, and rightly so, and we should be investing more. But what is the return on investment for these students? How are we as systems, again, of higher education, as CSAC, how are we supporting work post graduation, whether that's entrepreneurship, the legal means of employment? How are we doing that? Because higher education for these students, like all other students, is not the goal. The goal is post-graduation, and we're not talking about that.
Yeah.
Clear absence of undocumented students on the master plan. I know we've brought this up before, but I think from what I gathered in the presentation is that there's worry. Obviously, there's a very you know, at the federal level, we're seeing a lot of attacks on our immigrant community, not limited to Latinos, but everyone who's an immigrant. I would love to see if there's a way that we can talk about how our immigrant population is contributing to the economy. And I know we've talked about this when we talk about the economic impact, not just of institutions, but our people who are getting financial aid. So if we can add that to the equation of not only Cal Grant recipients, but California Dream Act application recipients, so that we can say these are students who are giving back, maybe not formal work, but there's other ways that they're giving back to the community.
Just had a little summary of we're talking here, and I think it's a two-part, the success, but we're also this program is under attack in general as a nation. And so without going into detail what Commissioner Day and I talked about, but I think it's almost a two-part, how do we continue to expand success and access? But the other part is how do we prepare ourselves for that conversation? Because on the federal level, I've never felt, I was a counselor before there was a California Dream Act, and we used to have to, get scholarship money and do all that for our students to go to college. And when this passed, I don't feel that same community of wanting this and as a state compared to back then now. I don't feel it. It was like if we rallied, the entire state rallied to make this happen. And it's like we no longer have to go to Banner Mattress. Banner Mattress was a good you go to the MALDEF scholarship list, and they gave a lot of money to students that didn't qualify for state and federal financial aid. I don't feel that hunger like I did back then right now. And that worries me on the fight that we have, not just we keep saying it's national, but it's at home. It's at home too. So I don't know what that looks like. That's not in here, but we have to build. And maybe it goes to what you said, Commissioner Rodriguez, and I know Commissioner Day has other additional thoughts he can share with Dr. Gonzalez, but I do think we can't ignore that, because me personally, I don't feel the hunger to ensure this happens out there like I did when before the Dream Act passed.
Well, thank you for sharing. I'm going to ask the team to go to the next slide, please. This is a really interesting area and a different way of presenting. So I want to preface that this is going to be a very different presentation from the other ones, because it is a shifting target. Everything from being under attack to really thinking about this application as an entry point for equity and success of all students, and being able to be very clear as California that the CADAA is in line with state and federal laws, but we have been very explicit in wanting to serve a specific population who has been left behind. So we are not exclusive, we are explicit in the success of a certain population. But with everything shifting around us, we have an opportunity, as Dr. Curry would say, to really think about the policies that we need to change before we can get to systemic change. And Commissioner O'Brien reminded me of that in our quick check-in on that. Sometimes we need policy to shift to get at systemic change. And I get the tired feeling, right? And the momentum point. I was reminded just last week and asked about California and California's commitment to undocumented students. And how is it that California could be so bold, right? And I said, that's great. That's because our timing is different. Our population and our courage comes from the people that we serve. But I remember a California where I remember being in 2nd and 3rd grade where I was not allowed to speak Spanish. And the state of California didn't want us to learn Spanish. I remember that. That was a very different California. We're very proud of where we are in California. But I can't remember who it was. One of our speakers said, oh, it was Vincent. He said, we have to hold on to the dream. We haven't achieved that dream. Not when it comes to CADAA applicants. We are not there. And now it is under attack. And so now is the time to think about how we need to shift. That is what this presentation is about. It will take you into the past to get to the present state, to really have a conversation about the future and what it means for CADAA as a tool and for any applicant that would enter higher ed through that pathway. So this is a unique presentation. I want to ask Jessica to go to the next slide. We do that by creating CADAA as a pathway for equity in higher education in the state of California. So it will not be perfect in the first stage, I should mention, but it has to be a nimble application, which you as a commission have already made a commitment to that when you opened it up for mixed status families. It is a California application that is not just innovative in real time, but that could be shifted in multiple phases. And Commissioner Robinson understands that we can change the IT behind the scenes or we can change the front end, right? It is also an accessible application when we think about on-ramps for students. Many students successfully completed the CADAA and then transitioned to a FAFSA. And we did that when we were under crisis, which shows us that we can do it all over again. And lastly, it's a California-centered application which can withstand external barriers and challenges. I'll say a little bit more in a minute, but I want to hand it over to Jessica, who will walk us to where we have been, where we are today, and then together we'll talk about the future.
Yeah, so as I was preparing for this presentation in my 3 weeks here, I wanted to kind of review what we've done in the past and where we are and how we can move forward. Do I need to? Okay. All right. Yeah. So first is where we've been. So I just wanted to recognize that it was only 2011 where we got the CADAA. So it hasn't even been that long, really. So 2011 we got the CADAA. 2018 we established the Dreamers Act, the grant, and then the MCS was open for everyone recently last year, the year before, and then last year we expanded the CADAA to apply to mixed status families as well. So that's just kind of a little history of where we've been. And then I just wanted to, here's where we are at the moment. So we're $3.9 billion in Cal Grants. That is an amazing number, especially given our current budget situation. So I think just recognizing where we are and appreciating that we're able to maintain the funding that we've gotten. We did get another $50 million, as mentioned before, in the Golden State Teacher Grant this year. And we funded almost $1 billion in middle class scholarship, which is historic. And our projections are at least that much this year. So just looking to that. And then also we did 1,400 Cash for College workshops. So through looking at these numbers, we're establishing what we did right, where we can improve, and what is actually what we don't need to recreate. So that's kind of where I wanted to talk about there. And then this is really what I wanted to focus on. This year, we need to concentrate on being stable. We need to be stable and accessible. There's so much going on at the federal administration where we don't know what's coming next. We don't know what's going to happen, but we do know that we can be stable and we can be accessible for our students. And that's really where I want to go into the budget year, focusing on is stability and accessibility for all students. So then just to talk a little bit about students that are left behind. It's not just mixed status, it's not just undocumented. There are other students who are left behind in the current administration's FAFSA. An example that came to me a couple weeks ago, right after I started, was an incarcerated adult who was unable to access the FAFSA, not because they weren't a US citizen, but because they didn't have access to the internet. And the FAFSA, paper FAFSA, was not available. If I would have been able to open up the CADAA to this person, they could have accessed higher education. But because we weren't able to open it to him, there was no method for this person to get in. So just a couple, you can read the screen. Another one I wanted to highlight was the English learners. As we've seen, the federal administration is not prioritizing translating for students. So it may be that the only way that they can get to the application is through the California application that's in their native language. So we need to make sure that we're being accessible to students. And that may mean they come in through us and we push them to the FAFSA and we help them get their federal aid. It may mean that they come to us and they stop with the CADAA, and just recognizing that it's not just undocumented, it's not just mixed status that are being left behind. And then, so I wanted to talk a little bit, this leads me to my 26-27 priorities. And the first is SB 323, which I'm really hopeful it's going to get out. The next couple of weeks, we'll know. That would open up the CADAA to anyone who chooses to fill out that version. It's not just 323 though. I wanted to focus on that as well. We need to have an option available for students to contact us and ask for help. It can't just be CADAA or FAFSA. It needs to be student aid commission. I want to come to you. I want to go to college. How do you help me here? So opening up some sort of an application where people can contact us and say that they're just having trouble navigating the system, or they have questions, or they're scared, where we can be the safe place for them and we can be the accessible option for them. So I want to focus on that. Even if 323 gets out, or if it doesn't, we still have to move forward as an accessible and stable option for students. And then the next of my priorities is modernizing the DSIG program. So this doesn't even pay minimum wages. If you calculate the hours, it's not even minimum wage. Also, they get paid at the end of the term rather than when they've done the hours. It needs to be modernized. No one is going to go work for hundreds of hours with the promise of a paycheck someday. It's just not realistic. So I think that we have an opportunity that we can get this modified through the state budget. And those are kind of the highlights that I'm looking for. I know a couple of the program presenters were talking about making the volunteer hours a little more applicable to the community or to their major. So perhaps there's some changes in that as well. But my two main focuses are it needs to pay minimum wage, and we need to have more of a more frequent opportunity to check in and see if the program's working and pay the student for their hours. And then lastly, this is just the opportunity to engage a little bit. So I'm really open to any questions, and I look forward to working with you all. I'm excited for the budget process. Although we're not going to have a lot of money, I think it's going to give us an opportunity to look outside the box and come up with solutions that are, inexpensive or zero cost. So anyway, thank you very much.
Questions from our commissioner? Commissioner Sarabia.
I really wanted to talk about the DSIG program. Kind of like I mentioned, our student leaders have donated more money so that it can be at least a little bit closer to what minimum wage would be. And it's more catered towards serving the Dream Center and making sure that they are able to give that sense of community to the rest of the student body. But the one thing that I did notice is that when we advertise DSIG, we use volunteer hours. And when you think of volunteer hours, you don't think of getting paid. You don't think of getting a grant or an incentive or anything like that. It's pretty much just saying like, please come work for us for free. So what our Dream Center does is, rather than say this is a volunteer opportunity or a grant, we call it a fellowship, so that it looks a lot better, not only to get them to apply, but also so it looks better on their
campus is a new tool for student success professionals. It's not a new program to run. And so by changing the language, we really have to think about how we then advertise it as integration into the work as a tool for all the professionals on the campus. Otherwise, it just becomes the feedback that I've heard about this program, right? Where students go, no one can give them clarity on a campus about who runs that program, who's going to track their hours. So I love this idea about calling it a fellowship and reimagining the language.
Other questions for commissioners? Commissioner Day.
Can you clarify when you talked about a place for people to call in and ask questions? Can you just clarify what your vision is for that?
Yeah, just like, I don't know if we want to call it not a pre-application, I'm looking at Tay, not a pre-application, but a contact form, an interest form, something where they could come in, give their information. We ask them like, have you filed the FAFSA before? Have you filed the CADAA before? When was the date you did that? And then signing at the end to get permission for us to contact them and just help them through the process. They've already given their data to FAFSA. We probably will tell them it's already there and they can just, answer their questions for there. So something that's not an application, but is a contact form. Get people started.
So Commissioner Day, we're talking about reimagining access to CSAC. It's high touch support, right? So there's a difference between everyone gets access to an application versus being able to direct traffic, like being traffic control, right? Not a good analogy right now because of all the issues with airports, but very clearly being able to ask, have you completed a FAFSA in the past? Yes, no. That helps us understand the person that wants access to the CADAA. What was the last year? Do you intend to complete one this year? Are you aware that you're going to forgo dollars? We will be sharing this information and in reassessing whether CADAA is the right match for you. And we will share information with your higher education institution. Why do we want to do that? One, it helps us better track, is this a fraudulent application, right? Is this real? Two, how much money are we leaving on the table? And can our four-year partners then help us bridge the information gap? Or three, maybe this is someone that really needs to use CADAA and we need to figure out how we build the pathway for them in real time. And we share that as a option in case something happens to the bill, right? If we're going to be equity centered, we have to figure out how we do high touch support at CSAC.
When you were talking about that, Dr. Gonzalez recently had to make a reservation for a party too large to do it online. You call in, the entire experience was AI. And I even started to talk to her to say something else. And I was like, oh no, she did it just fine. She totally booked the reservation. How many people? Are you sure about that? Okay, we look forward to seeing you. And I thought about how do we there's a lot of tier 1 type of questions students call in for CSAC that it may need to say, okay, you actually need to speak to somebody. But a lot of them, it was amazing. She was able to take my information. It felt like a conversation with an actual receptionist and, or, whoever the hostess. And until towards the end, I was like, oh my God, that wasn't somebody, so it was a computer. So I just think about that. I don't know what that looks like. I know funding, those things are not cheap, but I just imagine a lot of the students that come into the counseling office, a lot of their questions are just pretty basic questions. So how do we take advantage of that? But at the end of the day, I tell people, don't be afraid because find me a computer that could do the technical stuff with a mixed family and divorced parents and all that. But you get to a level where it's like, yeah, no, you need to speak to somebody and you need you need compassion. I'm always trying to tell students because they come in, they're like, my family's problematic. I'm like, no, it's not. It's unique. Like they need someone just to validate them. Like I know there's a lot going on. I've had students where their parents are using their information to open up bank accounts, fraudulent activity on their names. I mean, I've had to navigate it all. A computer, I don't think can do that yet. But a majority of the questions that get called in, I'm telling you, call Benihana. They do it through AI. It's crazy. So, but yeah, we'll go ahead. I know we had. I don't know if you want to share something, Catalina, first before we have two more
I wanted
questions.
to mention to Commissioner Day, when you mentioned like the type of intake or the questions that we're asking, we're also trying to manage the concerns that institutions may have with 323 and the allowing any student to use the CADAA application. We're mindful of what the concerns are. Are they really true students coming through the process? And so this would be an opportunity for us really to reduce that risk, but also to help the institutions when they do pull any of the applications, that we've done as much as we can to mitigate that and to not create also that additional workload for institutions.
All right, Commissioner Dockmore.
Quick, Chair Cifuentes, as we were talking about this, I just wanted to go back and go back in history just for a little bit. When we introduced the pilot program with the chatbot, remember at our K through 12, it's kind of reminding me of that. And I just wanted to know if there was, what was the end result of that? Because I'm sorry, I really don't remember. But just thinking about like some of the technology in AI, I'm just thinking like with the chatbot, some of those high touch point questions, Q&A, and then if somebody needs to go further, then that application or that form could be sent to them in the form of a link.
I think what we found in using it, the engagement wasn't necessarily as there with students in the K-12 side as it was with maybe in other settings with our students using it. But I think when you think of AI, it's like calling. I think it was a difference between texting. It's just like compared to actually calling and you're talking to somebody. It's definitely, I could see the difference because you're usually calling because you want to speak to somebody, right? But if you can get something that does it really well, answers your basic questions and then elevates it. But what we found with the chatbot at the time with the school districts that used it, the students weren't as engaged with it as much as they still wanted to go talk to a counselor and see a human. They needed more help than just what a chatbot could offer them. Yeah.
So as I'm thinking about that, not just like online, because I'm thinking like every time I go onto our website, I see the chat bot comes up. But at the same time, I'm thinking when you call and you're on the phone and you want to go into that queue to have them call you back, you know, and they're saving your place in line. I'm thinking that that is like the same type of technology that, you know, that's still AI, but now it's not online, it's via the phone. So I'm thinking maybe we can integrate something like that as well.
Yeah.
So now if you're instead of saying, hey, do you want to get, you know, do you want us to call you back and get in line? But this is like, do you want somebody to call you back and maybe answer those additional questions? So now you're still in queue, you're still in line, but now that practitioner is calling you back to answer those questions for you.
I love that. Just what the airlines do that. Yep. Okay. I love it. I love it. See, for flying out here, we learned something. Okay. I love it. Okay. Commissioner Sadavi, and I know we're going to wrap up this item.
My last suggestion would probably like not suggestion, but my last thought was kind of Southwestern College was talking about how when it comes to financial aid, they don't just train their financial aid office, they train all their other staff so they know some of the basic information. So one of the things I maybe would like to know if you or anyone on the team might know whether the dream centers from any of the segments, if they have some of that basic information, and how often do students go to the dream center to get that information rather than their financial aid office? Because it is kind of intimidating to go to your financial aid office, especially if there's a line or all you need is like one question to get answered and they won't answer the phone because it's backed up. I think a lot of students would rather go to their dream center if it's something specific to their documentation status or their mixed status for anything. So I wanted to know if maybe that was something that was thought of, if our dream centers have to carry that load, or whether it's this year or within the next year.
Yeah, I think, thank you for the question. I think that, you know, yesterday, as in the group, when we walked through and met with the Dream Center staff, that's why I posed the question with regards to what's the relationship with their financial aid office. And here it's good. Here they have that relationship. They have a longstanding person who's been working in the Dream Center. They have a relationship with that financial aid office, but that's not the same across all of the campuses. There are lines driven sometimes between saying, this is stay in your lane, this is our role, and this is our role here. So I think that's where the commission, that we can come in and provide guidance. And that's earlier when I talked about the institutional participation agreement. Those are the conditions I think that need to be set, that those relationships, again, that institution, the president signs that IPA. And so it's all departments across those campuses that are part of this ecosystem in helping students. So I think that's something that we will move and work towards in providing that guidance to institutions so that they have the relationship. Right now, we have the financial aid offices who they have access to all of our reports where we do identify students who've started an app or not completed it. That helps them to follow that student. That same access should be provided to the Dream Center staff, that they should also be able to have that access so that those students that do not go to the financial aid office but come to the Dream Center, again, it becomes a one-stop shop for those students to be able to work. So that is something that we definitely want to put our focus on, to be able to help. I wouldn't say strengthen that relationship because that's something that they need to do, but at least for us to come in and help to provide the guidance and partner with them on that.
All right, Commissioner Haynes.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. Yes, I can't speak for other colleges and universities, but I know that is the standard on one campus that I'm very familiar with. So where there is cross-training and students who visit the Undocumented Student Center get that level of financial aid support as well. But I want to echo what you mentioned, Gloria. I think that is something, I know several of us commissioners are working on the IPA agreement, I think that's something we need to hold all segmental institutions accountable for, is ensuring that when a student goes to an undocumented student center, Dreamer Center, et cetera, that they get that level of service and that level of information regarding financial aid.
The work of innovation and reimagining things is we can all admit it's not going to be easy, right? But it's as we can take the leadership here, and at least in the programs that we oversee and that we're responsible for, and because the Student Aid Commission is responsible for the administration of the DREAM Act application, we're able to see what some of the issues are. We're able to see where the barriers are. And that's the work that as leaders here, that as we move forward with that guidance and coming together, and the agreement, the president signs the agreement, then all staff, all of the directors, all of the staff on a campus need to follow what that guidance is that we're providing. But I think that's a good step for us to take, to bring those offices together and to share information and give access to those appropriate offices that work also directly with the students.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Mank.
Talking about this topic, I provide oversight to our Dream Center on campus, and I think we have a financial liaison, but there's unintended consequences from what I've seen from our director and our staff member. Is one, we have to be very cognizant of collective bargaining. We also have to be cognizant that if we cross-train other department who is doing this work, will say, well, if you're undocumented, go to DRC, deal with it, right? And they're understaffed. So there's things beyond the surface level that the work that Patrick and we do, collective bargaining, it will be a huge issue. And the other piece is being understaffed, because now if I'm undocumented, I go to financial aid, that staff member may not have the capacity or may not want to work with me and say, well, go to DRC. They'll help you with your financial aid. So these are unintended consequences to put as food for thought.
Thanks, Commissioner Day.
Very briefly, our chancellor has made it very clear in this issue. We are moving in this direction of being very intentional and integrated around student success, period, full stop. And this is the organization behavior work that I keep talking, like whether it's our nonprofit partners, if it's us saying, here's what everybody needs to do. I don't know that people are disagreeing, but we've got to talk about the how of doing there. Otherwise, it's just talk. And so if we don't answer the questions that Chad was talking about, and we just say, you need to work with your Dream Center, we don't have that discussion as a part of the instruction, then we run into some challenges that aren't because people don't want to do it. It's they're trying to figure out, well, how do I actually navigate this? So I would say, yes, and listening to our executive director, yes, and let's talk through, instead of just putting in the IPA next year, let's talk through here's 3 or 4 recommendations on the process to get to that place, the guidelines, and in consultation with, not so that we take 3 years to do it, but that we are mindful that there are people who have to answer that question around why it is or is not in that space. So yes, and I don't want to get in trouble with the executive director. All right.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and at this time, just want to say thank you, Jessica. Great job for your first time, right? Welcome. Before we close out item number 8 and the conversation, do we have any public comment on this item? No public comment online either? Okay. All righty. So we're going to go ahead and move on to item number 9.1 and 9.2. I really feel we've spent a little longer than planned on each of these items, but when it comes to reflections and thoughts, we've been talking about it throughout the time. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to 9.2 to Dr. Gonzalez to kind of wrap up all of this amazing, great conversations, and then we'll do some new business and adjournment. Please, Dr. Gonzalez, and just thank you again for a phenomenal day.
Thank you, Chair Cifuentes. I know it takes a lot to travel. I know you all have really busy lives in your daytime and after hours, so thank you for traveling here. I have a list of maybe 17 things that are possibilities. I want to call them possibilities. And they're yes and issues because I always see a path forward. And so everything that we discussed today, I mentioned this is the appetizer, right? We see you guys every other 2 months. The next time we see you September, then we don't see you until December, right? And so today we wanted to build an agenda that showed you what does implementation actually look like? Well, it turns out it requires cultural shifts, both for the staff, for our partners, and all of us. And we also wanted to build in the possibility, right? Our partners who are actually doing the work, the funders that could actually fund us to do this work, our students who are leading the way and we're reaching to catch up. And yes, even our campus leaders who are already doing the work despite the work seeming impossible, right? So today was that appetizer. A lot of this will end up in committees, right? So for example, how do we tackle Cal Grant C? That's probably going to be in a committee. How do we think about Cal Grant reform in our phases in an accelerated pace? I love this language from Dr. Curry when he said, I built a what did he call it? He said, I build for success, but I do it as thinking about the direct outcome. So we call it student success, right? Being student-centered, student success. He wants to have completion in his design. So what would it look like to apply that through an adult learner lens and an expedited way? So a lot of this work you're going to see in your committees, in your agendas. Why? Because we have to begin to accelerate the work. So you saw the team present on current status and the work that we have to restart. A lot of that has to hit the ground running, especially because we can't miss another financial year, right, for the state of California. The team is quickly working on BCPs, trying to get that for your September agenda. That's because the state of California requires them by the end of this month. So all that work is moving forward. I just want to say thank you for being here. We have a very clear why, a very clear what we are doing, our 3 goals. And the how is always the most difficult part because we have to figure out the pacing of it, the partners. And as commissioners, you're headed in the right direction. And so it's an honor to be here with you and to have you spend your time with us. I want to make sure we thank the team and give them a round of applause for getting us through this. I know that they were taking notes throughout this, and so we'll be following up. I wanted to just close maybe with one word that you're all feeling as we're leaving, and then ask that you send us photos. I know maybe not now. You can either hand this to one of us, one of the staff members, or send us a photo if there's something relevant that you want to share with us. But you had these in your binder, and that'll help us think about your next future agendas and how we follow up with each of you. So if we could just close up in reflection, just one word of how you're feeling, and then staff, I'll ask the same of you. So get ready. Commissioner Haynes, would you mind getting us started? Just one word.
Motivated.
Determined.
All right. No. Back here. Let's keep going.
There are only 2 left. It's without the phrase. It's on it.
Always, you're always ready.
Yeah, that's how it works.
All right. So before we do it, go ahead and close out. We're going to just do one more call for public comment. No public comment. Okay. I do want to go ahead and add new business. before we adjourn, just to ensure there's anything. We got a lot of new business already, but I don't know if Commissioner Day, I know you mentioned something with loans.
Let me flesh that out. I'm not sure.
Okay, with that, okay. Okay, so we, any new business that I know we already talked about a lot of new business today, but is there anything else that we forgot before we close out? Sure. Sure. Okay. So new college futures report, and I think I would encourage all of you, maybe we can include it in the closing email. Gallup put out a really great report about we talked about this for commission meetings about attitudes about post-secondary and college. And it was, they've divided it up by political party. I mean, just really good report on attitudes. And it kind of, for me, it validated what I've been feeling and experiencing. Because it's like, no, this isn't normal. This doesn't feel like usual. So I would encourage you to all take a look at that report as well. Okay. Any final thoughts, Dr. Gonzalez, before we close out? Anything else? Okay, so at this time, thank you for making the trip to San Diego. I want you to please travel back safe. And I always enjoy spending 2 days together with everybody. And thank you for all you do. And hopefully we have an amazing, good kickstart to an amazing school year this year. And so with that, if I can get a motion to adjourn our meeting. Okay, we got a motion. Okay, Commissioner Cardoso and a second, Commissioner Maxey. Thank you so much. And we'll go ahead and adjourn our meeting at 3:21. Thank you.